Very good Sunday morning to you. Welcome to the Cheltenham Festival for day 2 of the 2026 visit to the north of the county. Ed Seaborn and Ian Randall guiding you through today's match between Gloucestershire and Nottinghamshire in the Metro Bank. Ed was here yesterday for a feast of runs between Gloucestershire women and Sussex, and we might just touch on that game before this one gets underway. But the important information from here at Cheltenham obviously is that today's game is sold out, unless you'll remember. There were certainly queues when I drove past the ground at about 8:30 this morning, and we're expecting just over 3,000 in. Tuesday is sold out, and tickets going very strongly for the first 2 days of the Worcestershire match in the Championship as well. But for today, Gloucestershire have won the toss and will bowl first. I'll give you the Notts team, and then there's quite a bit of news in the Gloucestershire team, which I'll let Ed deal with. So Notts are well placed in this competition. They have got 16 points with 2 to play. They have only one change from their last game, which was the win over Northamptonshire, played at Chesterfield, curiously. So Ollie Stone comes in for Dylan Pennington. The rest of the team is unchanged. So it's Freddie McCann, Ben Martindale, Tayab Tahir, the captain Hasib Hamid, Carl Verena, Lyndon James, Sam Seacharan, Farhan Ahmed, Brett Hutton, Ollie Stone, and James Hayes, of course, was on loan to Gloucestershire during the T20 earlier this season. Now, Gloucestershire, Ed, is decimated the right word?
Well, I don't know. It's certainly an extremely different looking side, even from the one that took part in the last match at Old Trafford, which itself was also quite changed. So Cameron Bancroft and James Bracey at the top with Ollie Price at 3. That's as per the rest of the competition. Joseph Eklund at 4, who has, I suppose, started and looks like will finish the competition. Joe Phillips plays his second match. Tommy Borman at 6. Then a return to the side for Daz Ahmed. Ed Middleton retains his spot after an impressive outing at Old Trafford. Aman Rao. Marchant de Lange plays his first List A match for basically exactly 5 years. And of course, some of that down to the fact he's had 100 deals in the past, but signed a 2-match contract for the remainder of this one-day cup. And perhaps the biggest news of all was a enormous round of applause earlier on. I didn't see who actually presented him with his cap, but today marks the full first-team debut for 19-year-old off-spinner Alfie Johnson. So a very exciting moment for him, and what a place to make your debut. What a day to do it. Beautiful sunshine, and also a special day, as it is the day that is set aside for raising awareness for motor neurone disease in partnership with the Motor Neurone Disease Association. We've already got a guard of honour away to our left with the Gloucestershire flag and the Motor Neurone Disease Association, and of course all to raise money and awareness after the passing last year of Sid Lawrence.
And a special kit for today as well, with pink piping on the shoulders, and also within the body of the shirt as well. There is a phase of pink on the front. It's not totally pink, but a mix of a blend of pink and black on the front. James Bracey obviously spun the coin today with Hasib Hamid, so he's going to be captaining the side, keeping wicket and opening the batting. Busy day for him. Just to touch on yesterday, 600 runs yesterday, and a grandstand finish as well at the end, which Gloucestershire won by 13 runs.
Yeah, it was a superb day, and again, whether playing ball, really decent crowd in for that one. Actually, it was pretty noisy at the end. A game that, as you say, was high scoring, lots of records broken. The first 100 for Gloucestershire's women in this new era, with Chloe Brewer reaching that milestone. Runs for Pratana Reddy as well. And in terms of the bowling, a massive 199-run partnership for Sussex, with their captain Kiara Green making 100 and Nancy Harmon into the 90s. But once Gloucestershire had broken that partnership, the way that they were able to run through the remainder of the Sussex lineup was something quite impressive. So a really great start to the festival, and hopefully another terrific day today.
Marshall DeLonge, the last of the Gloucestershire players, out to the middle and doing the sort of dummy high fives with all the
Your match referee is Wayne Noon.
youngsters who are forming the Guard of Honour. And now the photograph with both teams involved here, both the Notts players and the Gloucestershire players, with their support for MND. They've got most of the Gloucestershire players at the front, but some of the Notts players filtering their way forward as well. And good that they are joining in what is a very important message to be sent by people in cricket broadly, but Gloucestershire specifically here because it so involved the late D.V. Lawrence. And warm round of applause from the memo stand for the Notts players to, as I say, support that campaign. Paul Frank's in charge of Nottinghamshire for this tournament. Peter Moores, their long-standing head coach, is away with the 100, and Notts will open with Ben Martindale, who got 100 against Kent, and Freddie McCann, who's been in good form this season. That Notts obviously have they have a 100 team. They have a good, historically I think they've had a good budget, and their squad reflects that. They can. It's not quite two completely different teams in terms of white ball and red ball, but there's not a lot of crossover necessarily.
No, it is certainly still a very strong side in this competition, as ever with some of these 100 counties especially. They do have a certain amount of coming and going. In last match for Lancashire, for example, Tom Aspinwall suddenly returned and played one match in that competition. And for Nottinghamshire here, they had Dylan Pennington playing last match. He's not playing, and back comes Ollie Stone. So, yeah. I mean, you know whichever side is going to be put out is going to have a very good chance. Yeah. But there is a certain amount of disruption, which is just part and parcel of the way that this competition is set up, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, Notts have 8 away. Joe Clark, Ben Duckett, Benny Howell, Tom Moores, Liam Patterson-White, who's played one game, Dylan Pennington, Ollie Stone, and Josh Tongue. I mean, that's quite a list of talent. The only 2 left-handers in this team are the 2 openers. So Marshall DeLonge will at least have a reasonably steady line to start with. He'll bowl the first ball from the College Chapel end. Brisk bounce, if you can have brisk bounce from the start. And Marshall, who was warming up today with what looked like quite a heavy strapping on his left calf. And that's probably the one that he was managing through the T20, but he played in every game.
I'm sure if you heard that cry of too quick for the wet ball from below us.
Pleasantly driven off the front foot. This would be a push really from Ben Martindale up to mid-off. Alfie Johnson, the most striking thing about him, and I've only seen him in sort of very fleetingly at Bristol before, is that he's tall for 19, and that's a great asset for someone who wants to try and bowl off spin. Here's DeLonge in over the wicket. Oh. Like the line of that. I mean, I'm sure Marshall would be wanting to play more than his body actually allows him to these days. I think, in a way, he made a very sensible decision last year to say, right, I will only play T20. And here he is playing 50 over because Gloucestershire need him to. On the bounce, out to Borman at extra cover.
Well, there will be nobody happier than DeLonge this morning, even for the many spectators who'd have been looking forward to this day in the diary. I don't think anybody would have been more excited. Chance to play today than De Lange.
Martindale again defends. A little bit on the walk. I should say, if you are watching on the stream, we are side on. If you know the ground at Cheltenham, we're side on to the, as opposed to being behind the bowler's arm. We don't have a screen that you do to watch the game actually live, so it's with the naked eye only. So here's De Lange again, staying over the wicket. Martindale into the ground, and De Lange starts with a maiden. And you wouldn't normally get that kind of applause at the 100 for a maiden, for an enthusiastic.
I'm not even sure what you call a maiden in the 100, because there's not really any such thing as an over anyway. It was a fantastic start, and De Lange, who, as you were saying, only playing T20 cricket, but his T20 season, I think it would be interesting to look back and compare the numbers to previous years, because I think he probably bowled some of his most miserly in T20 that he's possibly ever bowled. So I was interested to see how he went today for many reasons. And he certainly started accurately. So taking the new ball from the College lawn end, it is Daz Ahmed, who I'm trying to remember whether he's actually taken the new ball in his Gloucestershire career thus far. Here he comes.
So Marchant this season in the T20, 14 wickets at 28.
And it's the economy rate, though, isn't it? 7.5, somewhere around there.
I can't divide 46.4 by 392.
Not written down the economy. Might have been a bit higher than 7.5, but I had a feeling it was in the sevens, which for somebody bowling his pace, it's quite impressive. On the bounce. Again,
it's actually 8.5. It's actually 8.5.
Oh, 8.5.
Yeah, but still, 14 wickets was a good effort.
Even so, I mean, these days, 8.5 for a bowler trying to bowl with gas, and it was pretty clear he was still getting his speeds up there. I forget which game it was, but there was a game where on the big screen the speeds were being put up, and it was
last year he took
80s.
8 wickets at 9, economy rate of 9. So yes, more economical than last year, and many more wickets than last year. But he only played 4 games last year, so you know, to play 13, I think was it says a lot about him knowing the recovery and the rehab and such that he needs individually.
Well, he was just able to prioritise it, wasn't he? Pretty much put all of his energy into that format. Again, very straight line of attack from Ahmed, who may not be express, but certainly when he's at his best, which he was in Gloucestershire's so far only win of the One-Day Cup competition against Kent, when Gloucestershire really did bowl very straight and Kent struggled to come to terms with that surface. A little bit fuller, and that'll be a boundary. This outfield will be muy rapido all day. It's I say outfield, I mean it is pretty much, for the most part, like a sort of mat rather than turf as such. There's some green grass over at the college lawn end, but not a great deal. The ground staff will have been doing their absolute best with the extraordinary conditions that they've had to work with.
One thing I would say, I wasn't here yesterday, is that the square that is used by the college itself, this is the county square as it's known, if you're unfamiliar with Cheltenham, only ever used at the festival. The square the college use is closer to the chapel. I am surprised that there is as much grass on that particular area as there is. I thought it would have been much barer.
I suppose what little water there is has been used to try and keep that grass
for the nets
alive. Yeah,
yeah, for the nets,
and also just during the college cricket season.
Yep, Delanga from the chapel end again to Martindale, but he can't get that through.
But not really able to justify watering the entire outfield.
No, very difficult, isn't it? Very difficult. 2 slips in at the moment. Bancroft at second. Ollie Price at backward point. Martindale again, pleasantly off the front foot.
What we did see yesterday was, whilst it was a very high-scoring game and the outfield took pretty much everything away to all parts of the ground, is that if you did bowl it quite straight, it wasn't absolutely straightforward to time.
Oh, wedged and away down to the rope at the car park end for 4. It was a flying attempt from Bancroft to pull that in. It will race past him. The third man is quite wide. And first boundary to Martindale. Notts only with 2 scoring shots so far. Fuller from Delanga and a good diving stop at wide mid-on. Probably saved 4 from Daz Ahmed. That would have raced away. And he gets a low 5 from the bowler. But strike rotated for the first time, so first chance of Delanga to bowl at Freddie McCann. Oh, it's punched away. Gosh, that looked a very... It's well timed, and he looked to have a lot of time to play that more to the point. Just stood up and just literally cracked it past the left hand of Tommy Bourne and away for 4 up to where the players enter the field of play.
Wondering if that should be the end of the over. But perhaps they already put an extra ball up on the scoreboard.
Dyer again. And just quiet push into the offside after the boundary from McCann. So...
Because the score is 13 without loss,
yes,
isn't
the
it?
The score says 12 and they've...
The board says 12.
Certainly had 1 single.
Anyway, that may or may not have been a 7-ball over.
Notts put in here in this, what for them, and indeed for Gloucestershire, is the penultimate round of the group stages.
So already 1 slip out.
Yeah,
it doesn't take long, does it?
Ed Middleton was the first of the 2 in Delanga's last over, the one that had the edge, and now he's come out and gone into that short cover position.
Flick through square leg, and that'll be 4 more. Beat the infield, and you get 4 in the early going with the first 10 overs of power play, of actual power play. And you allowed 2 fielders out. Then you still must have 5 in the ring until the start of over 41, and then you can put 1 extra fielder out. Oh, it's a good one from Ahmed. Squaring up Martindale slightly.
He was compared. He's obviously come through, in a sense, on MCC Young Cricketers, but also playing his club cricket in Bristol. He was compared to a former all-rounder of the recent past in terms of what he does to the team.
Again, it beats square leg, and you might as well save your legs. It really did only just about beat Johnson there, but it just flies, absolutely flies, and you just have to lean on it, really. That's up the hill, probably slightly shorter boundary, square, okay, but even so, you just don't have to hit the ball very hard, and Nottinghamshire will realise that. And the margin of error for any bowler today is surely going to be absolutely minimal. Yeah. Oh, there was something on that. Might just have been pad, but definite noise as it passed Martindale. Bracey knocks it down. I think it may have just been pad.
His reaction and that of the bowler suggests there was something else there, I think. So we are side on here, but there was definitely an ooh, but you get nothing for that. Now, the comparison that was drawn with Ahmed was with Kieran Nima Barnett, and you know, he probably was an 8 in the team in terms of, you know, he could get you a wicket, but he wouldn't run through a team, and he could get you 20 or 30, but he was unlikely to get a massive score. That's what his record at Gloucestershire said, and Ahmed obviously is much younger. But I would say actually I think he is a quicker bowler than Nima Barnett, definitely. The question, I've not seen enough of him batting to know whether he has more potential still in that area to become effectively a batter who bowls rather than the other way around.
Well, I suppose it's hard, isn't it, to project. He's only just starting his professional career, and with all the resources and attention that can bring. So a 4-over spell that started with a maiden, and Nottinghamshire have scored 21 in the 3 overs since without hitting a ball in the air.
Would there be an argument today, I wonder, with De Lange if he's got loose? How many overs could he do? I wonder if there would be a thought that, you know, might he be able to do 6? Steer down to third man.
I suppose it's hard to know.
Throw was quite long from down there by Joseph Eklund.
It's more almost less about the first spell. And the question may be more, what's it like when he's coming back on after, say, you know, 15, 20 overs without bowling.
It's pleasantly played by Martindale. Rouse on the chase. He's got long strides and he stopped the ball on the chase right in front of the hospitality marquee, and they've come back for 3. Probably the only part of the ground where you can run a 3 with a shot that is literally weighted to be hauled in just inside the rope.
The other thing you can do is slide on this because it's so smooth. There's no grass sticking up out of it, and Rao actually slid quite away. It was almost as if it was wet, which it certainly isn't.
McCann waits for De Lange. Notts, of course, have played a couple of games. Well, they've obviously played at Chesterfield, but they've also played on outgrounds for home games.
Well,
within Nottinghamshire in this competition. Dallinger over the wicket to McCann.
He's a very classy player, Freddie McCann. Seen a decent amount of him, sort of associating with those back foot drives and square cuts. Stands tall at the crease.
Dallinger to him once more. But, just a bit of a fumble from Rao, but they haven't taken a single.
And that will be one thing to watch today, because, and we've seen it actually in previous festivals when it's been incredibly dry as well. It's almost a case of sometimes, especially at the back end of an innings, you almost take one knowing that it's going to be quite tricky to pick the ball up cleanly and then get the throw away. Whilst it is a small ground.
Did you see that a bit yesterday in the women's game? Was that evident?
Yes, definitely. And whilst it is a small ground, as you said, there are a couple of pockets, and actually running twos might be quite an important part of today, as well as the boundaries. Slapped away on the bounce, and Joe Phillips at cover point. It's a really stacked offside field now, and what's noticeable is that every one of them either has the sleeve protector on each arm, or in Price's case at backward point, he's gone for the long sleeves, even though it's already 24 degrees. It's a day to make sure that you've still got as much skin left on your elbows as possible. So change of field with Alfie Johnson now getting his first touch of the ball and completing a good piece of fielding to keep it to 1.
He's got the elbow protectors on as well. I just saw Jack Taylor walk along in front of the dugout. Jack will be joining us, I think, for a stint of commentary in both innings today, so he'll pop up at some point. Be good to have a chat with him. He'd rather be out there, of course, but injured on Friday.
Nicely fielded by Ahmed in his follow through. Yeah, sadly there seems to be something about Gloucestershire captains receiving hand injuries at the moment. I had the women's captain Liv Daniels on with me in a game at Bristol not so long ago against Derbyshire, and now got Gloucestershire's white ball captain in the same boat, having just made his 100th List A appearance in the last game, that sadly couldn't take the field to captain. It's a really good piece of timing from McCann, but the placement not quite there.
It's coming crisply off the bat of both at the moment, isn't it?
This pitch, like the one yesterday, you can see, I suspect, again, we should reiterate, we can't see what you're seeing. But if it's like yesterday, if you look at it from behind the bowler's arm, as I suspect you're doing at the moment, you'll see where it's been worked on, as it were, longitudinally. It's going to need to be a dive there from Dallinger, and it is past him. And there's no chance once it gets past. Another boundary to McCann. Again, just lent on it. Just wide enough of Dallinger. With his long reach, couldn't get there. But from our angle, as we are square on, you can see that it's also been definitely worked on latitudinally. Another full ball. Eklund completing the stop that time, so 5 runs off the over. Nottinghamshire going at 5s, 30 without loss. But I think from what I gather, that's something that needs to happen when it's been incredibly dry. The soil is not sort of settled in a way, because it's not being bound together by anything. So in order to smooth the surface out as much as possible, you have to do things to it sideways as well as up and down.
I said I did come to the ground briefly on Friday. There's De Lange to continue his opening spell again off the back foot. Rao will slide on the round away to his right and just keep them to one. And Christian Brain, the groundsman, I said, has it been challenging? He said, isn't it ever? McCann waits for De Lange. That's forced, not past Ollie Price. Good stop from him. Thought about a single, but Ballman helps him out. Would have been 4 otherwise. I mean, very hard to gauge what a par score on here might be. Very difficult. You
almost wouldn't feel comfortable with anything.
De Lange, a slower ball, picked by Martindale. Big pick by McCann, rather.
Certainly worth a try, those. I mean, yesterday, again, we saw just a little bit of up and down, particularly when there was pace off. So far, this is coming on beautifully.
Stacked offside again, doing the job for Gloucestershire in terms of preventing the boundary. Joe Phillips and Ed Middleton are at cover and extra respectively. Burly figure of De Lange. And once more, a partial stop, and Middleton tries to throw at the non-striker's end, but not get through for the single.
There are going to be plenty of occasions today where, in another instance, you'd say little fumble, but actually today the most important thing is just stopping the ball getting past you, whichever way it takes.
Too short from De Lange. That's the first time he's really tried to drop one in, and Martindale dispatches it through mid-wicket for 4. That's where the main seated stand is, on the Sanford Road side of the ground. If you know Cheltenham, you'll know that on that road is the hospital, which is handy for any injuries.
Yes, let's hope we don't have any of those today. Please keep your eye on the ball at all times, except when it's about a centimetre away from you. Then it's probably best to get out of the way.
Yeah, most of the crowd, if you imagine, it's a bit of a horseshoe, Cheltenham, this year, with the area at the college lawn end of the ground really demanded by the college that it's only for spectators with chairs. There's no cars and no big stands at that end. Ahmed in, and McCann works that away. He wants 2, but he probably won't get it. Alfie Johnson is round in front of the member stand to keep them down to 1.
Is it time for a change of ends already, Ian, after 7 overs? You know I don't care.
Much.
No, I just thought it was a good opportunity to make a joke at your expense. When is there not a good opportunity to do that?
That's it. That's, you got it.
Fine, De Lange at mid-off. That is a very long barrier, that. Well shot, De Lange. So do you still get the sort of warm, fuzzy feeling going to Cheltenham? Yeah.
Especially on the day before it starts.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, I didn't have that, but that was mostly because I was attempting to negotiate the journey from Manchester to here on that day.
And
The Martian enjoyed that one, as you might have heard.
And I think part of it is that you don't have cricket here all the time. It is the fact that it's condensed.
It's almost a new part of the season, even though we're still in the same competition in this instance. And you know, in this world of oversaturation of everything, that it's only going to last a couple of weeks and then it'll be gone for another year. Again, a little full and a lovely drive from Martindale. No chance for De Lange at mid-off. He's got a long chase to go and pick that one up. He's looked confident. Martindale has scored his first professional 100 this year. Somebody that, like several on Nottinghamshire's books, Seasharan being another that really has to wait between opportunities, and in many cases it's this competition that is mostly what they'll play. Oh, it's a great stop from Bancroft. Again, 4 for all money if that gets by. Very little time to react. Picked it clean as well.
I'm not sure. De Lange goes all the way from mid-off, right across to mid-wicket, to share in the congratulations, I think you would call it. It was only a stop, but that wasn't the point.
Bancroft fielding there because we're slipless. Johnson into the action at deep backward square, and that is what I was mentioning earlier, really. It is not easy to field 100% cleanly, and if you're the batters in the middle, it's almost you see that the first instant you see that slight bobble, and if you go then, normally you're thinking about taking the second run, aren't you, just before the ball hits the fielder's hands. So if you see the ball go out of the fielder's hands, then you're almost at that moment, aren't you? So you've got the chance to take an extra run, even though it's quite a short throw.
No, Marshall De Lange has bowled 4 overs for 19, and has been rested from the attack. Aman Rao for the first time. I think that probably is an indicator that Marchand might bowl 4, 3 and 3, perhaps. We'll see. Anyway, here's Aman Rao. Some of this Cheltenham crowd may not have seen him before. Right arm round the wicket. And McCann just pushes that out on the offside.
Yeah, very tall. Doesn't really sort of explode through his action. He keeps his movement quite controlled and fluid, I suppose.
Good length again.
I suppose if you're getting it right and you're bowling from that height, it almost, a la Josh Hazlewood as an example, you don't need to be bowling at over 90 miles an hour if you've got that height. Sometimes if you're, I mean, it wouldn't be as quick as Hazlewood, but if you've got that height, 80s are fine.
Staying around the wicket here, and he'll get one. He's got a deep square out, has Rao, so McCann can take the single down in front of what is known as the boundary hub marquee, the gentleman who is heavily involved in organising this festival, Chris Coley, puts events together that go in that marquee. Around the wicket, off the thigh pad this time, just bouncing out on the leg side. And then next to that marquee is, I'm sure there'll be a point in which the camera does take you round to that. That will be the Old Patesian Sports Club. So Richard Pate was the gentleman who founded the school here in Cheltenham, known as Pats, locally. Just one more here to Martindale. Good return from deep square.
Borman out there.
They are the prominent club, really, in terms of supporting the festival. They have their own members, and I think it's also available to guests as well.
Certainly a lot here yesterday.
Row, that's cracked away. Not quite off the back foot, but a very good bit of work from Eklund down on the boundary. Keeps them down to a single. Pick up and throw on the run, really.
That's the one area of the ground where you might just have a chance as it slows down a little bit. Just up the hill, longer corner. That is pretty much the one spot that it just doesn't completely get away from you.
So we're in the power play, but Cameron Darrowell has brought a head guard out for James Bracey.
And we are going to see spin. I suppose he might have been doing it to stand up to Ahmed, but we saw Ollie Price come into the attack pretty early at Old Trafford a couple of days ago. Actually earlier than this, but still going to have one over inside the 10 overs of power play. And not exactly a sigh of relief, but it's minor relief potentially today for the fielding captain to get through the 10 overs. Nottinghamshire is setting a good position from which to build through these middle overs. There are two left-handers in, so Ollie Price turning the ball away if there is any turn.
Should say that Ahmed bowled 4 overs for 24.
I see plenty of off-spin today with Ollie Price and Alfie Johnson. Reverse sweep, which was not controlled at all. And fortuitously for McCann, lands safely.
Would Borman be a backstop option?
I suppose he might be,
bowled
yeah.
on Friday.
Was called it, and actually did a very important job and helped build the run rate. Actually, whilst probably not every ball was landed, most were, and he also bowled round the wicket to the right-handers to his field to the long boundary. Off the middle from Martindale. Lee Price back to a ground I think it's fair to say he's loved over the years. Made his debut here. Just sneaks underneath Bancroft, but Borman quick round the boundary.
Yeah, Notts would only really have Farhan Ahmed as their spin option today. And McCann might bowl, but it would be really seam apart from him.
Whipped away, but right to Middleton. So a good over from Price to start with. 48 without loss after 10 overs. I think, well, I feel like almost any 50-over game, you're quite happy being wicketless after the 10 overs of power play. And equally, Gloucestershire have got out of that at just under 5 and over. So it's sort of something for both sides to say we've won the power play.
Jack Tully's just come upstairs, so he's just having a chat with one or two of the Notts guys. Will be with us shortly. Aman Rao to continue. Marshall Dalanga's come out onto the cover boundary. Maybe as much as anything else, we can get a drink. Here is Rao in, pleasantly played by Ben Martindale. to mid-on for a single. That's where Ahmed is. Yeah, Ahmed Simon's bringing a drink round to De Lange. There's also some chat with one of the physios as well. They're checking on how he is. Rouse staying away on the wicket and bunted into the ground. They want two. A slight misfield from Eckland, and the throw is over James Bracey's head. So as a result, Freddie McCann can come back to 2. 50 up for Notts.
I think it's actually Max Waller down there.
Oh, it is Waller, yes.
Former teammate of Marchand de Lange.
Yes, it
at
is
that other place.
Row. Notts at the moment. On occasion, they're just hitting the fielder, aren't they? There were some early boundaries where, as you said, they were just leaning on the shot, and if it beats the fielder, it's 4. But they have hit the fielder quite a lot, and that score could probably be 15 runs more than it is. Row in once more. A good stop this time by Ollie Price. Quick change in the commentary box. Welcome to Jack Taylor. How are you? Well, actually, how are you? It's actually why aren't you out there? Just tell us what happened on Friday.
It's a bit monotonous, really. I got hit. Aspinwall bowled a shorter ball. It just hit me on the back of the glove, and my hand just blew up straight away. So it's, I was trying to play today, but I mean, yeah, I'm in a lot of pain. So I've got an X-ray tomorrow, and hope it's not too serious.
I'm sure you miss playing here as much as people. In fact, given the number of runs you've scored here in the past.
Yeah, 100%. It's always a highlight of the year, and it's somewhere I've had a lot of success personally, and we've won a lot of cricket here. So gutted to be not out there, but yeah, looking forward to supporting the boys today. It's obviously a really special day, for many reasons. So yeah, hopefully we can put on a good performance for our crowd.
Right, staying around the wicket. Sharp single. But completed. Joe Phillips with the attempted run out at the non-striker's end. For those who don't know, tell us a little bit about Alfie Johnson.
Yep, so Alfie is a young off-spinning all-rounder, plays his club cricket at Cheltenham. He's been on the academy, and this is his first year on a rookie deal, and yeah, he's got his opportunity. He's bowled really well in the second team, changes his pace, has got nice shape on the ball, so really looking forward to him, seeing what he can offer later on, but he looks a really good prospect. And
good height for an off-spinner?
Yeah, good height, really good levers, he's got long arms, and yeah, he gets nice shape on the ball, so yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what he can do. The pitch is on the dry side. That's out.
It is out, you're quite right. Good, big work from James Bracey. Both feet from McCann, even his front foot was inside the crease. But Ian Blackwell didn't hesitate. And a wicket for Ollie Price, and the opening stand broken. Breakthrough with McCann out for 21.
Great ball there from Ollie. It looked deceived him in the flight, and maybe a bit of spin down the hill, but I think that was actually a really good decision. We're obviously side on up here, and it definitely looked like there was a bit of a lift, so hopefully that can create a bit of an opening for us.
So here is Tayyab Tahir coming in at number 3. He's played ODI cricket for Pakistan, short-term signing for Notts. That's a dangerous thing to say, isn't he? He hasn't got any runs yet.
That's the kiss of death.
Yes, isn't it? Just on today and the setup and the pitch, any idea in your head what you would want if you were batting first on this to try and defend?
It's tricky. It can be a tough place to defend. I think it's a lot on the pitch, and actually looking at it, it looks pretty good. It's playing pretty true. Look, I think if you're batting first, you'd want something 320, 330 plus, just with the nature of the outfield. But 50 over cricket is so hinged on wicket, so it can be difficult. So yeah, look, I think we'll be looking to restrict them to anything less than that. We've got a really great batting order, and a lot of guys enjoy batting here. So you're in the game chasing anything here. Just, you know, I mean, the outfield is lightning, as you can see from the colour of it, and the boundaries aren't very big. So, yeah, I'd say 320, 330. You know, it'll be in the ballpark, but yeah, we've started actually really well. I think that they're going at under 5 and over. So yeah, hopefully we can get a nice little period here in this sort of 10 to 30 overs, take some wickets.
So Tahir to face his first ball from Ollie Price, around the wicket from the College lawn end, up to mid-on. Ed was saying that after playing in the T20, I'll come back to that after this ball from Ollie Price. Oh, Tahir's gone big first up. Second ball, straight down the ground, over the sight screen, and into the area that will be on the first 15 rugby pitch. Right, that's sent a message.
Yeah, look, I don't think we mind that. We've actually talked a lot as a group about being a bit braver with our fields and trying to force mistakes. We've obviously struggled to take wickets throughout the 50 overs. So, you know, we almost can accept getting hit for 1 or 2 if that can bring us a chance, because wickets are massive in 50 over and stemming the flow of runs.
Just 12th over. And so he wants a single to get down the other end, and Delanga almost hits at the striker's end as Martindale ran through for the single. Marchant would have expected his first team season to have finished in that game at Northampton, and yet you can imagine if somebody had said to him ahead of this game, you know, can you play? Nobody would have been buzzing more to play than him, I would have thought.
Yeah, look, Shanna's such a good team, man, and he, you know, he gives everything to the cause, and you know, he did a really awesome job for us in the T20 this year. He got through all 13 games, which I know was big for him, and he bowled really well in a lot of those. And yeah, so he obviously got the call a couple of days ago. We've obviously got a couple of injuries in the fast bowling, so he yeah. So look, he always wants to come out, prove a point, and I think he actually set the tone really nicely there. He bowled well. He was unlucky not to nick someone off.
Wicket for Ollie Price in that over. Let's say there was other spinning options today. The leg spin of Ed Middleton, who bowled well at Derby in the Championship, didn't he, earlier in this season? But that was the only game, only Championship game I think he's played, and then he's had the last couple in this competition. And then the little scene off spin of Tommy Borman was on display at Old Trafford.
Yeah, look, Tommy does bowl in the nets. Obviously, when I wasn't able to field and bowl, it meant we sort of were only down to 5 main options. So, you know, he filled in with four good overs there that helped.
Rao then to here. That's out. It is out. And the big youngster does a celebratory leap to get his first wicket of this spell. And Tahir caught in the crease. And Notts 2 down, but Tahir has to go for 7. So 1 big shot. And he disappears. I mean, Jack, just looking at this team, look at the age of the middle part of the team. Joe Phillips is 22. Tommy Borman is 21. Daz is 25, but has not played a massive amount of first-team cricket. Ed Middleton, 25, again, not much the same. Aaron Ramana is only 22. Is this the next batch of people coming through?
Yeah, well, that's it, and that's what we're hoping. Like, obviously, we're in a slightly different position to other counties. We don't lose anyone to the 100. So, you know, as much as the narrative around this competition is that it creates opportunities, you know, we are stacked if everyone's fit, and obviously we've had a few injuries to different players, and some guys are rested ahead of the 4 days. So naturally, that's going to bring opportunities now for these guys, and we need to see what they're about, and you know, if they can make an impact for us. So yeah, it's nice to see a lot of these guys out there and get a few games under their belt, and you know, that is, like you say, we want that to be the next crop. Like, you've got to have a constant evolving of a club and players coming in, and not just coming in to play, but actually coming in to be able to do a job and compete and you know, perform. So yeah, another good opportunity for a lot of those guys today.
Hasif Hamid, the Notts captain, in at number 4. I'll talk to you a little bit about Rao in a minute. We can see, you know, physically he's got height, he's got quite a good rhythm with his action. It's not overcomplicated. From the College Chapel end to Hamid, who defends. Richard Dawson used to use a phrase about a bowler bowling a heavy ball. Does he, and how much does he move it?
Yeah, Rowie looks to generally move the ball back in off the deck. So, yeah, his role in this side and what we're looking for him is to run in and use his height and hit the pitch, because, you know, then things can happen. And he's found a bit of rhythm so far today, as he did at Lancs the other day.
Springs off from the end of his run. Oh, Hamid drawn forward. I think it was the match against Kent at Bristol where collectively the team bowled very accurately, very straight. He doesn't bowl a lot that's short, does he, Aman? Or he didn't on that day, and that's got to be the surprise, I suppose, of someone of his height, isn't it? Yeah. Again, Hamid forward.
Yeah, I think we found that day in particular. Actually, it was a tricky pitch, and it was a good toss to win. So we found that just balls in and around the top of the stumps, there was plenty happening, and obviously to bowl them out for just over 200 that day was big, and then we chased it with relative ease. So yeah, you need those different skills, and I think you know, some grounds ask for different things, and that was purely one: how many balls can we stack in the right area, because enough was going on.
Rao to Hamid, slips that down the ground. Oh. And the attempted throw just misses the non-striker's end.
Close with the hit, that I think.
Ian Blackwell might have had a decision to make. Daz Ahmed with the attempt. James Healy might have a chance to show it to you on, if you're watching on the stream at home. We don't have a screen up here on the balcony, so maybe at the end of the over he might show that again. You can see how close that actually was. But applause for Aman Rao. Successful over. And Ed Seaborn even said this yesterday. The crowd got very involved in the finish of the women's game yesterday against Sussex, and already they're getting involved here, aren't they? Cameron Darrell's just out on the field temporarily for Daz Ahmed.
Yeah, the crowd support here is awesome, and that's why a lot of the guys love it. Not only the spectacular venue, but the support and how close the crowd feels and gets into the game. So yeah, we'll be wanting that throughout today, and you know, to help us get over the line.
Ollie Price to continue from the College lawn end. The gap is open at cover for Hasib Hamid, but he's got a man on the boundary who is Alfie Johnson. That there has gone the other way with a single up to mid-on. And that's one of the left-handers gone. Martindale is still in, of course, but all the other Notts batters are right-handed. Martindale into the ground, and that might be tight too. So running is a bit risky at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, look, we're squeezing nice and tight in the ring. I think, you know, here, if the ball beats you, it's probably 4. So we're creating really nice angles. And again, that's another area that we want to improve on and you know, create something that can help us take wickets. And yeah, a hit there, and that was probably another wicket.
Nice to Hamid. And slide it across him. You mentioned about the slope, and it is just fractional across the ground, isn't it? Enough to potentially help a spinner.
Yeah, I think both seam and spin, like it just, even if the pitch is flat and not moving laterally, like it just does give you something. I actually always used to like spinning it into the slope because I felt like I could get, try and beat both sides of the bat. But Ollie's into a nice rhythm here, spinning the ball down the slope.
And genuinely spinning it rather than letting the slope do it.
Yeah, he'll be looking to try and spin the ball hard. I think we talked as a spinning group, let's try and drive the ball into the surface and see what we can get out of it with it, being a really dry summer. You feel like this is a time of year where spin comes into the game in terms of a wicket-taking threat.
Well, a tidy over. 62 for 2. Notts having lost the wickets of McCann and tie up to here. I know James Bracey won the toss today. Adrian Thomas, who is the guru of numbers, he says he can't find a run of 8 consecutive successful tosses anywhere in Gloucestershire's one-day history, because you won the last one last year, and now it's 7 this year in a row. Right, once more.
It's pretty remarkable that, but I think it does. A lot can be read into the toss. It goes to show we've won, won all those tosses and haven't won all of those games. So, I guess it reinforces whatever you end up doing first. You just got to do it really well.
I mean, you've got some decent scores batting first, haven't you? 270 at rugby, and others of that kind of ilk.
Yeah, I think. Look, we obviously have had a couple of poor games with the bat as well. Like I think on good pitch at home, and then also away at Somerset. I know we were chasing big scores, but we probably misfired with the bat. But yeah, some of those games, Rugby School, Old Trafford, even Leicestershire, like we actually felt like we got enough of a score on the ball, on those types of pitches, and we just weren't able to quite string it well enough together. But that's sort of where we've been at this comp.
Right. Okay. Can't beat Bancroft. Ben Martindale. And then I'll swap places at the end of the over. Is it something for you to have hit 100 List A games? Is that a milestone that means anything?
I think looking back, it's nice. It's something I wasn't too aware of until I saw Adrian Thomas's tweet on X the other day. But I think he also said it was something like 72 in a row, which I think was second behind Mark Elaine, who had 251. So right. I think I need to play another 23 years to get up with the current schedule. But look, it's a nice achievement. But
you're not that far from 100 first class either, are you?
Yeah, I think I'm close, 90 something. I'm not exactly sure.
At the moment, Gloucestershire's field positioning is helping them, or forcing Notts to play into spaces where they can't pierce the field. A little bit at the outset. I know we're now beyond the power play, but initially they were finding the gaps, and then there's become a little bit of a period where they've been hitting the fielder, and that's good from a Gloucestershire point of view. Right, past umpire Blackwell. And again, that's
good hands.
Yeah, that's the college square, and always liable to take a bit of a bump in that area. 64 for 2. I'll leave you with a few words from Jack, and Edsy wants going back in.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, Ed. Yeah, good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all the better for cricket back at Cheltenham. And, well, I don't know, I sort of felt like we should keep you and Ian on for the rest of the innings. It seemed to be going rather well, that partnership, with a couple of wickets.
No, I think we've clawed it back really nicely. We're executing what we want to do and picked up a couple of key wickets.
There's a little bit uppish as well. Won't get to the deep square leg boundary. Fairly tight.
Close. Close.
There's an interesting number 4, Hamid, but I suppose he's found his role here. I think the last couple of years for Notts in the One-Day Cup. Somebody who, I suppose from their point of view, a man for the job of rebuilding after a couple of fairly quick wickets. How was Marchant this morning?
Same old Marchant, obviously buzzing to get out of there. I think we can hear him from up here. Look, he's a guy you always want in your team. He's always fighting for the cause and wants to be that person to make a difference. So it's nice to have him out there.
Taking a quick single to him here, just to his right. But in terms of having signed his contract for a couple of matches here, how many? I wonder, has he been chewing people's ear off about getting into a 50-over game or a?
Yeah, look, he's obviously around all the time, and he's always chomping at the bit to play. So, yeah, as I said, it's a really great asset for us to have today. Obviously, with a couple of guys being out at the moment, and yeah, like he played a huge part in our T20 campaign. I think for him to play every single game, get through 13 games was massive, and also bowl really well with that. So, yeah, really happy for him.
Oh, it's another good piece of bowling. There's some turn out there, which we can't really see from here, but I did look at a replay of that stumping. There's a bit of grip.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it was just naturally with the summer we've had. We were expecting it to take a bit of turn, and yeah, Ollie's doing a really fantastic job here, and we've got a couple more spinners to come.
Carved away out into the deep. And also another spinner to come for the end of the season with Sai Kishore joining. I'd imagine he'd be quite pleased if he could see that on this surface with a championship match to play here at Cheltenham.
Absolutely, I think we're really excited to have him. He's he's obviously a world-class spinner, and with the summer we've had, hopefully he can be not only bowl a lot of overs and contain, but also take a lot of wickets. So yeah, he'll be linking up with us soon and be ready for ahead of the 4-day game here. So it's it's going to be exciting, and yeah, we're looking forward to seeing what he can add.
Yeah, and in terms of, I suppose, this vista, have you ever seen it this dry before?
Or maybe a long 10 or 15 years ago, I felt like there was one where I was fielding and it felt like this. But yeah, I mean, the outfield, it's rapid. So I think, we've actually fielded really well in the ring. You've got to just try and stop it or get something on it. And we've done that well so far.
Oh, inside edge. Now continuing a cracking spell.
Yeah, he's, four and a bit really good overs here. I think just the challenge is us. We've been trying to hit our line as well as possible, and then if we get taken from there, we can deal with that. I think in short format cricket, if you give any width, it's what all batters want. So he looks like he's been able to hit a really good line, and they've had to force from pretty straight.
Turn up to mid-on. Ahmed gets there. The encouragement of Marchant de Lange down in front of us. But I suppose in terms of fielding out there, you can see almost everybody's got, apart from Marchant, has got those sleeve protectors on. You probably don't miss quite so much diving around on.
Yeah, it's tough.
Like this.
Yeah, grass burns, it's sore, but Max Waller's come in and he's really hot on our fielding, so he's actually scoring a lot of what we do, and so he can reflect and use that for the off season. So it's a space where we want to get a lot better and improve. So we want to make big strides in that space. So yeah, we all want to be committed, and it's something you can control fielding. So yeah, no, it's been good these last number of games.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the scorecard maybe of yesterday.
Yeah, I did. It was fantastic win for the girls. 320 played 310 or something like that, and so we sort of knew what we were expecting coming into today, that it's probably going to be high scoring. But yeah, look, I think winning the toss and bowling at 70 for 2 off nearly 17 overs, we're pretty content with that. But we know the next 20-ish overs until that 40th over are massive, and we have to find ways of taking wickets to be able to stem the flow of runs.
Particularly, I guess, fielding and running between the wickets has been, I suppose, something that has been a massive emphasis for the women's team, and certainly came to the fore yesterday to start off this festival in a really positive fashion. And today, of course, I'm going to be wearing your special pink shirt today. It is a great piece of kit. I'm not sure that there'll be any left by the time I get there.
No, I don't think so. I mean, they've done a fantastic, effort in designing the shirt. It looks amazing, and obviously it's a really, special cause to all of us associated with the club.
Oh, he's bowled him. I think to start with, Martindale thought he might have bottom edged that down to the boundary, but it's got underneath him. Rao's got a second, and Gloucestershire have a third.
Great breakthrough at that stage. I think Martindale looks pretty well set. He's played some nice shots and would have been looking to kick on, and actually to create something there. It's new batter's going to have to start now, and hopefully we can put them under some real pressure.
We will shortly get a look in terms of exactly where that hit the stumps, if my laptop will actually play ball. Yeah, just the very outside of off stump, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think he was quite expecting that, and it looked like it was through him a little bit before he was ready. So, yeah, brilliant. Important to get Verena in now. I think he's a good player and quite crucial to them. This is actually a massive partnership for both sides. So we're going to need to break that, pretty soon.
Yeah, two of the international cricketers in Nottinghamshire's lineup. They're two international batters together. And Kyle Verena, the South African keeper bat, who's been a massive part of South Africa's international side recently. I think since the early retirement of Quinton de Kock, South Africa were desperate for a keeper batter, and Verena's been that for them. At the winning runs in their World Test Championship final win last year, and also hit the runs that secured Nottinghamshire the county championship title last year. So we had quite the summer, and back for more this year. That was an interesting one in terms of when the stumps are in so hard into really hard ground, and it just brushes the outside of it. There was a wicket in one of the women's matches actually not so long ago. I think it was there rather than in one of your matches where that happened, and it was only the leg bail that came off.
Yeah, I think the ground's rock hard, so I don't know if that's got something to do with it, but the stumps. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see too many stumps cartwheeling today.
No. Right, this is a big moment as Alfie Johnson is going to come into the attack. He's got two good batters to bowl at, but at the same time, it's a fresh partnership.
Yeah, I think it's actually a really nice option now to bring Alfie into the attack. Obviously, two wickets in relatively quick succession. So Ollie's done a nice job, bowl 4 overs. It breaks his spell up, and Alfie can hopefully get into his work and hit a decent area.
19 years of age, played cricket for Wiltshire. Oh,
nice start.
It's a great start. And you just get yourself moving as well. Ollie Price, 4 overs, 1 for 15 his spell. Rao, 5 overs, 2 for 13. Should have seen a fair amount of Alfie Johnson bowl. Obviously, he's got some height.
Yeah, look, he's got height, he's got levers, he's got big hands, and he gives it a good rip. So he's performed well in the second team this year, and yeah, it's obviously great for him to earn the right to get his opportunity.
That's a wonderful shot from Hamid. There's much wrong with that ball.
Exactly, nice shot there, good player. So we're going to have to be bang on it and just keep doing what we've done for the last sort of 7 or 8 overs, and just keep trying to bowl as many balls, both seam and spin, at the top of off stump.
I believe he's played his club cricket for Corsham.
Yep, yeah, he plays for Corsham. I think he often bats pretty high up the order there and bowls his overs. I think he's done well in that sense, so he can hold the bat as well. But yeah, off spin being his primary skill and what he's in this team for. So yeah, nice start.
Verena underway. Of course, still to see Ed Middleton, who bowled beautifully at Old Trafford.
Yep, no, Ed bowled really well there on a used pitch and used his height and his variations. I think, you know, I'd imagine he'll follow Rowie this side, look to try and spin the ball down the slope. You know, Rowe might hold there. He's bowled 5, or he could, you know, Brace might think to push him one more to try and get another wicket, which he is doing now by the looks of it, which I think is a nice option. So, yeah, look, if we can get one more now, 80 for 4 is a great position to be in.
Yeah, definitely in agreement. I think it's great to see Rowe having a 6th, but lots of options in this bowling attack. And of course, Tommy Bourman was pressed into action a couple of days ago as well.
Yeah, look, Tommy works on his bowling. He bowls a bit in club cricket as well. And yeah, obviously when I wasn't able to bowl myself the other day, we sort of only had 5 out-and-out options. So him as a 6th is always handy. And, you know, I just think any young batter these days, with sort of where the game is at, needs to have a second skill, whether that's bowl a few overs or be able to keep. I just think that's the way the game's moving. And, you know, I look back over my career myself, like you know, if you can play a part with both, it gives you a better chance of playing. And so yeah, I'm sort of encouraging all our younger batters to try and add a second skill, and that doesn't have to be for now. That could be, you know, for 3 years' time. But I think it's important and can benefit the team and the individual.
I did see, maybe more so a couple of years ago, Joe Phillips doing some off spin, was it?
Yeah, he also bowls. He's had a couple of shoulder issues, but yeah, he still bowls when he can, and yeah, and it's the same thing for him. It's you know, he's not going to be the finished article right now, but you know, he can in 3 years' time he be a 6th bowling option in whatever format, and it, you know, those things are only going to help the team.
I've never actually got a chance to chat to you about this, so this will be a time for it maybe, in terms of your journey into leg spin and how that was and how that came about and how you found it.
Yeah, I think look, obviously being an all-rounder at the very early start of my career as well, and then sort of having that taken away, if you like, when I got banned over various different years, I sort of had a year or two where I really struggled to. I sort of felt I had to try and bat in a different way. Like I'd had my success scoring hundreds, batting at sort of 6 and 7, playing, you know, trying to put the pressure on the bowlers and all of that. And then I got moved up to 5 one year in the championship and felt like I had to bat like a 5, and it didn't work. And I sort of struggled for a couple of years actually with that. And, you know, Richard Dawson sort of said, like, half jokingly, can you bowl leg spin? Because you can't throw a leg spinner basically. And then, and yeah, it was just that in the infant stages, it was playing around with it, and then it was something actually that felt like it was coming out okay. And it, you know, it's one thing bowling in the nets and bowling at a mitt. It's another thing being able to bowl in a game. So I guess it was always my sort of ambition to, you know, can I get back to being a all-rounder and compete? And initially, it was just to can I offer some overs in white ball cricket? And you know, I guess I'm probably like 7 years into that journey now. I'm still not where I want to be, but I felt like I've got to a point where I can be a bowling option.
The numbers rather prove that.
And that's sort of always what I wanted to be, because I felt like, you know, that's probably hurt me, you know, with my ambitions playing more franchise cricket. In the position that I bat, you generally need to be able to keep or bowl, or be the world's best at that batting role. So yeah, like that's always, for me, it was just always being able to compete and not just compete for the sake of bowling. It was actually, can I make a difference and offer something up a little bit different? And yeah, I've got to that point, but yeah, there's definitely more to go, and I want to keep improving and developing that area.
Maiden over from Rowe. You're pushing for a 7th.
I think
you'd love to, wouldn't you? But,
but I just think the nature of the day, and he's going to have to come back for a spell. I think I'll probably hold it there. I think it's a nice chance to. You've got probably 2 options. It's either Middleton in now, or maybe even De Lange for a couple, to try and break this partnership.
Chase around the boundary for Ahmed, but Verreynne's found a narrow space on that offside. He is, as most keepers are, an absolutely prolific cutter of the ball. And found some space well in front of square with that cut shot. It's so fast. Outfield just carries it away. Again, Ahmed round that boundary. A good pickup. Short throw, so just a single. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 13 for Aman Rao in that spell. No, I was just, I mean, back to leg spin. I know you have to skedaddle in a moment or two, but it's something that I know I obviously failed at, and I bowled leg spin since I was about, I don't know, at least like 9, 10, something like that. I think it's awful for somebody like me that you've obviously got miles further than I did in that space of time. But it's amazing to me that it's possible to sort of, I guess, transfer into that.
Yeah, I guess it was more like, because I think cricket's still quite conventional, and I sort of like, people like, well, not many people go from off spin to leg spin. Like, there's only a couple, like Liam Livingstone, I know, does it. And I was like, well, actually, why can't I do that sort of thing? Like, I'm not happy just to settle where I was at. And obviously, it gave me a better chance of, trying to achieve what I want in the game, I guess, being able to bowl again. So for me, it was just, where can I get to? Like, it's always a work in progress. You never master it. And I still, want to keep improving in that space.
So who helped you along that?
Richard Dawson, a lot at the start. Obviously, he was still at the club. He was a huge impact with both off spin and leg spin. And then essentially it was sort of got to the point where I had, like, I guess if the technical things, if you like, what I was trying to work on. But then it was just getting exposure to matches. Like, I don't think you can bowl and practice things as much as you like in the nets, but actually until you then go, when you've got to bowl at a batter with a field, with pressure on, whether that's in club cricket overseas in Australia, first team cricket, second team cricket, there's still pressure. It's just a different type, and you have to go out there and be able to land the ball in the right area. And I found it hard. Like, my first ball for, I think, the first team was against Australia A, and it was a head high full toss to Mitch Marsh that he pulled for 6. And it took a long time to get over that feeling of, like, actually letting go of the ball. And now I've actually got to the space where I don't actually worry about bowling a head high full toss, and I'm now more trying to think, how am I trying to get the batter out? So it's been a work in progress and a lot of work, and still more to come, I guess.
And as a nice segue, here's Ed Middleton to bowl some leg spin. I suppose the only, I will have to let you go, say in a moment, but Mitch Marsh, I was watching him in person the other day. It's fair to say there were some balls that were nowhere near head-high full tosses that he was smashing out the ground anyway. What a sight he is.
When he's going, there's not many better to watch in T20, to be honest. I mean, he hits the ball any which way and miles. So, yeah, he's a challenge for any bowler on any surface at the moment.
Verreynne to take strike against Middleton for the first time. Jack, thanks very much for coming up. I think I may have kept you just past our marker, but I gather you'll be back in the second innings.
No trouble at all. Love coming on and talking the game, and happy to come on in the second innings, and hopefully we're chasing something what we feel is under par.
Thanks very much indeed, Jack. So we will see you later. Jack Taylor, Gloucestershire white ball skipper. So as there's going to be a couple of runs here, and Randall will rejoin me.
3 wickets while he was on.
Well, I was feeling a bit of the pressure to pick one up myself, as it were, given that you'd been quite a successful bowling partnership, as it were.
The constant chunter you can hear from downstairs is Marshall DeLonger. He's fielding in front of the member stand. Encouragement, literally ball by ball encouragement, isn't it, for the bowler? Middleton, quite a short run. He's got Bancroft in at short extra. It was interesting to hear in Middleton's first over, Jacko talking about Aman Rao and the fact that the stock ball is the one that goes into the right-hander. But that was an excellent spell from him. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 13 on a small ground against a strong Notts batting lineup. And we got 2 relatively inexperienced spinners on here, and here's Alfie Johnson.
I've been informed by a certain other product of Corsham Cricket Club who plays for Gloucestershire but not on the men's side.
So my guess would be that might be Melissa Story.
Indeed. I was informed that Alfie Johnson actually had a big day yesterday playing in club cricket. Finished off their game against Burbage and Eastern Royal. Great piece of fielding again off his own bowling, which I believe is the club that the Trigos play for. Dexter, of course, on Gloucestershire's academy books. Nice little late dab, and it's going to be a long chase for DeLanger, which I don't think he's going to win. The ball just does not slow down. Normally, you'd be thinking there was a chance to stop that, but not on this.
I think Marshall soon appreciated that he wasn't. He was slowing down.
Well, I don't think it would have mattered anyway. I'm not sure anybody be catching that. It just runs particularly rapidly in that part of the ground. Johnson round the wicket. Stopped by Rao at short fine. Yeah, gather some late heroics with the bat from Alfie Johnson yesterday. 55-run partnership from 25 balls he was part of. So just 5 runs off Alfie Johnson's third over. 95 for 3. Yes, I'm also informed that both Melissa Story's dad and Alfie Johnson's dad used to coach together at Corsham Cricket Club.
There you go. Some running repairs to a bat here. Sam Wood's come out with some tape by the looks of it. Maybe to go right onto the toe. They didn't want to change a bat for whatever reason. But Notts 87 for 3 after 20 overs gives you kind of a benchmark of where Gloucestershire might be when we get to them chasing. It's interesting that Jack said 320. Anything below 320, he said, would all be kind of shy of par. So there is quite a lot resting on this pair, albeit Notts have still got Lyndon James, Sam Sisharan, Farhan Ahmed. Brett Hutton's not the worst bat. They've still got a bit to come, but this feels like an important stand for them. Hamid's had some tape put around the bottom of that bat. one he clearly likes. And gloves and drinks administered at the same time. Plenty of pink in the crowd today, for obvious reasons, for the support of MND. And here is Middleton from the College Chapel end. We'll remind you of the 3 Notts wickets to 4 so far. Stress so far because there's a long way to go yet. Middleton past umpire Blackwell. Hamid straight to Bancroft. He's got 3 saving 1 on the offside. He's got a long on out. He's got a deep mid wicket. And now a change actually with Ollie Price coming out to strengthen that offside even further. So he's got a short straight extra cover and then a slightly squarer cover and a backward point on the fence. As a consequence, Hamid works that to deep square with this work for Daz Ahmed, and they'll just take 1.
As Jack Taylor mentioned, it was a used pitch at Old Trafford a couple of days ago. It wasn't masses of turn, but Middleton just bowled very straight.
That's too short, and that's clubbed away for 4.
I don't think he bowled a single one of those, actually.
And that was a... It hasn't really... It's probably been the first Notts 100 up his 23rd over. I was going to say that's probably the first rank bad ball that's been bowled today. The first one that's really deserved to be climbed into. Verena didn't hesitate. And follows it up with a clip drive up to long on.
I suppose as we talk about quite a bit more with Gloucestershire's slightly diminutive South African, that you have to be so strong off the back foot growing up in South Africa and playing cricket on those pitches.
Steered away by Hamid. Oh, it's gone for 4. It shouldn't have done, but there was a horrible spin there. I think that's Tommy Borman out on the boundary at backward point. Went towards the ball and it span past his hands off his boot and over the rope.
I did say it almost right at the start. It is almost inevitable.
Somewhere it's going to happen.
Yeah, and you still hope that it doesn't, of course, but at some point there's treachery out there. In many respects, you put together that combination of spin, almost smoothness of the outfield, where it kind of skids and slides a bit, and on top of that, maybe a little bit of uneven bounce. But as I say, it is totally understandable why that is the case.
Johnson 3 overs for 20, but removed from the attack.
DeLange back for a second spell. he's taking on almost the role of comic hero today. He's not the comedy villain that he sometimes can be when opposition crowds start to get into some of the histrionics, but today he's very much the comic hero, and he's getting some laughs from the crowd. Some of the activity in and around not only his bowling but fielding and encouragement of others.
And you wouldn't hear that at Bristol, would you? Because sometimes the boundaries are, or can be, quite a long way in on one side. So depending on where he's fielding, it wouldn't always necessarily be audible.
Cry of catch it as the ball goes straight into the ground.
Oh, optimistic.
Ever the optimist, yeah. No, but it's fantastic. You need So often said, but these characters in the game are so needed. Hammered away for 4. It's the second time that DeLange has just dropped it a little bit short, and it doesn't seem as though there is any mileage for bowling short on this surface. Yesterday was the same. There's not steepling bounce, and it just seems to sit up.
It used to be, it was a former groundsman here.
Oh, it's another gorgeous shot from Hasib Hamid. Time just a bit over pitched, the potential overcompensation. Hamid seemed to be perfectly ready for that one.
Yeah, Jeff Swift, who preceded Christian Bain at the college grounds, and used to refer to it as tennis ball bounce sometimes.
Nice delivery, but neatly played by Hamid, and Rao has to be quick round that boundary.
It's a good stop. Very nearly had his feet the wrong side of the rope, but
just let go of it. Yeah. So 10 runs off the last 3 balls in that over, and as these two could do, we've now got a completely different bowling partnership from the one that was really tying Nottinghamshire down. But this is the sort of partnership where you've got 2 cricketers out there who probably take the attitude of, right, I don't care what the situation is, I'm good enough that I'm just going to bat.
Yeah, they've added 44 already, these two. Moreno waits for Middleton. And they can just tick along very happily, these two. The first wicket to go when the score was at 52. Ollie Price removing Freddie McCann with the assistance of a stumping of James Bracey for 21. Tie up to here. It's a straight 6 off the second ball he faced. And then was LBW to Aman Rao, trapped in the crease for 7. And then Rao bowled Ben Martindale with a ball that may have hit the outside of the off stump on the full. It was certainly an attempted Yorker, but right at the bottom of the off stump. Martindale made 38, 72 for 3 at that point, and these two have proceeded pretty serenely since. Hamid waits for Middleton. Same position. Up to long off where Joseph Eklund is the fielder. Hamid's got 9,000 first-class runs at 38, give or take.
He had an astonishing year last year, didn't he?
Tossed right up by Middleton this time. Rainer can't get it away. So if Jack Taylor's numbers are about right, Notts have got a score at about 8 and over in the second half of the innings.
Did he say a number to you? I was.
Yeah, it's a 320 minimum, he said. He thought. That's what he'd be wanting. And here we are at halfway with Notts at 120 for 3, but with very much with power to add, particularly with these two.
Yeah, you do feel that a lot for Nottinghamshire in terms of getting to either that score or whatever score they might have been thinking about depends on one of these two at least going on to get a really big one. Oh, he's rushed him a bit there as De Lange, but maybe also not quite bouncing as much as Hamid thought. It looked as though he pulled over the top of that. Does have two fielders deep on the onside. Forward square and long leg. And off the bat from Hamid, who's always extremely studious about the way that he faces up. Really extra care all the time, getting those feet in the right position. Drill back to De Lange. That made a slightly disturbing noise back into Marchant De Lange's hand. That was the noise of ball on bone.
Well, if you weren't with us right at the start of Jack Taylor's time with us, he said his hand became very inflamed very quickly on Friday when he got hit. That's why he's got a like a half, it's not a cast exactly, it's almost like a support on his right hand at the moment, why he's not playing today. I would think probably Tuesday might be too soon as well.
It still managed to hit a one-handed six, taking that hand off the bat. First run off the over. Down to Aman Rao.
Yes, the list of bowlers not in the Gloucestershire side today. So David Payne obviously not eligible, it's strictly speaking, under his contractual terms to play in this competition. That doesn't stop Marchant playing.
Excellent over from De Lange. Interesting to see whether he will go another as well, which would mean 3 overs left for a potential death spell maybe. You'd guess Gloucestershire would want De Lange to bowl at the death.
But no Matt Taylor, no Craig Miles, no Will Williams, no Luke Charlesworth. You know, Graham Van Buren, you would have thought would have been cast iron certainty to have bowled as well. That's quite a lot of senior overs missing. But that is what this competition is seen as. Middleton continuing to wheel away from the college lawn end, and one more to the partnership, which takes it to 50. Hamid, the dominant partner.
Looked as if it was going to be well over a run of ball, and then that previous over from De Lange.
And all those 50 runs off the bat as well.
Yeah, they haven't bowled a wide yet. Gloucestershire, no wides, no balls, just one leg by.
And for all your concern that it might be difficult for James Bracey keeping here,
His bowlers have made it very easy. He's
Yeah.
not had to do much, has he?
so far for sure.
Had a bit of stumping work to do, but they bowled very straight, so he's mostly just been taking throws.
Notts captain Hasib Hamid waits for Middleton. And that's driven. Now, was that into the ground first? It's bounced over the head as he gets up of Ollie Price. It's gone away for 4 anyway.
I think it was on the full. Don't think it bounced. Certainly, even if you don't slow it down, judging by the Gloucestershire reactions, would have been a ball that would have been a catch.
And now a sweep straight to Aman Rao. Oh, stop this. Still, Price is limbering up again. That short extra. So he's got a short extra and a straight wide mid off, really. Ed Middleton, as well as having a long off and a long on out. So trying to force him perhaps to play the sweep, but that's a good length ball he's forced to defend.
That's the good thing about this attack configuration, is that you don't sort of have to have 10 overs from De Lange. You don't have to have 10 overs from the debutant Johnson. Of course, it'd be ideal from Bracey and Gloucestershire's point of view if they did, but there are those extra options. There are 6 main ones, and then potentially some overs from elsewhere as well.
Good stop from the diving Joe Phillips. And the bowlers at the moment are getting, in the main, good support from the field. Been just 1 or 2, but I think Borman had 1 fumble on the rope that cost a boundary. But that's really been the only glaring one. A couple of half fumbles, but not a great deal. Middleton's bowled 4 overs for 23. And De Lange, having had an expensive over, has been
Bowling and returning from the college lawn end,
replaced by Ollie Price. 27 gone, 23 to go.
Sponsored by the waiting game.
He had hit 1 over for 11 and the next over for 1, De Lange. But yeah, Ollie Price, who kind of started this stranglehold off when he came into the attack and bowled in partnership with Rao. 1 for 15, got that first wicket of McCann. But does have 2 right-handers to bowl. It doesn't mind that too much, coming round the wicket. Quick on his feet for Rayner. He's the type of player that can cut a ball off about lower shin height off middle stump, and that the type of player that has that eye that doesn't miss those deliveries. You play the kind of shot where if others attempted that, there would be some flying bails, I suspect.
Well, there's one fellow countryman in the Gloucestershire side who you would hope to say he did that reliably.
A little bit short, and that's been whacked away for 4 by Verena. I say whacked, I mean it was hit hard, but it was a very controlled pull. Far more about finding the gap than anything else. Wasn't going to allow anybody the opportunity to take a catch there. Got on top of it.
That's past mid on, it's 4, isn't it?
It's probably the length. It's the length that Price was consistently hitting in his first 4 overs. Got that purchase from and dragged McCann's foot up.
They're just prepared to tick along and punish the bad ball here, aren't they? Notts, it seems.
Yeah, probably got to bat that way for a while, and they have been scoring at close to a run a ball just batting this way anyway, so they could continue that on for a few more overs. That's probably the way to go.
There aren't
And it's actually,
Go on.
sorry, I was just going to say, it's actually what we saw yesterday, really. It was, most of the wickets came when batters tried to really smash the ball to smithereens, when it was only a case of just ticking along, timing the ball into spaces, not hitting it in the air. That was actually what was the most successful and saw rates of 6s and 7s.
The only 6 we've seen from Taib Tahir. Straight down the ground. Second ball he faced.
Can I just say, typical written journalists, The lunch has barely been sitting there for about 5 minutes next to us, and the written journos are already straight in there, whilst we, of course, can't eat our lunch because we're on air.
Rao back into the attack in place of Ed Middleton. Trying to hurry Hamid, which does a little, but he's steered in the end quite comfortably down to third man for 1.
I think you better get your lunch choice in quickly, Ian. There might only be spicy chili left.
I had plans, Edward. Do you want to go and get yours?
I might go make my selection, yes.
Rao. Smooth approach, and he's cut out to deep point for a single. No fumble this time. That one where the ball literally seemed to spin past him and over the rope was the only real moment where Gloucestershire have come up short in the field. Nothing's been put down. Rao. That's played pleasantly again. But no run to Hasib Hamid. That's gone for the chicken and bacon.
I can't believe you turned down my offer of the Doritos chili heat wave.
Again, steered pleasantly into the gap. That's why the gap is there in a way. We're quite happy for Notts to take singles out to Tommy Borman. But singles just keep the scoreboard at least in check at the moment.
There was beef and horseradish actually in terms of a sandwich there.
Mm.
That horseradish heat's a bit strong as well. Or it's a little bit different type of heat, isn't it?
Right, with Chapel behind him. Oh, gets an under edge. Does Verena. They're going to get 2 down to Ed Middleton. Not quite sure he knew where that had gone. Again, this might be just maybe a couple of overs to try and break this partnership up and then keep 2 up. A sleeve for later.
I suppose that's a classic example of strength being almost the undoing there for Rayner.
Brown forces a little chop into the gully. Field of Bancroft.
Sometimes he can bat actually quite like Van Buren in terms of staying quite a long way leg side of the ball and then just relying on hands, and it just misread the length of it. Almost a third wicket for Aman Rao.
So James Bracey's got some juggling to do here with his bowlers, particularly with this partnership very much set now.
It's a lot depends on who, other than you would think Dalanger, he wants to finish the innings off with, because if he bowls Rao for too much longer, Ahmed will be the only seamer he's got left. Oh, he's almost cut that into Bracey's gloves, Hamid. It's a shot that I think Price is relatively happy for him to take on with this angle across him. There's a bit of extra bounce from Price, but ridden well.
I wonder if he thinks that Middleton and Johnson may share the overs of the 5th bowler. This is Ollie Price's 6th over at the moment.
Knocked away into space on the leg side. It's a long chase for Borman, so there will be 2.
I just added that point. Middleton and Johnson have bowled 7 overs at the moment between them. So yes, Ahmed is the one who they've not used since the opening power play at the minute.
And he hasn't always bowled his 10, has he? might have to today. You may also have to bowl at the end of the innings, and
I think he bowled at the end, certainly towards the end against Kent.
yes,
But
it was different, wasn't it? Because
Yeah.
they had already broken the back of the Kent lineup by then.
Yeah, I think
Whilst they're happy with this run rate being under 5s, it doesn't look as though at the moment, unless there's a real flurry, Nottinghamshire are going to be in the same danger of being bowled out within the 50. So it may be that there will be some extra pressure on whoever does bowl at the end. They have bowled spin at the death before, but Jack Taylor's somebody that is happy to take on that responsibility himself. Graham van Buren is often used at the death because he can land those Yorkers, and neither of those options are present. So which spinner would bowl at the death if they go there? Bancroft wouldn't have prevented the single anyway. So 6 overs done from Price. Again, just working things around, scoring at 5s lately, the Outlaws.
busy day today, of course, with almost a full round of games. The last set of matches is on Tuesday. Gloucestershire here against Northants. Notts have to go to play Surrey away in their last game. Surrey have already played 7. So this is Notts' 7th game.
It's good news from a Nottinghamshire perspective, as Leicestershire are in a bit of a pickle against Kent at 101 for 4 in the 28th over. It's a bit of a recovery, actually. They were 57 for 4 in the 16th over.
Right to continue. That's pleasantly driven, and that's very well timed from Moreno. It's made a nice sound off his bat, and it's raced away up to long off for 4.
That's the innings 150 in the 31st over.
He was down the pitch when he played it, but the temptation with coming down the pitch is that you then go hard at the ball on top of that. But he still waited for that to come to him, even though his movement was going forward.
This is the challenge for Rao, the bigger challenge. Comes back with a good length ball. Rao has to defend.
Somerset going fairly slowly at Northampton with a score 96 for 3 at the halfway stage of Somerset's innings. So again, it's a result that Nottinghamshire would fancy more than the other way if Northamptonshire were to win that.
Rao again, who busies himself straight away by getting off for the single. And at Rugby School, Lancashire are 2 down against Warwickshire, 126 for 2. And as Gloucestershire found out, you get 270 there. That's not necessarily a winning score.
No.
We need more than that.
Fairly well set with Bohannon on 58, Marcus Harris 26.
So Hurst and Jennings gone, presumably.
Indeed.
Down the leg side this time, and that will be 4. You won't be cut off by the chasing figure of Ed Middleton.
50 for
Hasib Hamid
64 balls, 74.
reaches his 50. 7 boundaries in that. And 1 or 2 very nice straight drives in particular.
Yeah, it's been a very composed innings from Hamid. He wouldn't have known the position that his runs would have been made in.
To the ground this time. Stop Barley Price. So Rao doesn't have a man out straight. He's got both a wide, long leg and a third man. But part of the reason that Notts haven't been able to really get away is that Rowe's first spell, 2 for 13, and Alfie Johnson tries to effect a run out at the non-striker's end, but he bounced it's Eklund actually, bounced the ball into the ground in front of the stumps and it bounced over. That was a tight single.
That's the danger, isn't it? You just don't know exactly where it's going to bounce, even if it's online. I don't know if it was quite online either, but...
You're not tempted to go underarm from there? Was he too far out to go?
Probably needed the power, but whether you've almost got to try and flight it so that you hit the stumps on the full, or it has to pitch so close to the stumps that the unevenness of bounce might not matter. But it is a tricky one in terms of those run-outs, and it very occasionally, but it has almost looked the most likely way that Gloucestershire might break this partnership, because it is so well set and two players who can go very big. It's 84 of 84, this partnership. Yesterday, the two innings were totally dominated by a couple of gigantic partnerships. 150, I forget how many exactly, over 150 from the Gloucestershire point of view, and then 199 from Sussex. It's an example of where Hamid really has tried to force the pace. Just hasn't really quite worked. Langer still feeling that a wicket might be taken off every ball, even if it's played out of the middle of the bat.
Verena in this competition, 68 not out in the win over Warwickshire, 61 in the defeat to Lancashire, and 71 in the defeat against Kent. So yet another significant contribution from them today. And he's still there with power to add.
A ton and a 50 from Martindale in the competition. Freddie McCann has a couple of sizable contributions as well. 91 at Chesterfield against Northamptonshire in the last match. But 70 and 62 in the first two matches of Nottinghamshire's campaign, so no real secret as to why they are in second place in the table. And I suppose, were they to win this, even if Leicestershire were to win today, with Leicestershire having then played out, Nottinghamshire would know potentially what they would have to do, certainly to better Leicestershire's net run rate in the last game. But it is a steep task, that, for Nottinghamshire, but they've got 2 games to try and make it up, whereas Leicestershire have only got the 1 game today, and at 106 for 5 in the 30th over, not only is it a bit of an if in terms of whether they would win that match, but it doesn't look like the sort of game where your net run rate will be going up or even staying level.
So Rowe, having been brought back really to try and break this partnership, is now being held with 2 overs left, and Ed Middleton is back. Rowe's taken 2 for 28 in 8 overs. Hamid. And a cry of catch once again from Langer, even though the ball barely left the ground as it was driven up to Joe Phillips at long on. Thallinger at deep mid-wicket for Verena, but the ball goes the other way. Nasty bounce for Eklund, but did a decent job. Get his throw back in quickly, so 2 singles so far.
1 or 2 poles. The call. Of course, they're always poles with Thallinger, not wickets.
Nice part that short. That's gone past Ahmed. I think just for a split second, one or two of the members thought that might be catchable, but it was too straight. It was to his left, and it goes up to Phillips again at long on.
Palkies in Afrikaans, I think. Wickets, which I assume translates to poles.
Middleton, oh, it's a full toss, ball stopped off his own bowling. Verena might well feel he missed out there. Ahmed limbering up. Yeah, he's been the most likely used so far, so that's, you've got to think there might be a return for him.
There might need to be a couple of spells.
One more to Verena. Tahir is still the only batter to hit a 6 in the innings so far.
Well, he's almost the only batter to try, actually, which is again sort of goes back to the method on the surface.
Well, not to have worked out what the method is, and that is to get themselves into a position where they can effectively bat in T20 format maybe for the last 10 overs.
Yes, in fact, Tahir's stay was so short and sweet that I didn't get to mention that Nottinghamshire plucked him out of playing cricket in the Lincolnshire Premier League, where he was playing for Woodhall Spa Cricket Club, which is a lovely spot.
Well, where's that near?
It's very near where I went to school, being in Woodhall Spa.
Okay, for those who don't know where Woodhall Spa is, where is it near?
So Woodhall Spa is, I think you probably, if you stuck a dot in the middle of Lincolnshire, that's probably roughly where Woodhall Spa is. It's,
right.
I don't know, what would it be, about half an hour, 40 minutes from Lincoln. Same sort of distance to the coast.
Right.
Not really either north or south of the county. It's slap bang in the middle, old RAF base at Woodhall.
Marshall Delago just swapping places in the field with Ollie Price. So this is Daz Ahmed back into the attack.
Really stepped into that one. Hamid. Price now posted out on that deep cover boundary. Jubilee Park, they play it, and it is, in terms of a place to bat, I think it might rival the standard of pitches that are prepared at Woodhall would be right up there with any that would be prepared anywhere in the country. They are pristine surfaces. And as that one might have caught a little bit of a hand of short extra cover, Phillips able to back it up.
Bracey now standing up to Ahmed. So he's mentioned that he might have done this maybe in the power play, but definitely now.
Yeah. But yeah, Tahir certainly seemed to enjoy batting there from the numbers that I saw in terms of an average. I think somewhere in the 70s or 80s. Yeah, part of that little flurry of wickets. Nottinghamshire losing 3 for 20 in just under 6 overs. But since then, the 2 test batters are displaying their wares. Oh, that was not far off Ahmed in his follow through, and again was on the full. The partnership just ticking its way up towards 3 figures, dot balls have been kept to a relative minimum in recent overs. In a way, with the quality of these two, you're occasionally going to find the boundary without even trying. Protection in the form of Rao, deep third. So again, an over of singles. There've not been an enormous number of boundaries of late. One ball away from 3 consecutive overs without a boundary, but change of field as Rao comes up and long off goes back. And it will be a complete set of singles. There's Joe Phillips down at long off, so 170 for 3. Hard to know who you'd be happier being at the moment. You're not so going to have to go at 10s to get over Jack Taylor's mark of 320, which is certainly not impossible that they could go at 10s, but equally they're still in a position at 3 down, where if a couple of wickets were to go quickly and you're suddenly 5 down, then you really do have to have another bit of spell of consolidation, and 10 and over is probably out the window. But at the same time, they're 3 down and have these two in the middle.
Well, Drink's taken 34 overs, as is normally the case. And of course, obviously at this point, Gloucestershire have to decide which ball they're going to use, which of the 2 balls we've used thus far in the innings we're going to use for the remaining 16 overs. These two have added 98 together. 72 for 3 when Verena came out to the middle. And they have not offered a chance in this partnership. So Martindale bowled Rao 38, McCann stump, Bracey bowled Price 21, and Tayyab Tahir, LBW Rao 7. The wickets to fall. And Gloucestershire, DeLanger 6 overs for 31, Ahmed 5 overs for 30, Rao 8 overs 2 for 28, Price 7 overs 1 for 32, and then Johnson and Middleton. Johnson 3 overs for 20, Middleton 5 overs for 28. So it might be possible that they've got to find a minimum of 2 overs from that pair. Maybe 1 or 2 more if there's some punishment being handed out elsewhere. Mark Thorburns just having a chat with some of the Gloucestershire players. Umpires don't look too concerned about the over rate, and with spin prevalent so far, that wouldn't be a surprise.
It's tough for Johnson because only 3 overs so far on debut, but the problem is they got the left-handers out at the top, and so he's had to bowl only at the right-handers and these 2 right-handers who are both very adept players of spin. So Bracey might feel that unless he's quite exhausted options, or unless a particular situation really presents itself, he might not want to bowl Johnson, or certainly reluctant to do so, whilst these 2 are still in the middle.
No, that's a very fair point.
I'm sure he'll still be itching to get back into the attack, but
I'm sure
at the
he
same
will
time,
be.
It's just where it's best to deploy your young spinner. It's such a tricky balance, isn't it, between backing them and giving them the overs and the backing, but at the same time making sure that confidence isn't knocked by a couple of highly experienced players.
It's a mini huddle taking place downstairs. James Bracey just having a word.
Looks like DeLanger's doing most of the talking. At least now, anyway.
North of 300 still on for Notts, no question. You'd say at this point.
Yeah, I think they'd be quite disappointed if they didn't go at 8s from this position.
So Middleton is to bowl after the drinks break. So they might try and can they burgle a couple of overs, a couple of inexpensive overs here after the resumption.
That was a direct hit on the Wasp, by the way, not the winning score predictor.
Middleton in, and there won't be a single there. Sharp work from Ollie Price.
Out in force today with all the various food outlets and tasty leftovers around. And they gave it something to think about. It was heads rather than tails, thankfully.
Good. Chopped away by Verena. There's a chase for Borman, and it's beaten him. It's gone to the boundary at backward point for 4. That's a profitable area for Verena. And the century stand between these two is brought up. All the runs off the bat. Verena has made 46 of them. That's Middleton's response. Goes down to try and stop a punch drive down the ground too. Long off. Eklund is out there in front of the main alcoholic beverage marquee. Unless you're a member. Actually, even if you are a member, I think that's probably your main point of refreshment on the ground.
Speaking of tosses or heads and tails, did you deliver your
I didn't.
stats
No.
on, or
I
stats on
I think we just mentioned it in passing, but I'm sure that it's worth repeating. And forces Verena back into his crease. Can't get that away. It's a long sequence, isn't it, today? It continues a long sequence. Middleton doesn't take a very long run. And Verena will take another single. Now, this is the 7th match, obviously, for Gloucestershire in this competition. They have won the toss in all 7 games. They also won the toss in the last match of last season. So that's 8 in a row in this format. And he who compiles the stats for Gloucestershire, certainly he's the person outside the club that people go to. Adrian Thomas says he can't find an 8 anywhere else. In time available, he cannot find an 8 anywhere else.
Yeah, and it's also 8 consecutive matches where
this season
Gloucestershire have won the toss, with the 7 in this format plus winning the toss in the T20 quarter-final at Northampton. Remarkable run. I haven't yet done the calculation of what the odds against that are, but something pretty high. Here's Ahmed.
Now, I think Adrian said that it would be 256 to 1.
Right.
Now, he's a man of numbers, and therefore I would take his word on that. It must be a computed multiple, mustn't it? I wouldn't begin to understand how you work that out.
Right, it's your probability tree, isn't it?
Oh.
You have to keep following through the half chance 8 times. It's lovely, whatever it is, key stage 4 maths or something like that. I do have some other numbers for you, though. Apparently, Len Hutton was the worst tosser in history. It's very finely played by Hamid, and Rao's going to give up the chase. So speedy there, gets over those practice pitches and the college square. And it just seems to be especially fast in the area just past that and onto the boundary. Really did watch that one late, and it was the deftest of touches. Now a forcing shot, which will bring a single. Len Hutton only won 7 of 23 tosses in Test cricket, which apparently is the worst percentage. Lindsay Hassett, great Australian captain, is the best. He won 75% of the tosses in Test cricket, which I don't think he needed to, with the side he had. Drilled up to mid-off, and Phillips, he was thinking about the chance of making a quick pick up and throw, and that's the... It's so tricky on this outfield. Whilst there are groans and now applause breaking out for the 50 for Kyle Farina. Just come off 48 deliveries and included 5 fours. There's a little bit of a groan there, but it's not easy. Professional cricketers practice their fielding day in, day out, will make mistakes today.
Phillips just kicked the ground in frustration that he'd given a run away.
You would, of course, you still be frustrated as Ahmed getting out of the over with a very slow ball there. But it's that problem of when you have to attack the ball and you're under that pressure from the batters where you've got to make the clean pickup and then throw, and even the slightest taking of your eye off it or thinking about which end you've got to throw to, all the things that you've got to do when you're undertaking a piece of fielding like that. And then all of a sudden, the actual piece of fielding isn't clean.
Now then, this might be the last over needed from Middleton, depending on how it goes. Worked up to Phillips once again at wide mid-on. But these two have run pretty well, haven't they? They've not let Gloucestershire force them into some silly running, if you like. They've spotted the gaps well. They've judged where there are singles and where there are not. There might be 2 here. There's a run round for Borman, and they'll keep them to 1.
I make it, which sounds about right from the number that Mr. Thomas gave, I make it a 0.39% chance of winning 8 consecutive coin flips.
Chopped away by Verena again for 1. Yes, not through it. Getting them, they're manoeuvring themselves, aren't they, into a position where it's a question of where we press the accelerator. Comes back to that lovely Clive Lloyd story about Gary Sobers when he said he was batting with him. And apparently Gary said, "I'll tell you when it's time to go." I can't do Clive's very deep voice, but
no,
I'll tell you, young man, when it's time to go. And he said that gave him so much confidence that that would be the victory. The victory would be secured with the 2 of them together. And I'm sure that Hamid has already worked out, having been out there for probably about half the innings bowled at the moment, what Notts want, and B,
Change your bowling
when
and
the
returning from the
attempt
college
acceleration is
lawn
going to come. And this
Alfie
might
Johnson.
be the point of risk for Gloucestershire here. Alfie Johnson coming back into the attack in place of Daz Ahmed.
Yeah, equally, I think the two batters would be going after a bowler that they've not faced much of, and
Ahmed's
it's an opportunity as
Ahmed's
well.
bowled 2 overs for, well, the last 2 overs have gone for 15, so
It was a terrific over from Middleton last over. I think going for 5s, you're pretty happy. Up to mid-off. Good pick up from Price. That'll be out with a hit by a mile. And that was a real opportunity there for Rayner, who's scoring the quicker of the two. And a big wicket. He did the hard part there, Price. He judged the bounce so well as it bobbled on him. Would have been that sort of moment as well, which just absolutely buoys a fielding side. Like that from Johnson, just not bowling it slow, but just that little bit slower. Rayner couldn't use the pace of that, finding DeLanger at backward point. And again, just a bit of pace off.
Jack Taylor spoke about his height. It's slightly odd in a way that he's a little bit hunched when he actually delivers the ball.
But he sort of bounds up, doesn't he? He's got a bit of a jump and then lands, and it's a very nice action. This has been a very good comeback to the attack, and now I suppose the temptation is you just fire one in very quickly into the pads of Hamid and hope that he just flicks a single to end the over. Fine leg up and deep square back. No, it's gone a bit slower. Short enough that Hamid could rock back, but he doesn't get hold of it. So back-to-back overs under a runner ball. Warm reception for the return of Johnson. Nottinghamshire nearing the 200 mark, but 12 overs to go.
Middleton's going to keep going here. After a tidy previous over. So it really is down to Bracey's judgment now, because he's gone beyond the point where the 5th bowler's allocation has been used up. It's a pleasant shot and a chase round for Eklund. They'll come back for 2. That's the thing about the boundaries here at Cheltenham, is by contrast to Bristol, the straighter boundaries are the longer ones. Bristol, of course, it's the other way around, with the square boundaries being the longer ones, and that was cleverly played by Hamid. He's genuinely played shots all round the wicket today. Hasn't used the sweep very much, but it's just been a very well compiled innings. And he's had very good support from the puncher and cutter at the other end. Rayner almost yorked. Good option from Middleton. Nothing else that the South African could do. Middleton bounds in again, and Bancroft at that short straight mid-off does the fielding. He'll open today with his skipper, James Bracey. No run there either. So if Middleton can get out of this over without a boundary, it'll be a good effort from him. Oh, the ooh told you everything. Nothing Bracey could do. 4 byes. And
Yeah,
turn from very full.
Yep.
That's the innings 200 in 35
Much
days.
impossible from Bracey turning out of that part of the pitch, but I suppose Middleton being the wrist spinner, you would expect him to get more turn possibly than anybody today, but be interesting to see whether that gets more pronounced in the second innings, or
Well,
whether,
not only have Ahmed,
another
really
way.
have Farhan Ahmed, don't they? As a spinner.
Alfie Johnson continuing. Hamid still happy to rotate. I suppose they got a bonus boundary at the end of that last one. Otherwise, it really would have continued what's been a fine run of overs. Won't get past Bancroft, and Verena has to hustle back as well. Just starting to hit a few fielders in the last few overs, right as they might be wanting to accelerate. So the question of what's going to give first. Something you feel sort of has to. Oh, it's Verena going for a fairly agricultural mow of a sweep. Aman Rao fielding it just behind square in the circle, and a long leg back there. Which I suppose isn't a field you see all the time. Very quick from Johnson, and 3 dots in a row. So now he's gone back to the perhaps slightly more usual field with the deep backward square and the short fine. No change of angle. Again, a little bit slower. Pounded out to Ahmed. Deep cover. Just 2 runs off this over. Hamid goes big, he'll clear mid off, and it will skip on. There's no danger of that plugging, even to the greenest part of the outfield. So for the second over in a row, there is a boundary off the last ball, but I think if you're Johnson, that's a sort of shot where you sort of have to say, well, I've forced Hamid to do something that's not within the game that you typically associate with Naseeb Hamid. It was a lovely shot, just controlled it over the top. But still 6 runs and over at this stage. You wouldn't say that was a bad over from Gloucestershire's point of view, and Notts are going to have to go at over 9s to get to 300 here.
These two have added 136, if my maths is right, in 23 overs. And it hasn't been what you might call really aggressive batting, has it?
It's just been exactly what I saw yesterday, actually. It's like watching the same innings.
So Middleton to bowl his last over. Almost on the full, but again straight to extra cover. As we're now into the last 10 overs, again the restrictions are loosened a little. That's clubbed by Verena though into cow corner, and that will run away for 4.
I think that's another tip your cap shot really, isn't it? It's against the turn. He didn't get to the pitch of it, but just wonderful hands to loft it into space. There's not many who would hit that shot.
Oh, my mistake. This is Middleton's 9th over, not his 10th. Oh, and he spilled a Corton Bold. It was a good stop, and it was coming at a fair pace.
He does have a good pair of hands on him, Middleton. I mean, he does field in the slips in the gully when he plays in the twos and in championship cricket.
So Verena with a chance. So there could be all sorts of chaos here. And in the end, Notts just about complete the single. The danger of them both batters being mid-pitch, and Ollie Price had to decide which end to throw. Went to the keeper, and Hamid just about made it. We want 2 here, but he won't get it. The return from Ballman is quickly on its way.
It is just relentless positivity from De Lange, isn't it? It's sort of sensing that after a drop catch and a quick single that they might need a bit of cheering up.
Just past the dive of Ahmed. Get one up to Joe Phillips at long on. Those in hospitality. Not if they're tucking in quite yet. They might serve the lunch at about 45 overs. There's a big group from Cheltenham College in today. So now this is where captains really have to
From the college lawn end.
use their intuition, isn't it, in terms of who to bowl when you've tried to mix things up a lot, and maybe you've burned some overs that you might like available to you at this point. 9 to go.
Rainer back to going along the ground. Again there will come a stage, especially in the last few overs, when you're really pushing for extra runs at all points. Supposed to have been out there for a long time and been running a lot of runs, but again, just a little bobble. Another quick single. They're taking on the arm of De Lange. Would have been tight. Hamid maybe just home, but not by much. So whilst they're thinking, okay, De Lange had a little bit of ground to make up there, he rather makes up for it by having a cannon of an arm.
We haven't seen the stumps hit today, have we, at any point by a throw? None of the attempts have actually hit the target.
Cut behind square. Ahmed will not get there. Too far behind square. And the boundary to Hamid again, one which he's not changing the way that he's playing, really. It's a ball that was short and wide enough that he could go after. And the 150 stand comes up, which means we've seen 3 innings of 50 over cricket at Cheltenham this year, and there's been a 150 run stand in each of them.
And the only extras was that ball off Middleton in the last over that went for 4 byes. Everything else has been off the bat in this partnership, 146 or 150.
Yeah. And only 1 leg bye, I think, in terms of extras the rest of the way. Price had 2 on the cut. He's now only going to have 1. Wonder if he's going to spear this one into the block hole. Certainly Fuller anyway. No chance of Hamid cutting that one. So despite the boundary, 2 dots to end it. And I wondered, I'd love to know how happy Notts are with scoring at the moment. They're scoring at around about late 6s, 7s.
8 overs to go.
I'm not saying they carry on scoring at that rate. They certainly hope to accelerate a bit, but they're now at the point where it's over 10s for 300.
Perhaps they don't think,
but they may be happy with that.
They may think that they've got the attack to defend it.
Yeah, there is clearly turn. It's not every ball that's turning, but some are.
So Middleton with what definitely is his last over. Pulled single takes Brain up to 67. Now Hamid is within striking distance of a 5th ODC, One Day Cup 100. But will he continue? Oh no, he's got that high in the air. Now Marchant could be underneath this. Does Ahmed too? And Ahmed takes the catch. And Hamid won't get there. And a wicket for Ed Middleton as the Notts captain finally decides the time has come to try and press the accelerator. But he's put his team in a position where they can really go for it. But that's a cost to himself personally. He's out for 85.
Yeah, it's been a fine effort from Haseeb Hamid. He's walking off, shaking his head. Whether that is just about the dismissal falling short of 3 figures, or whether he's thinking I'd have loved to have accelerated a bit quicker, I don't know. Only time will tell as far as where that position is. But without that innings from Hamid, well, it's not as though there isn't batting to come, but you felt when they lost those 3 wickets in 6 overs, just under 6 overs, that somebody was going to have to really take responsibility and play the longer game. And as captain, that's what Hamid has done.
And you made the point when Verena came out that you've got a pair there who have, Test experience, both of them. And that was going to be the big partnership. Now, if Gloucestershire were to lose 3 wickets at the top of the order, you have a much more inexperienced group through the middle.
Now somebody who is pretty experienced himself coming out, Lyndon James, tall all-rounder. He's 27 years of age, but he's up there in terms of making a good number of appearances across all 3 formats.
So James waits for his first ball. Oh, clubs it away for 6 into the players' pavilion. Well, that's a fairly indicative start. It was quite short, but short, equally quite a short boundary on this Thurleston Road side of the ground. And Middleton will want to pitch this one rather further up, which he does. And James backs up that 6 with a single.
So that's only the second 6 of the innings.
And the other batter who hit one got out virtually straight away.
Yeah.
Which you could do with James doing the same, but he's not on strike at the moment. Middleton with a wicket in his last over. And how does Verena play this now? The answer is calmly. Out to Borman. That deep point for another single.
He might decide almost that as the established batter, it's more important that Verena stays there, and each new batter would be the aggressor.
Pleasantly played by James up to long off for a single. Ackland is up there. And Middleton, by my calculations, is going to finish with 1 for 60 from his 10 overs.
Yeah, I sort of feel he's bowled a bit better than that. I suppose he had the chance to remove Verena as well as Hamid. And then, admittedly, it didn't go to his figures, but there was the ball that really turned and spat on Bracey and went for 4 byes. I think with some pretty short boundaries to bowl to and a quick outfield, I think that's a pretty good spell from Ed Middleton.
So 7 overs to go. Price has got 2 left, and then you would think the seamers would bowl out from there. Rao has got 2, and Ahmed and Lang have got 4 each, so options are plenty.
Round of applause as Ahmed, having taken that catch, comes down below us. It's almost felt as if it was an easier catch for De Lange running in, but Ahmed took charge and took the catch. Quick delivery from Ollie Price. And Gloucestershire are quite happy, I think, to get through as many overs of spin whilst it's not being really taken apart. There's almost no reason to change it and go back to seam until that happens. Still get the sense that Verena is not going to go after too much that he doesn't feel is there to be hit. Almost feels as though Nottinghamshire are happy to get themselves to what they would feel is a workable score, rather than really open the shoulders and try and get well over 300.
You heard Jack Taylor say he'd want 320, at least.
He's able to get a long way down the pitches, Lyndon James, but still, you know, there are many 50-over games where in the 44th over, especially with a spinner bowling, you wouldn't have seen 4 balls played like this. Rao loosening at short fine, so he's got 2 left. Maybe into a little bit of a gap wide of long on, but yeah, I think rightly so. Lyndon James didn't quite fancy being run out, having just faced 6 deliveries. The only spin they've got left is Johnson. Be a tall ask to have him come on and bowl now.
I suspect Price bowling out might be the end of the spin.
Good bowling. Kind of yorked himself a little bit, James, but I think Price would have known he was coming again and bowled it on the length that meant he couldn't get to it. Just 5 off that over. And the 44th over of a 50-over match. Take that any time, really.
And particularly on what would be seen as a fast-scoring round. And the thing about some of the outgrounds used in this tournament this year, and I'd include Scarborough as an outground, Rugby School, Kibworth, Welbeck College. It's kind of 270. You're in the game at 270, aren't you?
Yeah, I think, compared to, obviously I've not seen as much of the games from elsewhere as maybe some, but
That's just not. I mean, I'm purely judging that on kind of the cards we've seen.
definitely, yeah. No, I think it's a fair comment. In fact, in some cases, in terms of the outgrounds, we've seen an awful lot less than that. I think there was a game at Neath, wasn't there, where Yorkshire and Glamorgan played out something like 170, played 170 odd for 7 or something, but the pitch has felt as though it's not been coming on badly at all here. Kibworth, for example, there was significant sort of up and down and variability.
So Rao has got 2 overs left. This is the first of them, and that is clipped away just over the rope for 6 by Lyndon James, just to the right of the analyst's marquee and where Ben Feasy on PA sits. Again, that was almost effortless. So is James Bracey going to make a change in terms of where his leg side fielders are for Rao? The answer is no. He's going to keep Ollie Price at an orthodox deep square. And there's a long leg who is Middleton.
It's much harder to know what plan to bowl to here for Rao. Being tall, his stock at the death has tended to be bang it in and bowl to a long boundary, but there isn't one of those here.
James with 2 6s already down the leg side or wide. First of the innings. So Gloucestershire's discipline in that sense has been good. The only chance I can think of is the Middleton caught and bowled, which was a difficult one. Throw again, almost the bottom of James's bat this time. Squeezed unorthodox fashion down to Middleton at long leg. Only going to get 1.
There have been some run-out chances, I suppose, but
again, none of
they're
them
not
have
high
hit.
percentage, are they?
Now there's by the rule of one local radio commentator, if they'd all have hit, they'd all have been out. Just short of Phillips. He wasn't sure whether to go for the catch or go for the stop, and in the end he was kind of between 2 stools. He did make the stop, but it was probably 2 strides short of making it a catch.
Yeah, he didn't really believe he could move forward for it. Had he moved immediately, I think he just got there.
Well, very short from Rao, and that's pulled for 4. He looks a little bit laboured, almost as if that earlier spell has taken a lot out of him. 250 up for Notts. He did bowl very well earlier on. Almost looks as if he's almost running on empty a bit.
It is also a completely different type of bowling. He feels he can't just bowl length here anymore.
Clipped in the air, but one bounced to Ollie Price. That wasn't really middled by James. Price is at deep square. I think if he had middled, it would have gone into the members' stand.
Delanger, the looks of things, prepared to come back on with what looks like very much his bowling boots on.
Rowan once more, that's clipped down the ground. Can Phillips stop that? He can. That is a good stop. He's probably saved 3 runs there. Diving on that College square at deep mid-on. DeLonge gives him the customary round of applause. And Darawal, who's been on as a sub temporarily, goes off again.
So I think the question now is DeLange approaching umpire Blackwell, whether he's asking him, how long was I off the field for? And in a way, if the answer is for long enough that he might not be able to come back, then you always wonder whether De Lange might as well just go and put his feet up. But I suspect it didn't feel as if it was too long. Quarter of an hour, I think, is the mark, isn't it? You've got to be off the field for before you then have to wait to come back into the attack. He's still got 4 overs left, so he isn't going to get through his full allocation.
So this is Ollie Price's last over, I think.
Indeed. Oh, it's a very curious shot from Verena. Only bring him a single.
Thought it might have been a Colton Bolt for a moment.
It was almost the sort of shot that you might play if you were looking to give somebody some Colton Bolt practice.
So Rao bowled 5 overs for 13. In fact, he bowled 6 overs for 13.
Full toss. Again, just a single out to Ahmed at deep cover.
And his last 3 overs have cost 30. So maybe De Lange and Ahmed to finish, 2 each.
Oh, another full toss, and Verena will not miss out on that. That's cleared the boundary. Just half volleyed the advertising board, but he stepped inside it. They have occasionally had that long leg back and square leg up, but knowing that that wasn't the case, Verena able to help it away. So his first 6. And going for another, long on, no chance. Over Joe Phillips, and back-to-back 6s. Straight slog sweep.
This comes where you feel a batter has paced the innings really well, doesn't it? And you get to this point. It also reminds me a little bit of Glenn Phillips.
Going for another, but this should be the end of Verena, and Bracey with the catch. So Ollie Price gets a second wicket, and at this stage, still, even with only a handful of deliveries left, you never know how valuable that wicket could be. Verena clearly had his eye in against the spin. A big looping top edge, and not an easy catch for Bracey, because whilst he's got the gloves on, he's also got the helmet on, and trying to pick out the ball whilst you're having to peer through your grill is not the easiest. But end of another fine innings. Both Hamid and Verena dismissed for 85. Verena's off 81 balls rather than Hamid's 93, but both equally immensely valuable to the Nottinghamshire cause as Sam Seasharan comes out to the middle.
Yeah, when I mentioned about Phillips, Gloucestershire supporters who remember seeing him here at Cheltenham, not only for that memorable catch that he took, that flying
Superman
catch,
dive, yeah.
Just in front of what is now the hospitality marquee. But his ability to maybe bat for 60 balls and then almost flick a switch and change gear, and you felt that was where Verena was heading. There.
De Lange is loosening at backward point. 1 ball left in Price's spell. So the new batter, Seasharan, will keep the strike, which I don't think Gloucestershire will be desperately unhappy with. So whilst that over has produced 15, Ollie Price has also got rid of Verena. 2 big wickets in his spell, Verena and McCann. Again, I think, especially considering he's had to bowl at the death, which wouldn't always do.
Price, 10 overs, 2 for 59.
That will be a job well done, I think, today from Ollie Price, and 2 for 59 from 10 overs.
And he wants some runs to go with it. for sure. So you would suspect it will be Delia and Ahmed to bowl the last 4.
Bowling from the
Back
Chapel
at the
end, MATCHDAY.
College Chapel end. Usually allocation of time for these matches. 3.5 hours, absolutely ample. Gloucestershire going to bowl their overs in a little over 3. Delia in, and that's clipped in the air. Could be a chance for Ahmed again. I say it's a brilliant catch. He's just spilled it. He's come to ground. One-handed effort at deep backward square. Very, very nearly an outstanding catch. He may have actually grabbed it, but then as he came down on the dive, it bounced out. His elbow hit the ground.
That would have been eat your heart out, Glenn Phillips. Almost at exactly the same point in the ground as well.
That's down the ground, and that is taken. Joe Phillips with the catch. Sisharan departs, and Marchant de Lange has his wicket.
I think he will walk off very much regretting that shot, Sisharan, because he's taken on what's one of the only really long parts of the ground with a fielder back. Mid-off was up, but looking to clear the more sizable long-on boundary and seemed like the toe end of the bat. And I think it's, again, it's what I think we can make a definite statement about the pattern of play here from 3 innings now. You can build big partnerships if you can get yourself set, get the measure of things, and don't deviate too much from just, I suppose, normal batting. But you can take wickets in clumps as well. Starting, not the easiest.
No, I would say that's Ollie Stone. He hasn't got a number on his back.
It's definitely not Farhan Ahmed. It's definitely not Brett Hutton. So,
and I don't think it's James Hayes.
No, and it doesn't look much like James Hayes. No, it's definitely Ollie Stone.
De Lange to bowl to him. And the cry for De Lange. I mean, Jack, we mentioned with Jack Taylor earlier on that he got to 100 List A games on Friday at Old Trafford. De Lange was at 98 with no prospect of apparently playing in this competition. And once more, that's a full toss to James, which he apologises for.
Just below waist height, according to the umpires.
And
oh no.
Take one. Was it a no ball?
It looked like to start with, I think, well, to start with, the motion was below. Then they had a bit of a discussion and changed it.
So a free hit then. De Lange having bowled that full toss that was adjudged too high.
He's a very tall man, Lyndon James.
What does he do? He goes for the Yorker, which is chopped away by Stone for 1. So I say De Lange at 90, stuck at 98 List A. Today 99. I suggest you'll rest up tomorrow, and every possibility he could get to 100 on Tuesday against Northants. And another wicket for the big South African. Lyndon James goes this time. Clean bowled as Notts just try and push this as close to 300 as they can. It's been a little bit of a late clatter here, having had that substantial stand between Hamid and Verena.
It's hard to know if this is an illustration of why Notts felt they couldn't go earlier, or if it's a case of they didn't go early enough and have put the lower order now under a lot of pressure to go out and score incredibly quickly straight away. Haven't given them enough time to finish the innings off.
James bowled by DeLanger for 25.
So Brett Hutton can certainly club them.
James made 25 off 14.
Yeah, well, he hit 2 sixes, including one off the first ball that he faced. It's amazing, isn't it? DeLanger's only, I don't know if ambling's quite the right word, but he's certainly not, getting
sprinting
to the crease in the same way as he was in his first spell. And yet, because he's got such a quick action, is he now going to bowl off a couple of paces even? He is. It's Carl Greenwich all over again. I can't.
So tying off about 2 paces. Asks for an LBW and he's got it. He's going to be on a hat-trick at the start of his last over of the day. And Hutton has to go. And Notts, from a position where they really were threatening to get to 300, if not over it, have just subsided since that big stand was broken between Verena and Hamid.
Well, it was the Carl Greenwich special. But
they've lost 4 wickets for 7 runs.
You just don't, I mean, you don't see it, do you? You don't see a bowler come in and bowl pace off a couple of paces. And DeLanger, his shoulder is so strong.
Ed, you're not as old as me, right? In fact, I'm probably twice as old as you. It goes back to that game in the 70s where John Lever took 8 for 127 here, where he was bowling off any length of run you could kind of name. He bowled so much. Some of it was literally like that.
All right, Ahmed returns, so he could have the last 2 from the College lawn end. Rao does still have 1 over, so he doesn't have to bowl the last 2, but make James Bracey and Gloucestershire's life easier if he could get through these. And possibly now, Nottinghamshire have just got to make sure that they use up these 18 deliveries. If they do that, then they'll get to around 290.
Back in the attack from the College lawn end.
A DeLanger hat-trick would be a story, wouldn't it?
Patience, patience. Oh, short from Ahmed to Farhan.
I thought you were going to say Ahmed to Ahmed there.
I thought about it, then I thought that's kind of stating the obvious, isn't it? But then that doesn't usually stop me. Can you say that again? Oh, at this stage of the innings, they feel at 8 down, you can't take that single on. Price hits a 9 down, still 15 balls to go.
It's just putting a bit more focus on the Notts bowlers now, isn't it? From a position where they were expected to get to certainly 300 plus.
Just about got some bat on that. Scramble every run they can get.
So they were 120 for 3 at 25, and they were 208 for 3 at 40. So, that was going at nearly 6 at that point. 2 batters well set, and then it's a question of getting how you start, isn't it?
Just to the edge of the 30-yard circle, and it's a fair old distance for Tommy Borman to come in as quick as he is. He's probably one of the quickest in terms of straight line speed, certainly in this Gloucestershire side today. even he, it was a comfortable 2-2.
So half the overs have been of spin from Gloucestershire.
Slower ball there. Could be a run out. No, he thought about it, Ahmed, and then threw it. But just 5 off the over. So I think it's fairly clear that Ahmed will bowl the last over, should one be required. Having said that,
Marchand, I don't think he's going to bowl the last one.
if he is going to bowl,
No, he's not.
Marchand. There's never been a List A hat-trick at Cheltenham by Gloucestershire.
And it won't happen here today. Might be a team hat-trick from that end, potentially.
In fact, there's not been one against Gloucestershire on this ground either in List A cricket.
But Aman Rao's going to bowl the last over. I hope that's not an indicator of an issue at all with DeLonge. Him having to bowl the last ball off about 3 paces. But Rao, to complete matters from the college lawn end, from the college chapel end. And he's got a wicket with a big drag on. Stone goes. And Notts in danger of being bowled out here, which 8 overs ago you would have had very, very few people in the ground think that was possible.
Career best for Aman Rao, his first 3 foot in. So it's actually all of professional cricket, like he's played a lot, but first 3 for in both the List A and T20 games that he's played.
James Hayes.
Still only the 8th game overall, or 7th, apologies. As Ben Feasey tests out the hearts of everybody at the Cheltenham College today. Stentorian boom.
So here's the T20 loanee back at his parent club. James Hayes in at number 11. Rao to bowl to him. He's worked that away. He wants 2, but he won't get it down to Daz Ahmed. No, the throw was not the best. But
this is more where Rao will feel more comfortable, isn't it? Because it seemed as though he bowled his previous death over. He felt as if he had to try an awful lot of things, but now he can just go back to doing what he did to get his wicket. He can just go back to settling into top of off. Don't have to think too much about mixing it up, slower balls, Yorkers, bumpers.
Fine, Ahmed. Slower ball in the air, but might drop safe until Borman makes ground and makes good ground and takes the catch, and Notts are all out. What an astonishing last 10 overs. In a way, from both teams, you would not have seen Notts going from 266 for 4 to 278 all out.
That concludes the Notts Outlaws innings, 279.
And that's in, I'll just calculate the number of deliveries there, but we were in the 46th over when that
4 wickets for 44.
When that 5th wicket went down, and they're now all out. Rao's finished, as Ben Feasey has just announced, with 4 for 44. And Notts, if your judgment of Jack Taylor's opinion is worthwhile, are 40 runs short.
And a reminder that during the interval, spectators will be permitted to come onto the field, but please follow the directions of our stewards.
So nice to hear the generous reception that Gloucestershire are receiving as they are walking off the field. And it is, I think, a very satisfied looking Gloucestershire side with not only the final score that Nottinghamshire have posted, you would think, but also the fact that they have all the momentum and good feeling going into the break, which I often wonder whether that's something that we just say, but you talk to the players and they say it's a thing themselves, how you finish off the first innings and carrying into the second. They will have to bat well. It's not a total that you can just assume you're going to be able to chase. It's still 280. It's not a paltry total in terms of runs, but it's just the feeling of cricket on this ground, in that, especially with the way that the outfield is playing, that's a score that the Gloucestershire camp should be very pleased that they've restricted. Nottinghamshire too.
Six wickets in 22 balls.
Yeah, an amazing comeback, and also an awful lot of positives in terms of the bowling. Rouse 4 for 44, really impressive. De Lange coming back and making a serious impact on his return to 50-over cricket. Ollie Price, Ed Middleton, Alfie Johnson as well came back and bowled a couple of important overs in his second spell as well, in his first taste of professional cricket. And I think as a unit, they did an extremely good job, even when Hamid and Verena were making it look as though they weren't going to be got out. And eventually it sort of felt as if it was going to take them having to up the ante to lose their wickets, and that's what happened.
And when that partnership was split, yes, James put bat to ball quickly and positively for his 25, but beyond that, it was a string of single-figure scores. So here is the Notts card in full after they were put in by James Bracey. Martindale bowled Rao 38, McCann stumped Bracey, bowled Price 21, Tayyab Tahir, LBW Rao 7, and then that big partnership between Hamid and Verena took the score from 72 to 223 in the 43rd over before Hamid was caught by Ahmed off Middleton for 85. Verena then was caught by Bracey off a top edge off Price, also for 85. James bowled by De Lange for 25. And then the real clatter at the end. Ceesharan caught Phillips, bowled De Lange 3. Stone bowled Rao 4. Hutton, LBW bowled De Lange first ball for naught. Farhan Ahmed caught by Borman off Rao for 3. And Hayes not out 1. Only 7 extras, 4 byes. That was one delivery from Middleton that really spun. 1 leg by, 1 no ball, and 1 wide. Ed has given you the bowling figures in the main. De Lange 7 overs, 1 for 30, 3 for 37. Daz Ahmed 7 overs for 44. Aman Rao 9 overs and 3 balls, 4 for 44. Certainly his first spell in particular was impressive, where he took 2 for 13 in 6 overs. Ollie Price 10 overs, 2 for 59. Alfie Johnson, the debutant, 5 overs for 30, and Ed Middleton 10 overs, 1 for 60. Play will resume at around about 25 to 3. Do rejoin us on the stream then. Chance for you to perhaps have a late lunch, and very much game on here. Notts have got a workable total. They would have wanted more. Jack Taylor said 320. He would have wanted if he'd have batted first. What will Gloucestershire make of it with an inexperienced middle order and with some pretty tidy bowlers in the Notts attack? The pace of Ollie Stone, the experience of Brett Hutton in particular, and the spin of young Farhan Ahmed as well, a little bit unknown perhaps. We'll rejoin you for the resumption shortly after 2:30. welcome back to Cheltenham, where umpires Chris Watney and Blackwell are on the way out to the middle. Nottinghamshire side led by Hasib Hamid with 279 on the board, and with Cameron Bancroft and James Bracey leading
opening the innings for
Gloucestershire reply.
James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft.
So the skipper and the most experienced batter
by Clifton Coffee Roasters.
on
Cameron
the
Bancroft is sponsored by
roster for today. What did the written press have to say, Ed? Do they think 279 is a bit light?
From the Chapel End,
I think
Brett Hutton.
yes, but felt that the pitch was quite low,
James
so
Bracey on strike.
it might not be as straightforward as, say, a chase of 280 on this ground, you know, normally might be, because the bounce does look a bit lower this year.
Brett Hutton to open the bowling for Notts from the College Chapel End. 2 slips in alongside Kyle Verena. Hutton, of course, back at Notts, having started his career there and then moved away only to return. Tracy says no to the opportunity of a single. Nothing happening there with Ben Martindale in at a shortish cover, so they've got a wide third man and a wide long leg for Bracey, but otherwise it's a fairly orthodox, almost championship style field. And Bracey flicks that away for 4. That's a full pitch delivery, or at least a full delivery, not a full toss. But he's fired that away past Hasib Hamid, the Notts skipper, and down to the wide long on boundary for 4. First boundary of the Gloucestershire reply. So the rate is about 5.75. That's where they start. Bracey defends, or we'll see defends. He wants a single, and he'll get it out to Ollie Stone. But wipe it off.
Interesting that the batters have come out wearing long sleeves as well. They're obviously thinking about the occasional dive that might have to be made into their grounds, because it's 27 degrees or so now.
We're in the shade because the sun goes over the back of the college pavilion, very much shining into the eyes of the spectators on the Stamford Road side of the ground. Bancroft stands in his crease, can't pierce the field. Again at cover, Citroen is there. He generally would fail in glasses, but we can't really. But he's wearing a cap today as well, so it makes it even more difficult to see whether he's actually got glasses on or not. James has come out from the slip cordon, so that hasn't taken long. Hutton, well, that didn't bounce very much when it got past Bancroft. It taken on the bounce, almost on the second bounce by Verena. Notts with heavily seam-based attack. Only really Farhan Ahmed as the frontline spinner. Freddie McCann might bowl, I suppose, depending on how they feel things are developing. But it's not a bad quartet of seam bowlers. And then James would back up Stone and Hutton in particular.
Yes, I was just looking at Tayyab Tahir. He's bowled one ball in list A cricket, which was presumably the old right, you go and give up the winning runs, why don't you?
Yeah, I didn't make a note of his bowling. I didn't really feel it was worthy of,
Oh, come on. One ball.
worthy of note.
It'd be interesting to see Ollie Stone's pace on this surface. And it comes off the bat quite quickly. It wasn't really over-pitched, but full enough that Bracey stepped confidently into that. And once again, just a couple of centimetres really away from cover, and it flies away toward the ice cream van.
Oh, there are two on the ground today.
Toward an ice cream van.
With, what, 3,300, I think, was the limit in the end. I think had the limited number of extra tickets. Yeah. So, good demand, I would think, particularly on such a lovely day. The sort of day for which out-crown cricket was made. In the same way that nothing is more miserable than an outground cricket in the rain. There are a few better things than an outground cricket when it's sunny.
No single wide of mid off that time again. He slides probably a lot further than he might have expected to. It's almost a sheen to this brownness in the outfield. And as has happened in the last few days, the wind just getting up a little bit in the afternoon.
Just interesting, in the game at Kent, where they lost by 5 wickets, they were defending 293 on that day.
On bounce out to cover.
All their 4 wins have come batting second. Their defeat, they batted first at. Sorry, they batted second against Lancashire and lost, but as they preferred to chase and have done well chasing, but different challenge for them here.
Second in the table, looking for a 5th win in 7. Gloucestershire looking for a 2nd. Happy to leave the ball, but already 2 balls bowled with a new ball at each end, and it hasn't carried through to Verena. What do you make of the white sun hat, green kit combination?
That's a very that one's new out of the box, isn't it? The sun hat looks it. Quite a wide brim as well.
He has to be about his business, and after the 4 off the first ball, good start from Ollie Stone, available today from 100 duty. No doubt a big part to play for both him and Hutton in terms of Nottinghamshire's title defence in the County Championship to come.
So I'll tell you what's happening elsewhere in Group A. Leicestershire 261 for 7 against Kent. Somerset all out 185 at Northampton, who are 11 for 2. And Lancashire 311 for 5 against Warwickshire Rugby School. So they're definitely in the game there, Lancashire.
Yep, 89 from Marcus Harris, 61 not out for Rocky Flintoff, who was out for a duck against Gloucestershire a couple of days ago, so I didn't get a chance to see him, but maybe another chance as Gloucestershire still have to go up to Old Trafford in the County Championship.
Hutton, Chappell behind him. That's more like the Brett Hutton we knew in the Championship. There's a couple of claps from my left. That's where the Notts management are watching the game from. Hutton past umpire Blackwell, and Bancroft studiously forward.
I reckon if you asked Notts fans who they reckon the biggest wicket here was, it's one of those where, you know, if you've been done by a certain player, then it's always that player that you focus on, isn't it? James Bracey has scored 200s in the last 3 50-over matches against Nottinghamshire, including a monster innings last year at Trent Bridge.
Bancroft, that was a nice shot. Just lent into that. And yes, placement was good, but it's got full value by that racing down the hill in front of the scoreboard.
It's 186 he scored last year at Trent Bridge, meaning that he owns first and second in the all-time high scores list in List A cricket for Gloucestershire.
We'll try again, and that's a nick. Even we heard that from here, and Verena takes the catch, and Bancroft, after a lovely shot the ball before, now has to go. And Gloucestershire lose their first wicket in the 3rd over. He's a durable campaigner, Brett Hutton. Might have been flustered by the boundary of the ball before. And no hesitation from the umpire. When we are side on, high up on the balcony here at Cheltenham, and even we heard the nick from up here. Yep. Ollie Price in at number 3.
We did. I don't think there was any danger of any finger clicking going on out there to produce that noise either. Just forced him to play away from his body, and Hutton, such a skillful operator, he gets
Price is sponsored by the waiting game.
so tight to those stumps.
Bancroft caught by Verena off the bowling of Hutton for 4.
And he can vary that position as well, but most of the time he gets really tight, can get some late faded in swing, which you've got to respect, and then he might get you with the away shaper that forces you to play away from your body, and that's what happened there.
On the screen, the celebratory, almost Alan Shearer-like raising of the right arm after the wicket's taken. So Price batting outside his crease. To Hutton. And that's right off the bottom of the bat. Not to Ollie Stone, but there'll be a bit of chat now amongst the Notts fielders with the first wicket having gone down. Gloucestershire 13 for 1 after 3. 280 the target. The sort of target that very much keeps both teams interested.
Yeah, they'd have known they need at least one early scalp, Nottinghamshire, because with Gloucestershire knowing what they have to chase, a partnership of the significance that we saw from Hamid and from Verena, Nottinghamshire can't really afford that. There won't be the same pressure on new batters to come out and score at a great rate. In the air, but right in the gap. There's a backward point and cover point, and both those fielders are significantly behind or in front of square, so there is space there. Understandably, cries of catch I'm sure James Bracey would say he knew exactly where it was going.
Sam Seacher and Tayab Tahir are those two fielders.
It's a good carry behind to Verena.
He's a proper sprinter to the crease, isn't he, Ollie Stone?
He has always been one of those more maximum effort seam bowlers. Nobody bowls 90 miles an hour without putting effort in, of course, but some just look as though it requires more.
It's a little bit Mark Wood-like, isn't it?
He is more. He's not short at all, but he's more wiry, I suppose, like Mark Wood is. Somebody who, of course, has had so many injury issues over his career. He once tore his ACL celebrating a wicket. Jumped up in celebration and
well, he and Wood both. I'm not talking about ACL, but
back.
Longer list of injuries than most players.
Stress fractures, all sorts. That's a lovely shot. If there was a slight air of Nottinghamshire feeling that the first boundary in that over wasn't totally in control, that one played it late, just run it away. And there is really, unless it's hit directly to a fielder out in the deep, that sort of pace, no chance. So it does surprise me a little bit that Ollie Stone doesn't have a shirt with his name and number on, even if it wasn't expected to be available. You mentioned the 186 last year, but also a century in the game that was played at Bristol in 2022 for James Bracey.
That was quite a big chase. That was about 290.
Yes. To bring up the scorecard to get the exact numbers, but given that Bracey got 100 and Jack Taylor nearly got 100 as well, there must have been a fair amount of runs on the board. I remember Sol Budinger got Nottinghamshire off to an absolute flyer.
That was right his way, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then pulled it back. So 21 for 1 after 4 overs. It was also the game where James Bracey inadvertently hit Brett Hutton for 6, which then meant that Jack Taylor's only way of reaching what was meant to be his maiden list A 100 was by hitting a 6 himself. And unfortunately, he perished, caught on the boundary for 95. And I interviewed James Bracey afterwards and said, I didn't mean to hit it for 6. Only meant to hit it for 4. Because it was, only a certain number of runs left, and it was tricky to manoeuvre both 2-3 figures.
Price has even squeezed 6 inches further forward to Hutton here. When he came out, his back foot was definitely outside his crease, and he seems to have even gone a tad further forward even than that. So still the 2 men out are at the 3rd man and deep backward square. There's the gap at mid-wicket. Enticing Price to play through that space, but Hutton, as a rule, doesn't offer much that's loose.
No. When you get as tight to the stumps as he does, you are really delivering pretty much stump to stump. There is still the characteristic Hutton grunt as well. Tends to come out.
full this time. There is that gap, and Price has placed it into it. A sliding stop from Stone. But they will settle for a single.
Say this year though, Ollie Stone, who I suppose in the past has had a bit of a reputation as somebody who bowls incredibly quick but can be a little wild, but from what I've seen, there hasn't been much wildness this year. We've got more pace to come with James Hayes.
He defends. I mean, Gloucestershire will know quite a bit more now about his white ball bowling, having had him at the club for the T20.
He was a bowler in the T20 who, partly because it was his role as well, but he really was a hit the pitch bowler. Might have to bowl a little bit fuller today. As we saw earlier on, very few short balls bowled, and the ones that were often went to the boundary.
Yes, he defends. Yeah, so behind the opening pair. Lyndon James and James Hayes, then Farhan Ahmed. And then after that, you're into the stand breakers, aren't you? Probably.
Lyndon James has certainly been that in his career.
Bracey's been very respectful of Hutton here, as what he needs to be. As well, because, and this is not to say that he would have no trust in those coming 4, 5, 6, 7, but it is an inexperienced group.
But he also lost an early wicket and a key early one in Bancroft, so naturally, I suppose, reduces your ability to do what Bracey might fancy doing, really, and really get on the attack. Nottinghamshire only scored 48 runs from their first 10 overs. So it wasn't as though they really had a cascade of boundaries at the start. It's well controlled by Price, whilst there is a slip in place with soft hands. I'm sure that ton at rugby would have felt good for Price, especially as he had to work extremely hard at the start of that and then was able to kick on. Might have to work just as hard at the start here. It's a beautiful little clip from Bracey out to the square leg boundary. We saw a couple of those from the Nottinghamshire openers as well. Again, just a little gentle roll of the wrists and ball speeds across the outfield.
Yeah, Ahmed he wasn't far from it, but it went past him pretty quickly, and he knew that that was an unequal chase to the boundary in front of the member stand. That stand almost exclusively in the shade. They'll be grateful for that.
Oh, another one slightly in the air, and now a bit of a mix-up, but they get on the same wavelength. Going back into each other's grounds, but the high fives, or the low fives rather, for the work of Martindale. You did well to stop that, really. You don't get much time anyway. Read the bounce. And you know it's 4 if you even only caught to stop it.
Looks like some in the hospitality marquee are still on their dessert, but quite a few have come out to the front to watch the opening overs of this Gloucestershire reply.
Change of angle. Bracey just taking a different guard.
It is a Cheltenham with a different look this year. Fewer marquees at the college lawn end of the ground. But it still feels like it.
There's still that buzz, and speaking to the written press as well, saying how much they love coming here because you can hear everything that goes on out in the middle. Always had a go at that, Bracey, and that's stopped down at third man. They want 2, which is good running from Bracey, but it's a quick piece of fielding having to be done. I think it's Hayes down there. Yes, it is. Didn't have much time. As we were discussing in the first innings, you've got to be really committed. Throw yourself around on this outfield. I thought that might be 4 off the bat. Really did chuck himself at that one, Bracey. That wasn't sort of, as we've been describing, lean on it type shot.
It may just have been a little bit wider than we can see necessarily from our vantage point, which is square onto the wicket, with Stone coming from right to left as we look.
So there has been a boundary in each of Stone's first 3 overs, but Hutton only going at 3s basically at the other end.
So 280 remembers the target. Notts had 48 for no wicket after the power play. First major point of reference. Ollie Price again defends. So Notts still with the 1 slip in. Gully point. Got a straightish cover and a mid-off on the offside for Hutton. Price says no. Opportunity of a single, just drifts out to Tayyab Tahir. He's probably, I mean, this is from 75 yards difference, but he looks to me, he's probably 9 inches outside his crease, Ollie Price.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking that as well. He's somebody that his natural way to combat the moving ball is to try and get as far down as possible.
Hutton rhythmically in, and Price picks the gap again on the leg side. There should only be 1 there, really. Stone gets to the ball quickly. Great with it, hit with any great power, just securely into the gap. Notts will know that even at this point, probably this is the important partnership, because you've got the 2 most experienced batters together. I'm not saying it's like the side I used to play in, where the tail would start at 5, but you know, there is some unknown, shall we say, in that middle order. Could be runs in there, but predicting where they would come from would not necessarily be straightforward. And we also must emphasise the point that, you know, Notts as a club have been used to challenging at the top of Division 1 in the Championship for quite some while. They obviously won the title last year. And the final is this competition is played on their own ground. So they'd love to be there. Price again defends.
It almost hasn't been a massive help over the years, really, has it? Hosting finals. Not that technically, I suppose Middlesex host them, but haven't made didn't make an enormous amount of finals in more recent times, I suppose, at Lords.
Warwickshire don't make a very good job of getting to Edgbaston.
Warwickshire seem to host the quarter-final at Edgbaston and then defeated at that stage.
Now the Notts management to our left are liking the accuracy of Brett Hutton. Should I call him Brett Hutton? Should I?
Don't know. Could do. I'm sure we'd all know who you were talking about. Still no change in attack.
Seasharon's made his way down to third man, and Hayes has gone back to long leg. They remain the two players out. So you talk about Stone and his injuries. He does look like somebody who he's pushing the envelope all the time, isn't he? With that approach, and the gather as well.
He's one of those bowlers that really presents the ball to the batter. Can't remember who I was talking to recently. It may have been David Milan, actually. He was talking about the bowlers that to him seemed quicker were the ones that seemed to just hide it in the action a little bit. Because that's often the thing, isn't it? The speed gun doesn't always reflect how the batter feels. And in baseball, they've attempted to try and I don't think it really works, they've attempted to try and quantify apparent velocity versus actual velocity of a pitch.
Well, the first person I really saw, I would say, hide the ball in white ball cricket live would have been Benny Howell, of course. Now,
yes, I suppose that's
now at Notts.
That's really hiding it, isn't it? When you're actually trying to disguise, usually, the fact that your two knuckles of your index and middle finger are sticking up over the ball, which if somebody sees that, which it's quite easy to do actually, you don't really need to be a top level batter to see that. They'll know that the knuckleball's coming. Or potentially which way, you know, a la Anderson with an old ball running in, making sure that you can't see which side the shiny side's on.
McCann's come out of slip to go into that position at short mid wicket.
Uppish from Price, but he's lifted it over mid wicket and it is running away down the hill, and it does get to the boundary for 4. Just for a moment, I made the stupid mistake of thinking in my head he might catch that.
Well, he was running alongside the ball, Hamid, for quite a while, and then
it's just it's one thing to catch up with the ball, and then somehow he'd have had to have really palmed it back with great force. Price happy to hit the ball in the air, so that interested Nottinghamshire, but again, so he knew exactly what he was doing. Mostly very straight again, isn't it? There's a couple of balls that had to be left from Bracey facing up to Stone, but most of the time it's a case of bowling at the stumps. But yeah, so in terms of hiding the ball, I think it's more just the speed that they get through the action. The ball disappears and then just suddenly seems to come out very quickly rather than being presented to you at all times. That's the point. They brought
fine leg up.
Deep third up and 2 fielders back on the leg side boundary. Price wants a single here, and despite the shy at the stumps from mid-off, no No opportunity of a run out, so Price will keep the strike.
Hutton doesn't look like he's going to. He is going to continue. He wasn't walking with any great pace or purpose towards the chapel end, but it was an amble towards the umpire to give him his cap on the way through.
Well, he's somebody, Hutton, who if you asked him to, and I'm pretty sure I'm almost remembering very recently him doing this.
Bowl straight through?
Yeah, if you asked him to bowl 10 overs straight, he might do that.
There's the one wicket so far, that of Bancroft. Ollie Price won't get a single there. That's clipped, but with no great power up to mid-off.
Roland Jones did that this year when they bowled Glamorgan out for 66 at Radler. Pretty sure it was Roland Jones who bowled through his 10 overs straight.
Yeah, the game was over in about 30 overs.
It was over before, yeah, it was over before any of the other games had reached the halfway stage. Yeah, about 31 overs, something like that.
Hutton to Price, that's too short, and that should get Price 4, and it does. Capitalised on that, went into the analysts and grand announcers marquee.
Might have been fielded by our stream operator, Mr. Healy.
That's
Right where he was sitting.
We had a tad frustrated with the technology this morning, Mr. Healy, must be said.
Recalcitrant monitor.
Couldn't quite work out why not everything was going to plan, but here's Hutton and Price defence. At least I think his base camp was, can we get the pictures to you at home? And then the top of the mountain was, can we get the pictures
to the commentators
on the balcony?
Which I think is completely the wrong way round, actually. I think it's far more important that we can see the pictures up here and commentate to nobody than the other way around.
Hence we're just working with our own eyesight, which is hopefully reliable enough.
It's not exactly a bad day to see, is it? Although there was a little bit of haze in the distance covering up Cleve Hill earlier on, but that seems to have cleared a bit now as the breeze has kicked up a bit.
Not quite as green as normal.
No. Even the trees aren't the right colour, really.
It's pretty bare up there. Hutton starts his run just about on the College Square, then comes in and Price can't get him away.
Be growing olives up there before too long. Mr. Clarkson on his farm, potentially.
Other farms are available, I think.
Well, I assume so as well. Those BBC instincts never die, do they?
Price can't get Hutton away at the moment. 9 overs gone. 39 for 1. Hutton's bowled 5 overs for 15. All 39 runs off the bat. Have to call by Verena off Hutton for 4. And Notts innings of 279 built around a partnership of 151 between Hasib Hamid, who made 85, and Carl Verena, who also made 85, and both were out in the last 8 overs, along with 5 of their teammates.
First bowling change, and it's a familiar face with James Hayes replacing Ollie Stone. They've really packed that region now for Bracey, who has hit a couple of drives in the air through that part of the ground. So now 2 backward points and a cover point.
Hayes took 6 wickets in the T20.
Yeah, I think it was his performance against Surrey that was in that Saturday night game. Well, Bracey has created more space in front of square on the offside, and again, it's a teaser for Hamid. But you set off after it thinking you've got a chance, I think, of catching it, and then it just does not slow down at all. So having moved the field finer on the offside, Bracey takes advantage of the space through the cover region. Again, talk about it so much, but many ways that Bracey's batting has improved in just the last couple of years.
Hayes has got a 6-3 field here. He's got a mid-on, a square leg just in front of square, and a fine leg.
Yeah, angling it across and bowling very straight. But no, it's that ability to drive through the covers as well as driving square. Runs he scores through the leg side as well. He's already got 2 leg side boundaries and 1 through the covers as well. Looking for that leg side. Ahmed just in front of square. Practicing a bowling delivery. I'd be tempted to keep Hutton going for now, though, from that chapel end, because he is at his most effective when he's got that new ball in hand, I think. So it's not as though they don't have options to bowl later on. Weight on the fielding completed by Ahmed.
Jack Taylor was with us during the first innings. While he was with us, 3 wickets went down. He's about to return at the end of the over, so we could do without a similar kind of pattern second time.
Sounds very superstitious of you. Find extra cover with Lyndon James, so I will step aside and Jack Taylor will join Ian Randall.
41 for 1 after 10 overs, nothing in it. Notts were 48, 43 for 1 compared to 48
10 overs bowled,
without loss
43 for 1.
in the first
Takes
half
us to
of the
end
day.
of the first power play of the inning.
So Jack, you said 320 you wanted if you were batting first.
Yeah. Yeah, I think boys actually the second half of that innings, did a fantastic job. We kept taking wickets, and 280. If we bat anything like we should knock these off.
Is it a case though of steady accumulation, but which is exactly what Verena and Hamid did?
100%. I think in this format, you have wickets left at the back end, especially here in the last 10 overs, you can almost get anything. So I think this is still an important period now. Obviously, Hutton's bowling is 6th. He's a fantastic new ball bowler in this format. So look, you're naturally going to have big overs here. So yeah, it's all about setting it up for the back end.
Does it help that you would have seen a bit of Lyndon James white ball bowling in the T20 in this situation when you're facing him in a competitive game?
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, look, the footage is there for everyone, and we sort of know what they're going to come with. But again, it was just feedback on the pitch and just setting it up. I think it looked like once you got in, it was a lot nicer to rotate and score. So yeah, hopefully these guys can build a partnership and kick on and yeah, chunk those runs down.
One more to Ollie Price. I don't know whether Notts had a figure in their head, but Yeah, they were 208 for 3 after 40 overs with 2 batters fairly well set, and we said that you wouldn't have found many people in the ground who probably would have said that they'd have been bowled out from that point.
I think they'd be disappointed from where they were. I was actually a little bit surprised that they didn't try and put the foot on the gas sort of, post 32, 33 overs. Actually, I think our spin bowled really well, but I thought they let us bowl and could have put us under more pressure. And then obviously if you don't get ahead of the rate and then you lose wickets, you probably get bowled out for something that's under par.
That's not saying it's a workable score. It's a score where both teams are in the game, isn't it?
100%.
280.
Yeah, I think 280 is always in the game, like you say. But if we bat anything like we're capable of, I'd like to think we'll knock these off.
Hutton to Bracey. Stopped by Freddie McCann. Good too for one or two of the younger bowlers to not announce themselves, but a man to take 4 wickets. He's not taken 4 wickets in a professional game before.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And his first spell in particular, 2 for 13, I think it was.
Yeah, I think he bowled, went at 2 and over. Here's a good effort. He bowled a great line and just was relentless on his area.
Hutton again. Up to mid-off this time, fielded by... There's a sub-fielder out there for Notts at the moment, so... Not sure who that is. That's not Sam Wood. Hutton's a really solid county operator, particularly in longer white ball cricket and championship. Doesn't give much away. And Martindale is off the field just at the moment. He's now come out with drinks for somebody. Maybe somebody on the far side. Lyndon James will continue from the college lawn end. Don't forget, if you are thinking of coming on Tuesday, that's fine if you have a ticket for the match against Northants, but other than that, only members will be allowed in on Tuesday. That game completely sold out. Here is James. I'll have weight from Ollie Price. Was the century he got at rugby school a little bit the Ollie that we know is there, but we haven't seen an awful lot of this year?
Yeah, look, I think he played fantastically well at rugby school. We found, we probably read the pitch a little bit wrong there, and it offered up a lot for the bowlers early. And I thought Ollie and Bangers actually set it up well. It looked like we were probably behind the 8 ball at times, but actually at the halfway point, we were really happy to get to 270. But yeah, he works incredibly hard, Ollie. Obviously, he missed a period of time in the season with a wrist injury, and it's nice to see him back. He's obviously a great asset across all formats, and yeah, hopefully he's got a big part to play in this run chase.
Joe Eklund due in at 4, and Joe Phillips and Tommy Vaughan. That's the top part of the middle order, squeezed away by Bracey down to third man. Over to here's down in front of the scoreboard. He had an interesting day, blocked the first ball, hit the second one for 6, and then was trapped LBW in his crease by Rowe.
Yeah, it all sort of happened in fast forward, didn't it? But obviously, nice to get him for not many runs, because he's got a really good record behind him. Played a bit for Pakistan.
Hayes bounds in. And Gloucestershire at the moment just compiling slowly, not trying to squeeze and force a mistake. Lyndon James doing some limbering up. It may not be long before we see him. Oh, he has hit Bracey in the most painful place possible from James Hayes. And Bracey gets to his feet quickly. Now, there might just be a moment there. What's the line? Don't show the opposition.
It's a bit tricky if you get hit in that area. Yeah, it was actually, probably just kept a touch low, actually. I thought that was a nice option, but just seemed to skid a little bit.
Black sight screens behind him. Hayes in and Bracey's clubbed that. That'll be 6. Just past the tower with the clock on it, and it bounds back into the play off the pavilion wall. Seen 1 or 2 hit the ball onto the roof of this pavilion, but Bracey picked the safe place there.
That's the innings 50.
And Gloucestershire's 50 up for the loss of just Cameron Bancroft at the moment.
A reminder that if you wish to donate to the MND Association, you can do so by
Ed was talking earlier about the fact that James has got a very good record against Notts in particular. They must be fed up with facing him in
yeah, he scored, I think, last year, he scored a big 100 there. And yeah, look, he's, especially in this format, he's got a fantastic record. So I'm not surprised if he's got a pretty decent record against everybody. But yeah, he's, we know what a quality player he is at the top of the order in this. And yeah, I'm sure he'll himself and us as a team will be looking for him to put in a match-winning performance and get a big one.
On a day like today where he's fielded for 50 overs and he's got a bat again in 25 minutes, what does he do in that 25 minutes? Does he eat? Does he just go and sit in the dressing room and put his pads on and think, or what?
Yeah, he did eat. He'll fuel up, obviously get some fluids on, and then, it's interesting. I think some keepers, especially in this format, actually they're not waiting around to bat. They're sort of happy with and can, he'd rather just get out there and get in front of it. And obviously if he goes and gets a big score, great. So yeah, look, he'll be, he's, wants to do well and wants to perform for the team, and he'll want to make this really count and get a result.
Hutton replaced by Lyndon James from the College Chapel end. Quite a slingy action. Take 1 down to Fine Ahmed, but Ollie Price was never interested in the second run. We did ask you about your injury earlier, but just to clarify, what's the rehab time thought to be?
Not totally sure. It's quite swollen today, so I'm going to have an X-ray tomorrow, and then it'll be a case of just making a plan from there. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, but yeah, at the moment it's pretty sore. In an ideal world, it'll come back clear and settle down tomorrow, and I'll be okay for Tuesday, but we'll just have to wait and see on that one.
I was going to say, was Tuesday going to be too soon?
Well, it's all dependent on tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, I want to be out there Tuesday. I love playing here, but again, it's just a case of whether it's, there's no break or fracture and I can grip a bat. But yeah, I'll be doing everything I can to be out there on Tuesday.
Don't forget all the usual squad news. Match pack preview will be out Monday afternoon, generally around about 4 o'clock. Chopped away by Ollie Price. He wants 2, but I suspect they may have to settle for 1. That's a good recovery. The stop was not totally clean down on the rope, but settled for a single. James, a tidy all format cricketer for Notts. With bat and ball, good stop from Hasib Hamid. He's in short on the side for Bracey. They've got a deep square. Although that field has got a lot of ground to cover on that side. split field 5 and 4, 5 on the offside with the point right on the boundary, Citroen, but that's worked the other way by Bracey down to deep backward square. One more. And this is where, if they mirror Verena and Hasib Hamid, it'll be, I use the word quiet accumulation, Jack, but you kind of know what I mean from that.
Yeah, that's it. And I think just once they get used to the crease and expand like the, you know, Brace is obviously very free scoring and looks to sort of cash in on anything short or wide. And Ollie, obviously, once the spin comes on, he'll look to use all his different scoring options. So I think naturally, like, the scoring rate is going to increase the longer they spend time at the crease. But I think it's important to invest in this period of time. They're obviously going hard with the four seamers at the moment, and it's probably the pretty crucial period of the game.
Gloucestershire running at about 4 and over at the moment. They need obviously more than that, but with just the 1 wicket down, Hutton's bowled 6 of his allotted 10 already. Economically, yes, and with 1 wicket, but he's only got 4 in the locker. Have you seen much of Farhan Ahmed?
A little bit. I've not played against him, I don't think, but yeah, I think, you know, he seems to be a pretty highly rated prospect with the ball. But yeah, again, it'll be a different challenge for him bowling in these conditions. So I'm not too sure if they've got another spin option, but I thought we rotated our spin options well, and I'm sure when he does come on, if we don't lose any more wickets before then, we'll look to try and put him under some pressure so that they have to work around their bowlers in a different way.
Well, Alfie and Ollie and Ed Middleton bowled 25 of the 50 overs between them today.
Yeah, exactly. So with the balance we went, we knew that we were going to bowl a lot of spin, so they're obviously slightly differently balanced than us. So yeah.
Hayes to Price. That's clubbed to the offside. No point chasing that. That will, once it raced past Lyndon James, there was no way that Seasham was going to cut that off. T20 obviously is a lot shorter form. The impression we had watching James Hayes was there was definitely, you know, a wicket around the corner, but there might be a boundary around the corner as well.
Yeah, no, look, I think he was a nice addition for us. Obviously, we were, you know, a few seamers down at that point, and he came in and I think he bowled really well in 2 games and sort of got hit in the other 2. So again, that can happen to anyone. It's obviously a pretty brutal format, and you know, he showed that he can pick up wickets. So obviously, we don't hope he gets any wickets today.
50 partnership. Once again, all those 50 runs off the bat. I mean, extras have played a very, very small part in today, with only the 1 no ball and 1 wide in the Gloucestershire innings when they were in the field. East to Bracey. You could almost refer to that as the Dom Sibley type shot. Work it behind square on the leg side, take the single. I mean, just going back to that Surrey match, he and Burns I thought were ruthless in the way they it was not thrilling to watch, but you had to admire the professionalism in which they just compiled those runs.
Well, exactly, and they didn't really give us a sniff. Like Sibley, sort of once he got his eye in, it felt like he wasn't going to go. And then Burns, I actually think, came in and played a really good knock at that point. Like, you know, I'm not sure, I think he struck it quite way over, won a ball and used his sweeps, and it was really tricky to try and sort of manoeuvre our field. I think in this format, if you can hit balls in different areas, especially through that middle period with only having 4 out, it can be quite tricky to try and defend. So, yeah, we'll be looking to sort of emulate something similar to that today from here onwards.
Cameron Darrell's gone out with certainly a drink for Ollie Price. Bracey doesn't want one by the looks of it. Cameron Darrell trots off. In the squad for today, but didn't make the 11 in the end. Good news for the club that he's committed for another 2 years as well, to combine it with his very long medical studies, because I think it's about 6 years to get a medical degree. Lyndon James.
yeah, no, we're very happy to obviously lock him down for another couple of years. I think he shows, in the T20 campaign in particular, how devastating he can be, and obviously with that being his first opportunity, to play in the first team, and I think he's, only going to improve from there, and hopefully, play a big part across formats. But yeah, he's a great lad, and his hitting is pretty brutal, as we saw at Worcester.
Yeah, that was the one that made people sit up and take notice a bit, I think. James in, high elbow from Price, but straight to mid-off. And the thing is that because of his university studies in the first part of the season, Gloucestershire aren't likely to see him very much, you would think.
Yeah, I don't think that, to be honest, I'm not too sure what his university schedule is at the moment, but obviously he's featured for us in white ball, which is obviously sort of, I think, during that period where universities generally off, so it works quite nicely at the moment. But fortunately he's at Bristol Uni, so I'm sure he'll be in and around training around his studies and things like that.
Price into the ground this time, just played that almost very soft hands, and he does the fielding. Reminder that Notts started the day second in the group, Leicestershire top, but their last matches today, Notts have one more, which is against Surrey on Tuesday. James to Price, and that's beaten everything and everybody. The first really odd bounce we've seen. Verena couldn't believe that. It went past Ollie Price, probably in a lower trajectory than he expected. It got to Verena, bounced up and went over his shoulder.
He's lucky he didn't cop that in the face. That was, that definitely kept low, and obviously the outfield here at the moment is dry and fast, so you sort of don't have much of a chance if it does deviate.
No backstop like you find in club cricket. James goes fuller this time, and Ollie Price picks up another single. It's almost like a freebie boundary, that one. So James Bracey got undone by one that I think bounced literally out of the crease and turned from Ed Middleton. That was the only one that really misbehaved. That was from the same end, actually. But Verena, absolutely no chance with that. Chopped on the bounce by Bracey to tie up to here. End of the over. Jack, a few thoughts from you on tactically where the game's at, with Gloucestershire chasing 280 to win, and then Ed Seaborn will be back.
Yeah, I think it's we're right in the balance. We're in a good position. I think always that first 10 overs, no matter where you're playing, is tricky with the ball offering up. Two quality new ball bowlers in Hutton and obviously Ollie Stone. He's played, a decent bit of international cricket. So, yeah, I think, look, it's nicely poised. We need, 210 or 35, 6 and over. More than manageable, but, we're going to need big partnerships from here on in. And that's something we actually haven't done well enough this tournament, to be honest. And that's why we've fallen short. So we've spoken a lot about that. And, it's sort of the talking is done now, and it's about going out and doing that.
I'll just come back in. This umbrella, I'm starting to wonder if it's listing slightly. I don't quite remember it whacking me on the head in the first innings. We have had a few mishaps over the years with umbrellas on this balcony. Thankfully nobody was hurt. There was a time when one actually went flying into the stand in front of us, but I think fortunately there was no play on at the time. Anyway, I think everything's been tied down. Farhan Ahmed, star of the show of England under-19 World Cup, just fairly recently gone by. Ollie Price, second ball comes the first sweep. What are you thinking in terms of middle overs spin on in general, with obviously 5 in the ring?
Yeah, look, I think now we're going to look to try and put pressure on by hitting the gaps. I think it's one of those where you don't want to go into sort of gear 5 risk by hitting over guys on the boundary, but you know, with that extra man in, there's extra space. So yeah, both Ollie and Brace will be looking to hit those gaps and find some good boundary options. Obviously, Ollie has all the different sweep options, which I'm sure we're going to you know, see here, and you know, it can be tricky if he can start getting a few of those away. It can be really tricky to defend, not having that extra person out.
I suppose conventionally sweeping down the hill. Oh, tries the nice little change-up shot, just the dab. That goes away fine. The crowd love those sorts of shots.
They love wides as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's always an engaged audience here. Certainly was yesterday as well. Ooh. Has seemed fairly low bounce, if anything's going to cause issues.
Yeah, I think so. There's been a couple stay low, but you know, it looks like it's still playing pretty true. It's not turning sideways, so you know, we're in a good spot.
Use of the feet from Bracey, just about beats the bowler, and then, well, I'm not sure. It almost looked as though Lyndon James felt that long off was going to stop that easily, and he put his hand to his mouth after it had got by him to the boundary, as if to suggest, I'd have misread that a touch, and McCann likewise.
Just goes to show if you can beat that infield, how it flies away. I mean, that, you know, how that's gone for 4 is remarkable.
It was one thing to beat the bowler, and then, yeah, just I'm not sure. Sometimes the angle here, because again, in case you've joined our stream more recently, you have the view behind the bowler's arm, but our view is square of the wicket, so it can occasionally be a little bit deceptive. But it looked as though somebody was going to be able to stop that pretty easily. I think Nottinghamshire in the field contemplating exactly how that got by, but it'll be Lyndon James to bowl straight away, so don't have much time to reflect. Okay, just rotating the strike. Some fond childhood memories of coming here?
Yeah, I do actually. I remember sort of pretty vividly. I'm not sure how old I was, but I think I was sat in the stand in front, and it was some sort of one-day game. I'm not sure if it was T20 or not. And I think Ian Harvey was playing at the time for us. He hit 6 onto this roof, and it cracked a tile. So I mean, that was a long, long time ago. But look, it's a special place for many reasons here, and it's definitely a highlight of the year for a lot of the boys. We've had good success, and yeah, we want to keep that continuing.
Swinging away, Bracey. Didn't again get up masses, but watched it, stayed in a relatively low position, swing it away. We didn't actually fully get hold of that by any means, but finding the gap.
Yeah, it only needs to be 5 or 10 yards away from the fielder here, and if you get enough on it, it generally runs away.
Oh, that gets past backward point, no catching it now, and that's 50 for Bracey.
$50 for James Bracey. 52 balls, 9-4, 1-6.
A great way to get there with certainly one of the trademark Bracey shots. And all of a sudden, that current run rate in the 5s, as is the required rate. And just gets off strike as well. Oh, first I thought that throw was going to hit Price, and then it hit the stumps. So Bracey clearly not feeling any ill effects of the blow received a couple of overs ago. There are some batters who just seem to get hit there more than others.
I'm not sure why that is, but there definitely is. It must maybe a technical deficiency. I don't know, but I think generally guys that look to try and pick up pull shots off the top of the stumps, it's that can happen. That's something that I don't do too often, to be honest.
No, there's one of your teammates that does spring more to mind in that respect. I gather once had to go in search of a replacement box from the MCC shop. Driven. That is a stunning shot from Price and a huge over. 14 runs coming from it.
Yeah, that's just the sort of over, that can ignite something. Obviously, I think we're having drinks now, but, suddenly going from 4 and over, we're up at 5.5, pretty much at the rate, and actually feeling like we can put some pressure back onto them now.
So, obviously, and Price will a bit of a breather. It's hot work out there. 27 degrees I've got on my computer screen, which I don't think it's particularly scientific, but what one weather outlet thinks it is.
It's definitely a warm one out there, so hopefully we can make them tire in the field, keep running them around, and keep piling on the runs.
But not quite as warm as 4 years ago when we had that adjusted set of session times due to the heat wave, when it was expected to get, I think they were expecting record temperatures here, and it didn't get anywhere near as warm as they actually expected. And then when everybody trooped off the field, the sun went in.
Yeah, I do remember that. Very different.
The man I was referring to a moment ago, Mr. Hammond, 177 in that game. Just to give you an update in terms of some of the other matches going on, I suppose it's maybe better news from elsewhere than it is here for Nottinghamshire in second place, as the leaders Leicestershire posted 261 for 7 from their 50 overs, and Kent going pretty well in reply, 74 for 1 after 14 overs. And Somerset appear to be falling to a pretty hefty defeat against Northamptonshire after Somerset were dismissed for 185. Northamptonshire lost 2 early wickets, but they are 101 for 2 now, only needing 85 more to win. And Lancashire, Warwickshire, that still looks in the balance at rugby. Lancashire posting 311 for 5, and Warwickshire 92 for 1 after 14 overs in reply. So certainly could go either way as far as that one's concerned. And, well, looking at the bowling figures as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, 4 for 35 for Rob Keogh, who is still going, and Yuzvendra Chahal 3 for 35.
Must be taking a bit of spin wherever they're playing that game.
Yeah, I think it's a Wantage Road.
Okay, yeah, it can spin there.
I mean, they've, I suppose, looking at the championship run in, Calvin Harrison will return to them as well. They might have 2 leggies with Harrison and Chahal.
Yeah, no, definitely two great bowlers, and I think that you look at the summer with the way it's been, you think there's going to be some pitches coming up in that last championship block that are definitely conducive to spin. Obviously, we've signed ourselves an overseas spinner. I think a few other teams are doing the same, so it will be, a different style of cricket than what usually goes on in the early part of the season. But I think it's brilliant to have all different types of varieties of games.
Yeah, I was going to say you're a fan of those sorts of games.
Huge, yeah. I think it's brilliant. I think you need test different skills for players across a year. Obviously, it generally nips around and does a bit early season, and then we've had some great games in the past. We vividly remember Warwickshire at home a few years ago where we won, and it was spinning a lot, and they had an overseas spinner, we had Zafar, and it was great. There were men around the bat. Yeah. It was it's just a completely different type of game, and I think they're really enjoyable to play, and I'm sure enjoyable to watch as well.
Yes, Jayant Yadav.
That's right.
Indian off spinner. Zafar got wickets in the first innings, and well, I'm sure most of us still remember Tom Price's 8 for 27. The second innings, it was a fabulous game of cricket. But no, I must say I can't wait for the last stretch in terms of if it starts spinning. I just love watching spin, really. So you sometimes get a little bit starved of that in the first couple of months, depending on what the weather conditions are like. I suppose that was something that the Kookaburra experiment was designed for, even if, well,
Yeah.
yes.
I don't know. I'm sort of quite glad that's gone. I don't think it quite worked here. It seemed to be nice if you were a batter during that period, but
Yes.
yeah, I think good spin can bowl at any point.
Cries of catch, but there's nobody anywhere near it. And in fact, oh, it's great effort, but nobody will stop it either. Hayes tumbling over his heels and not able to keep the ball quite in the field of play. So we resume with another boundary. It's a deep forward square and a long leg. Plenty of space there, and nobody inside the circle between a pretty straight mid-wicket and 2 backward points. I seem to be thinking Bracey's going to reverse here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think obviously they've got the 2 points because they're worried about that, and then they've obviously got the 2 out here, so it means that mid-on's up. No 45, so look, there's plenty of gaps. I'm sure he'll look to try and knock it into those like he has done there.
Again, not exactly sure how that got past 2 fielders, but so it did. I see Hamid at, well, now shortish mid-wicket. Can never see him without remembering those bandages he had on every single finger a couple of years ago. Yeah, the next opponents, as far as 50 over cricket for the men, Northamptonshire in a few days. Championship match against Worcestershire. Last time on this ground you shared a fairly eventful partnership with your brother.
Yeah, we got close. It was a shame we didn't quite stay out there long enough to get the draw, but yeah, always good games here no matter what format we're playing.
Hard, and fumble from McCann at short extra cover allows a single. 6 from that over. The profitable overs continuing to build up for Gloucestershire as their 3-figure mark approaches. And Lyndon James looking set to continue for his 4th over. Feels awful to ask this question because it's only the start of August, but have you got things lined up for the winter already, or is that still to come?
Yeah, we're actually heading to Australia in October. Family, we're moving out there. I'm obviously coming back and still playing as I do. Like, for those of us that don't know, we generally go down there in the off season and I play. So yeah, in October we'll be heading that way. I'll be playing some cricket across there, trying to pick up some different franchise opportunities if they come, and then I'll be heading back this way at the start of the season to crack on with the season. So got a little bit to sort out between now and then, but yeah, it's an exciting time.
Slower ball. Mead pouncing on it, so no chance of a single. Yeah, there are always more franchise leagues, it seems, but it must be great as a player.
Yeah, look, I've only had experience of a couple of T10 leagues, and I'd love to have the opportunity to play in more. I think you get to see a different part of the world, play with different players, and I just think as a player, your window of actually playing is only very short. Yeah. So to be able to experience different things in different parts of the world can only put you in a better place. So yeah, but it's in that vein, it's obviously very competitive as well. Like you've got players from all over the world wanting to play at all different times of the year. So if you do get that opportunity, it's just about trying to take that.
How do you get a sense that you're evaluated, as it were, in terms of do you feel it's mostly about the numbers, or is it more connections, or both?
I think it's both. Yeah, I think you look generally, if people have outstanding years or competitions, they'll...
Oh, gets by Hutton. And I don't think there's any point running after that now. It's only dribbling away, but it won't stop.
Yeah, they'll generally get rewarded for that. Yeah, so you need to stand out in that sense. And also, yeah, knowing people, working with different coaches also can play a part. If a team needs a replacement player and you've come across or worked with that coach before, and, you know, that is just the nature of the beast. So, yeah, opportunities are hard to come by. So, yeah, we've got, you know, a lot of guys in our squad. We obviously didn't lose anyone to the 100 this year, but we've got a lot of guys hungry for franchise cricket and experience those sort of things.
So 100 up in the 19th over. Gloucestershire ahead of Nottinghamshire pretty comfortably in terms of both runs and wickets at the moment at the same stage. Of course, it was around about this point where Verena and Hamid were building their partnership, but really only a comparison in terms of two innings that Gloucestershire will hope go a different way with two set batters out there, and Bracey continuing to find some gaps. No chance to come back for two that time. But 6 runs off that over as well. 103 for 1. In terms of championship later on in the competition, I mean, it's somewhere that you've, especially as spinners, has started to come into play. Do you feel that's somewhere you can really make an impact?
We'll have to see how the hand is first, but look, yeah, like I always want to play every game and contribute, and I think you know, I guess we're also in a position where we are in the table that you know, we need to start having a look and you know, trying to build and see where guys are at. Like, it's not just a case of giving the young players opportunities now, but we want the young players to...
What's up in the air? Might land safe, just does. And oh dear, even worse, it's going to go for 4. How's that happened? Martindale had a hard bounce and then let it get over and by him, and it's gone for 4.
So yeah, as I was saying, it's not just a case of them coming in and just getting the opportunity. They, you know, it's actually putting in performances and driving the standards and everything forward, because yeah, we're not happy where we've been at as a club across the board. I think we did a decent job to get to the T20 quarterfinals with some of the challenges that we had to face, but you know, in the championship and in this Metro Bank, we're not happy with where we've been at, and ultimately it's down to us to improve that, and that's the experienced players and also the younger guys, and we just have to be playing better cricket for longer with both bat and ball.
So Nelson on the board. Without wishing to... There's no such thing. There is no such thing as a commentator's curse, so I can't be doing such a thing. But talking about James Bracey, you've had such recent success against an opponent. A couple of hundreds in the last 3 meetings that they've had. I mean, are there some opponents that you just think, I love playing against these guys?
Look, I think you naturally... Like, you don't take anything for granted when you go out there, but you'll naturally know that if there's a particular team that you've had success against or a particular venue, and you try and build on that. Like, you know, I've always had good success against Worcestershire and at this ground. So it's, you know, you do realise those things, but again, you know that on any given day that it's not a given that you're going to go out there and do well, but it always helps with building confidence for that particular day.
Ton stand up in 101 deliveries. And now Bracey crashing it through the covers. That's going to take some stopping. And it's just rolling along the boundary. Those in the old Petesian seem to think that that went for 4, but anyway, it'll be 2.
It's always tricky, those ones. As a fielder, you don't actually know. I think there was a bit... Will Williams had one the other day at Lancs that he seemed to get a bit of a barrage from the supporters behind, and it's not actually easy to know when you do flick it back or not.
I felt horrible for that, because
4.
Well, that'll be 4, yeah. Beats backward point. Another mighty over. The 3 boundaries off it. Yeah, I felt horrible about it because I turned out that I may have been right, but I did say quite immediately what I'd felt, and I thought, hang on, that was miles away. You couldn't have been sure, but anyway, no, it's tricky, isn't it? When you're diving past it, you can't actually see it. You're almost just feeling it, aren't you?
Exactly. You don't actually truly know. I guess you need someone else to help you out in that instance, and that was the Lancashire faithful trying to help out, and then they didn't sort of let him forget about it.
Yes, Will Williams receiving some boos on his return to Old Trafford wasn't really what I was expecting, but anyway, no, I'm sure they'll forget about it, given what happened. But anyway, 119 for 1 after 20 overs. Just final thoughts on where this is going before we better let you go.
Yeah, look, I think we've had an ideal last 10 overs. I think maybe 70 or something we've got. But and as I said, yeah, to be able to put the spinner under pressure now, they're going to have to change something. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ollie Stone or someone come back for a burst and try and break the partnership. But these two are playing fantastically well, and they just need to extend that now. If they can still be here at 35 overs, we're going to be in a great position to win the game.
Thanks very much indeed, Jack, for your time today. It's been a great pleasure to hear your thoughts, and hopefully, well, I say hopefully we'll have you back. Hopefully we will, but hopefully you'll also be out in the middle and unavailable to come up here, but very much appreciated. Thanks very much. So, Ian Randall will rejoin me for the remainder. I have to say, he's worked a treat on commentary in both stints as they come back for a second here.
3 wickets when Notts were batting, and then
no wickets and a whole chunk of runs.
a couple of observations from my left, from the Nottinghamshire bench. After the drinks break, one member of staff said, "I know what we should be doing." He didn't say that the players were doing what they should be doing, but he said he knew what they should be doing, which I thought was a relevant point. And then there was a real thump on the desk when that Bracey shot went not only in the air and wasn't caught, but it then went over the fielder and for 4.
Yeah, there's been some real moments of raggedness from Nottinghamshire in the field of late, which, especially as a team that is pushing for the knockout stages against a team that isn't, it's not something that will be taken lightly.
Martindale from the College Chapel end. He bowled 4 overs in the tournament before today, but he did take a wicket in that spell. But at the moment, this has great similarities to watching Verena and Hamid earlier on.
Arguably, James Bracey even more belligerent than those two lately.
Yes. Slightly slow ball from Martindale, picked by Bracey, who turned it round to wide long leg for 1. Farhan Ahmed's carrying quite a lot of responsibility here as the only front-line spinner.
Yep, and even then you sort of wonder how long Hamid can keep him on in terms of, okay, you know he's a wicket-taking spinner as well. And but, you know, as you say, in this position in the side, he needs him to bowl. Well, he doesn't need him to bowl 10, but in terms of 10 overs of spin, he'd like him to bowl 10. But 3 overs for 29. That continues. You can't keep any bowler on. Bracey taking on mid-on, and successfully so. Martindale has been tugged from the deep cover boundary and put at mid-on with a pick-up but not a throw. The activation zone is in full use again over there with the bouncy castle and the sort of inflatable test your bowling speed lane. Ooh, very low there, Price.
Yeah, that's one of the things about this competition, both at Bristol and at Cheltenham, is the kind of what goes on around the cricket. So there's a quiz, I think, after the
There is, yes.
close of play tonight.
Swept away fine. Price, think about a second run. Sides against it. It's
not on a playing day, but there is a match here on the 13th on Thursday against a Lashings 11. And Courtney Walsh is part of that. He's doing an evening on the night before.
Yes, and the quiz tonight, or later on anyway, which is always a feature of Cheltenham with the North Cotswold and Wiltshire arm of the supporters group organising that. I gather there is also going to be an auction held. Oh, that's a sweet shot from Bracey. Just a little shovel sweep for his 15th four to go with a 6. It's a really different looking sweep shot. It wasn't a sort of roll of the wrists on it. It really was almost a shovel, but straight into the gap and hit with quite some power.
66 out of 84 in boundaries.
Yeah. But no, the quiz this evening, I gather, will feature a raffle for an auction.
Well, I think if it was a raffle,
I think everybody would want that. Yeah, an auction for a Jack Russell print of Sid Lawrence's Test debut at Lord's, which Andy Brassington has donated.
Lovely shot from Ollie Price. Again, Martindale trying the slower ball, and Price picking it and picking the gap at extra cover as well. At the moment, this is going far better than almost any Gloucestershire supporter could have wished for. Depleted side playing a challenger at the top of the group. Price beaten by one that he wanted to play at, but played down the wrong line.
Also just bounced a bit extra. That was a small amount of that tennis ball bounce that was talked about earlier on.
Martindale passed on by Blackwell. Price contentious to steal that into the ground, but not sure at the point where they probably need to get rid of both these two very quickly.
And they should still believe that if they could do so, then Gloucestershire still aren't quite halfway to the total. And we have seen that wickets can fall in clusters.
Oh, Bracey getting back pretty quickly there as Price tried to force that past Hasib Hamid. Good pick up.
I think he's thinking he should have thrown it, but I do think Bracey would have been back, and I'm not sure that Lyndon James would have got there. So he would have had to concede 4 if he'd missed.
Martindale, quite a long approach. Price again outside his crease, just steering that away to the boundary rider on the point boundary. One more to him. Gloucestershire just about going at the rate they need to, so they've managed this, paced this very well so far. Bracey wants to answer the call for 2 here, and he'll get them. So at the moment, dangerous to say there is no threat in the Notts attack, but it looks tidy but without a real edge to it.
Well, it's been the problem, hasn't it, in terms of once the new ball's gone, if you're not batting in a manner that involves risk, if you're just looking to hit strong shots along the ground, then you know we've seen enough cricket in the couple of games already, albeit on different pitches, where there's not much that seems to be able to dislodge a really well set partnership. And 125 this one's worth. 4 innings, 4 big century partnerships. But equally, there's still that responsibility on these two to ensure that what we've also seen can happen doesn't happen, in that once a partnership's broken, wickets can cluster. Ollie Stone returning 4 overs for 24 with the new ball. Didn't bowl badly, but there tended to be one ball either on the pads or wide of the off stump for Bracey, especially up front, to have a bit of a dart at.
Notts probably know that in order to win, they've got to bowl Gloucestershire out here. They're not going to contain from this position. You wouldn't have thought. I know cricket is an odd game at times, but you wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, I suppose you might just about see a situation if they were to take a few wickets and then the run rate really started to build, where they could almost not bowl Gloucestershire out, but it's got to come pretty close, hasn't it?
Yeah, hard to see it. Start of this over, Gloucestershire were going at 6 and the rate crowd was 5.25. So in terms of just managing everything at the moment, Gloucestershire could not be doing any better, chiefly down to this man.
Yeah, Price has certainly played the supporting role, but Bracey has been so far the main man in terms of scoring the runs, and Price quite happy with that. Again, in recent times, the Gloucestershire 50 over batting lineup has worked its best when James Bracey has got a sizable score, because he does. And it's almost like 50 over cricket is just his ideal sort of tempo to bat at. I think he also really enjoys the opportunity to go out and open again. Quick single, well taken, and might be an overthrow, but no, just again running a few steps deep and allowing the time for the backing up to happen. So just 3 off that over from Stone. It's been a rarity of late, an over that is not above the required run rate. Having to scroll back quite a long way to the last one, that last over that went for less than 6.
You go back to Hutton, have you?
Got to go back to the 15th over.
It wasn't quite on then.
No, that was presumably when Hayes first came in, maybe. It was that ball that skipped past Verena for 4 byes. It was in that over. There was only 1 single in addition to that. That's quite a distance to go. That's half an hour ago.
Price has 46. And almost the shot that gets him into his half century with a good diving stop by Farhan Ahmed. Good number of the written journalists here today, actually, more than you may normally get for a one-day cup game. Basic defenders.
Yeah, I think there's been a few feature pieces lined up for various publications.
I'm sure.
As we've been
there was
chatting away.
I did notice that there was there's one piece called a Seaside Special, which is going to be done. Well, it has been done by Paul Edwards in The Cricketer, and I'll come back to that after this ball with a comment that was made about it. Worked away by Bracey into the leg side, and Hugh Turbeville, who always has to see these pieces go past his desk, and as he said, one of the finest pieces I've had the pleasure to edit. I say edit, you know.
Yeah.
So
you're saying something, eh?
Yeah, yeah, and we know Paul Edwards loves his outground cricket. If you do read him regularly, you'll know. A pleasant shot from Price could stop from Hassi Hamid. The Notts haven't played here at Cheltenham. I had to ask the Notts scorer this because I wasn't sure.
I knew it. You didn't ask me.
Oh, yeah, but you weren't here. 2011 was the last time they played a List A game on this ground. Pleasantly driven again by Price. Only get 1.
The old CB40.
Yes.
Brought up the card, actually, especially for the occasion as well. Jack Taylor and Matt Taylor both playing early stages of their careers, so much so that Jack Taylor was batting down at 9.
Gosh, did he bowl?
He did. He bowled 7.4 overs, 3 for 50.
Finally tucked away by Bracey, and that will be stopped, won't it? It will be stopped. It's good work by Ollie Stone down there. They've only taken 2, but he saved 2 runs, and he'll get a good round from the members for doing so.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire winning that match by 19 runs. They posted 266, obviously in 40 overs rather than 50. Alex Hales made 61 off 32 balls at the top. I suppose he wouldn't have been around for too long in 2011 either. What an opening combination. Alex Hales and Ali Brown.
Oh,
talk about a meeting of eras. Of course, Ali Brown Had he been backed by the England management, may well have had the opportunity to go on to have the sort of career Alex Hales did.
We might look at what the Gloucestershire 11 was for that game in a minute.
Punched into the ground. 3 Taylors playing.
Chris Taylor the third.
Yeah. Marshall and A. Gidman opening the batting, sorry. Kane Williamson at 3. Chris Taylor 4. Ian Cobain at 5. Kevin O'Brien at 6. That being the year that O'Brien and Marshall went ballistic at Uxbridge.
Oh, someone say Southgate. Oh,
Was it Southgate? Yes, I'm sure you'll be right. I'm probably getting my satellite London grounds mixed up. No, Uxbridge.
Uxbridge.
Driven. Might have opened the face on it.
Outside half of the bat, I think.
Yes. Well, we had this a couple of days ago with Stephen Finn and David Milan. I'm sure you can imagine which side of the conversation each of those was on as far as open-face drives went. Especially Milan, somebody who plays so many drives naturally with open wrists. It gets them squarer than others. Yeah, the rest of that Gloucestershire 11, John Batty was the keeper, then Ed Young, left-arm spinner,
Yep.
who actually played for Wiltshire against Gloucestershire here a few years ago in the National Counties Showcase match. Oh, it skips a bit low. Bracey thinking it was going to be there to cut, and I suppose as the ball gets a bit softer,
I think
that
that's
could be
hit. That's hit Verena on the boot.
could be a real danger with Stone towards the back end if he bangs it into the middle of the pitch and it doesn't get up a great deal. Yeah, some wear on the lower part of a leg or foot. Tricky to tell as we're looking at it again because Bracey's in the way. It almost looks as if it's got between his legs actually. Just missed the padding and hit somewhere in a portion of the lower leg. Pushing for a second here, which they'll get. Nicely placed. Yeah, and then, well, I suppose the only other one of that 11 from 2011, James Fuller, the 2 Taylor brothers. Luke Fletcher, who else? 3 for 39 for Nottinghamshire.
Who was batting at 11 in that team?
Matt Taylor.
Right.
James Fuller batting at 10. Too bad. Gloucestershire just came up short.
Dropped away by Bracey.
Oh, a bit of a fumble. And the throw's coming to the non-striker's end, but it's nowhere near on line. And the 100, no, that is the 150, yes, there we go. Just caught a glimpse of the board with the 2 at the end of it before that delivery, and wasn't sure whether that was the 2 that had been added, but it wasn't. So 150 up and 26 overs. Nottinghamshire, I think, brought theirs up in the 31st. There's not been many meetings in list day cricket between Gloucestershire and Nottinghamshire here, and by my reckoning, this is the first time that there's been a 50 over match between Gloucestershire and Nottinghamshire at Cheltenham. All the others 40 or 45.
At the moment, Martindale into Ollie Price. He steers that down to third man, and he'll get the applause for a half century.
50 for Ollie Price. 72 balls, 5-4.
Ben Casey doing the honours with the numbers. 5-4, 72 balls, so not really rapid strike rate, but absolutely the job alongside James Bracey. Cuts could stop. So to here. I don't know how many throws you had at the stumps today, but not a single one has hit.
There was one that inadvertently hit from the deep. But I know in terms of actual shies at the stumps, yes.
Yeah. Martindale briskly in, but that's Bracey's go-to shot at the moment, the little clip into the leg side. And Gloucestershire can tick that target down below 100, it'll feel a lot closer psychologically. They're trying to prevent the boundaries with the fields that they're setting, so they've got a third man, a long leg, very wide, almost a deep backward square, really, then an orthodox square leg and an orthodox point, both on the fence. There are spaces, and there are spaces for shots like that too. That's a really well struck into the gap drive from Ollie Price, and that's absolutely raced like a tracer bullet to the boundary in front of the scoreboard.
Gosh, I thought I was commentating with Ravi Shastri.
Does he refer to tracer bullets?
I think that's one of his.
Right.
Yes, one of his trademarks.
That did go at a rate of knots.
That's KNOTS, by the way.
Again, good stop from Martindale this time, but that was out of the middle as well. So Martindale, if it's an experiment, it's kind of a last main option. The only wicket to fall was that of Cameron Bancroft when the score was on 13. He was caught behind by Verena off Hutton. He made 4, and then these two have put together the stand to take Gloucestershire all the way to 1,571. So 123 more to win.
It's time for another drink.
And apart from anything else, Ed, this will, if Gloucestershire can see this through, just the concept of actually winning a game for a first time in a while will, lift the supporters here at Cheltenham and the dressing room as well.
Fine glance, and that'll be 4. Stone round the wicket, just straying down the leg side and picked off. There's really no cutting that angle down. More of a long leg than a fine leg. And Bracey on the cusp.
Dominic Allen on the march, complete with his mobile phone.
Up towards mid-on, it'll be past him as well. And in sumptuous fashion, James Bracey goes to another 50 over 100 against Nottinghamshire.
17 falls, 1-6.
Quite a lot of the members on their feet.
150 partnership brought up in the same blow as well. What a way to bring up 100 that is. An on drive along the ground for 4. And make it 300s in 4 matches against Nottinghamshire.
And 6 in all in the format.
One of those, of course, being
The 200,
a double.
Yeah, the 224 against Somerset.
Do well to get there today. Gosh, he mistimed one.
Was he fallible after all?
It's obviously the nervous 100 and whatever, 100 and noughts.
And he's had the responsibility of captaining the side today as well.
Mm.
So,
Yeah, captain, keeper, opener. Oh, it'd be cross he missed out on that one. It's wided anyway, but that was a fairly putrid delivery down the leg side.
who do Notts turn to from here? They've got to open and end somehow.
I think they've already gone back to one of their key wicket takers in Ollie Stone. I almost wonder if they have to go back to Farhan Ahmed. Driven in the air. Oh, he's got it. So Stone does provide the breakthrough. That was creamed by Bracey, but Hamid juggling it, but catching it. Didn't have much time to react. It's a good grab and ends a phenomenal innings from James Bracey, and Cheltenham will rise to him.
James Bracey, 103.
Politely raises his bat initially, and then I think he would have liked to have slapped it against his pad as he walked off.
Yeah, the body language of a man knowing that he's just scored 100, and if he walks off without raising his bat, people might talk, but yeah, he always say it, but I don't think there's anybody harder on themselves than James Bracey, and he'd have been, sure, thinking about going on, but doesn't take away from what has been an innings which has been really on its own in terms of quality today, you have to say, with 17 fours and a 6. Just the consistency of the striking of the ball whilst doing so in a controlled manner, and the variety of shots that he hit.
And it was played. It was played at a different tempo to the stand between Verena and Hasib Hamid. So now Joseph Eklund in at number 4. And apart from anything else, Bracey will probably be cross that he didn't get Gloucestershire closer to the victory target. So now Eklund, who's not played any first-class cricket, but he has played for Hampshire as well as Gloucestershire in this format.
Oh, inside edge just saved him. They were going up for that, but realising that Eklund had hit it, you could hear the two noises from here, but And that must have been pretty close if he hadn't. Immediate strangulation of the appeal. But there's almost a different sense of purpose from Stone running in there, having broken that partnership. It is inevitable that happens. You just get a bit of a boost, and he got a new batter to bowl at and hold him a rocket first up.
So Notts are going to
Change your bowling.
try something a bit different here. Brett Hutton's coming back. This might feel like a little bit like last chance to keep it competitive. They need a Price and probably at least one more relatively quickly. This might be a 2-over burst from Hutton potentially. Price into the ground and fielded by Hasib Hamid. So just to go back to Joseph Eklund, he had 10 matches for Hampshire across 2 seasons in this competition. He didn't play any first team cricket, and he's had 4 games for Gloucestershire in this season's tournament. So a chance for him, and probably a chance to bat a bit longer than he has done in a couple of the other games.
And the other difference, I think, is he's coming out in a position where his side are on top as well. So everything is, I suppose, laid down for him to be in a position where he can make an impression.
Yeah, there's enough distance between the target and where Gloucestershire are at the moment that if he could make a 40, perhaps be there at the end, that would work in his favour. Pulled away by Ollie Price. A chase runs from Sisharan, and he can't quite reach it. Partial stop, but it runs over the rope. And 4 more to Ollie Price, who will, I'm sure now, feel the responsibility of, even at 25, being the senior pro out there.
It was a short ball he had to take on. There were screams of catch as he didn't catch it absolutely cleanly.
Hutton to Price, shot into the same area. Martin dealt with the throw. Again, it misses, stumps at the non-striker's end, but Price quickly through.
I suppose the number of boundaries that Bracey was hitting meant that even just a run of 2 or 3 dots, which didn't happen too often, but I wonder whether that sort of feel might change with Bracey gone, or whether Price has been out there for long enough and is confident enough to feel that he can do the same.
109 more required. Eklund defends his first ball from Brett Hutton. No real change in the field. Hamid, it feels as if he should have caught that chance. It was a little bit of a juggle, but I think we'd have all been surprised if it had gone to ground. Dug out by Eklund. What doesn't want a single? Let's go straight to Ben Martindale. Those who've brought their own seats today, largely at the college lawn end of the ground. A lot of seats were laid out.
One result to bring you elsewhere in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. This is at Northampton. Northampton Steelbacks defeating Somerset by 7 wickets.
I'm sure that was delivered over the PA for exactly that response.
Oh dear. It's Northamptonshire winning with 20 overs to spare, which might bring about a cheer now, but also means that Northamptonshire will be coming into Cheltenham in a couple of days off the back of a good thumping win. Yeah, 7 wickets, 20 overs left. Luke Proctor made 85, Nathan McSweeney 69 not out. Short chase, appeal for RBW and given. Stone with a double strike, and now that is that situation we discussed with both set batters dismissed. And still a test ahead for Gloucestershire's young middle order.
Stone brought back with the gamble of trying to get a wicket. He's got two. Price also looks a bit
Ollie Price, 59.
upset as he walks off, but there's a bit of advice for Joe Phillips, who replaces him.
Dare I say it, I think Stone Dead went a long way across Ollie Price. Struck in front of middle. Whilst he has been batting outside his crease, I don't think he was appreciably outside his crease there, and I think there was only one direction that one was going. Fairly straightforward decision for umpire Watts.
Ollie Price, LBW to the bowling of Stone for 59, made off 80 deliveries.
So whilst they have got this double strike, Ollie Stone will only have 2 more overs left after this. But a price that Nottinghamshire had to pay.
So the stand for the second wicket was 153. And now Bracey and Ollie Price gone relatively quickly.
Phillips batting at 5. Batted in a lot of different positions already in his Gloucestershire career. Just about gets bat on that. Yeah, I reckon he's probably batted 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. I think 7. The only top order position I'm not sure he's come in is 4.
And that's across all formats.
But yes, I suppose across formats, yeah. Riding the bounce, Eklund.
Always get a lot of familiar faces at Cheltenham. Just got sight of Mark Bryers, one of the college sports staff. Teaches real tennis, amongst other things, I think. Or coaches real tennis.
Have that at your school?
Oh no. Lucky to have tennis.
Different field to proceedings. As this partnership has to build.
You
And
kind of feel you want to go down the was it the Monty Python gag of the 4 Yorkshiremen, who each one of them had worse experiences of life than the previous.
oh, straight Yorker, he's got him. That was a slow, agonising death for Eklund, who may not have realised it, but the ball trickling back. 3 wickets for Ollie Stone. And that really was a missile delivered at the feet of Eklund. Looked like he maybe just got enough on it to keep it out. But no, 3 wickets in 7 balls for Ollie Stone.
Well, this is kind of what you get when you have the competitive nature of a first division team, who might appear to be on the back foot, but know that if they can get one road in, they'll try and force the door even further, and that's exactly what they've done here.
Tommy Borman.
So the Cheltenham-born Tommy Borman to join Joe Phillips whilst there is batting to come, very much into the all-rounders.
Excellent ball by Stone without scoring.
If another wicket were to fall with Ahmed due in next and Ed Middleton, Rao, DeLange, Johnson in some order. Still over 100 required.
A good call by Hasim Abeid to bring Stone back.
Gilman keeps him out. A few Nottinghamshire members definitely in the seating down below us, so a few Nottinghamshire hats about.
What do you do? Stone's got 2 overs left. Now he's just having that conversation. He's in a purple patch at the moment.
If you bowl him next over, he's got to bowl out, really. Not going to bring Stone back for 1 over, I don't think. So I think it's the question of, he's bowled 4 overs already in this spell. And I suppose the temptation's always to save as a captain. Maybe a position where they could even go back to spin and start to bring the field in, increase the pressure on these two.
Stone has bowled 8. Hutton, this is his 8th.
But Gloucestershire can afford to consolidate here. There's no immediate run scoring pressure, whilst that required rate is fairly close to the current rate. The overs that remain, chiefly among change seamers plus the spin of Ahmed.
Just a bit of, I think, just Phillips in particular will know. Actually, these two have batted together in situations where you just try and compile. Doesn't matter if you get to 49 overs and 5 balls, but just compile, and make it even more difficult for the opposition to win. Quite off a little bit jumpily by Borman. Couldn't pierce the field. Both these two know that they have at least another year with Gloucestershire, so it's not as if they're, you know, coming to the end of a rookie contract and really need to prove their ability. Borman's, this is his 11th match in the format. He's not got a score higher than 33 not out, but he's got a few 20s or 20s unbeaten.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's the way that he finished off games last year, isn't it?
These two could break the back of this. Good big to their credit. Lyndon James doing a little bit of limbering up. Do you keep 4 overs of Hutton and Stone? I think Notts' strategy might be, you know, that would feel like loosening the noose a little bit. They've just taken 3 wickets. They'll keep pushing. Chopped into his feet by Borman. Hutton, though, is kept out. 173 for 4, 107 more needed.
Sort of go back to what Jack Taylor was saying earlier in terms of his words where you feel you can chase anything in the back 10. So I think at least for now you have to sort of ditch the idea that you might win this in style with plenty of overs to
Change of ball
spare.
returning from the College lawn end, Farhan Ahmed.
And it's more about just manoeuvring yourselves in the 9 overs that go until maybe the back 10 into a position where you can then launch with wickets in hand.
Well, if they were to creep along at 3 and over, they'd end up with roughly 200 off 40.
Yeah, about 8 and over then for the last 10 in that case. Held that one back, Farhan Ahmed.
I think both these two might have a little bit of a look here.
Well, both have batted in the top order. Tommy Borman getting his first chance in first team cricket to do that this season in the Championship.
So this is only Borman's 3rd innings. The other two were 22, and no, so they were 28 and 18. The other two.
Yeah, the 18 was off 9 balls, wasn't it, at rugby? Naturally, an attacking player getting a top edge, which might escape the chase, and it will, of Brett Hutton. At this stage, Gloucestershire will take him any way they can get him, but he's not somebody. He said that does bat in the top order, Borman. He's somebody that does express himself. Phillips, somebody who's quite happy actually to bide his time. Borman, you feel, will naturally want to feel bat on ball, will want to find boundaries. That's a fine little chop as well. Don't think he meant it to go quite that fine, but again, it doesn't really matter. And under 100 to win.
Well, the Gloucestershire spinners were going at about 6 and over. Both, well, not both, because they've all 3, both Middleton, who finished, Ollie Price, who also finished, and then debutant Alfie Johnson.
It's a nicer shot, which of course doesn't bring any runs. And still though, 9 runs from the over, which has relieved some of the, should still be marginal, scoreboard pressure in terms of that run rate started to move back towards a run a ball. Required, that is.
Just a chat between captain and spinner as he takes his cap and walks away. Yeah, Hutton is being held for the moment. The issues with outgrounds is papers drifting everywhere. Ed's decided to go that the sunscreen bottle is the answer. Keep things in place. Lyndon James back into the attack. And Joe Phillips defends. There was a half a thought for a moment of Hasib Hamid trying to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end, but he held on to it in the end.
It's vital that Lyndon James backs up what Hutton's just done from that chapel end. Bowl at the stumps and nothing too special, I don't think.
Phillips trying to just push that into the gap on the offside, but the lead is there for a reason. 4 overs for 25 at the start of this. Yeah, Farhan Ahmed, 5 overs for 44. He's been certainly the most expensive
very pronounced lean when he walks, does Lyndon James. It looks like he's walking into a headwind.
Jumper behind him. Drops that into the offside, and not don't feel they're out of this. You could tell by the way the in particular the third and fourth wickets were celebrated.
Just waiting and hoping for a way in with one wicket, and then I'm sure they'd have felt the way that things have gone. Every chance one could have brought a few.
Steered away by Phillips. There is a fielder at third man. They'll only take one. And this is why people look at the One Day Cup and see crowds of nearly 5,000 at York. Sellouts here at Cheltenham, sellout at Darlington. Good crowds at Welbeck College and at Kibworth and at Repton School, and all these outgrounds that are being used. You know, county supporters love this format.
Yeah, and I think people have warmed to, even in some of the places that made the loudest noise about the configuration of this competition, even in those places, I think people have warmed to the feel of it, where you are finding out about young players in the middle and supported by some of the more experienced names. In the air.
Oh, and over the top of Sam Citroen, and it's gone for four. There was a fielder in at short mid wicket. It was in the air, but once it cleared that fielder, it was away for four.
It was very well timed, but then so was the shot that Bracey hit that ended up in the hands of Haseeb Hameed. Sometimes you can just leather it to a fielder. I'm sure that will settle Phillips as well. Whilst Borman hasn't found the middle of the bat for his boundaries, he at least has got his innings off to a start. Well watched. You've got to be very careful playing off the back foot, square of the wicket today. Really watch it, especially if it's straight of line. Gosh, he's gone right back there, Phillips. Almost threatened to...
Very much
past.
threatened, I would say.
Very much did, yes. Phillips trying to combat that by using his feet, but 3 dots. So after finding the boundary previous over, just be starting to itch a little bit again. It's probably at this point as well, if you're Farhan Ahmed, he's got quite a long run up for a spinner, but you just start to think about getting through some overs quite quickly. Nice looking drive from Phillips, might push for a second, not to be. So just 2 runs off that over, certainly Ahmed's best.
And 34 overs. There will be the agreed drinks break and the decision over which ball to use. And the 2 coaches head downstairs. Paul Franks of Nottinghamshire and Mark Thorburn, who's in charge here today. Whether he wants to have a word with these two batters or not, I don't know. Maybe from what he's seen. But it's for people who weren't able to be here yesterday. It's been a real contest between these two, and you still wouldn't like to predict which way it was going to go. Notts are not out of it. Gloucestershire, you would like to think, could finish it from here, and that would be against the form book in a way, because they've won only one game so far. That was against Kent at Bristol. The side has been, as has been publicised, depleted by injury. It looks a very inexperienced batting order today, quite an inexperienced attack as well. But Aman Rao took 4 wickets, and Notts, they slumped, you could say, from 200 and
Friday, August the 21st, in the Boundary Hub marquee.
23 for 3 to 279 all out, or if you prefer, 266 for 4 to 279 all out. So 6 wickets in 17 balls at the end. And Monroe finished with 4 for 44, Ollie Price 2 for 59, Marshall DeLonga 3 for 37, and Ed Middleton 1 for 60. Those were the wicket takers. And then in this reply, Cameron Bancroft out early, and then a stand of 153 between James Bracey and Ollie Price. Bracey making 103 and Price 59, but Ollie Stone removed both, and Joseph Eklund in his second spell, and now it's down to Phillips and Borman, at least for the moment, with 16 overs to go. If you want to make even song tonight, depending on where you're preaching, it might, well, a bit preaching, or indeed being in the congregation, you might have to be local.
I suppose one thing you would say is that we found out a fair amount about people with the ball today, and either way it'll be the same thing with the bat. And whilst, of course, Gloucestershire supporters have come today, and ones who are watching us on the stream will be wanting Gloucestershire to win, and they don't really care an enormous amount how it happens. In a way, of course, it would have been a great sight if Bracey and Price had taken Gloucestershire basically all the way and removed.
But you wouldn't have learned much.
But this, you almost like to see these two in this position now.
So from the resumption, Lyndon James to continue, and Joe Phillips steers the first ball of the last phase, you would say, of today's play. Out to backward point, and to come back to that point about the crowds and why people like this format, is that there is that ebb and flow and the possibility to recover. James to Borman, almost got through. Taib Tahir has been inside the circle, I think, probably for the whole of the 30 overs. I don't think he's been pushed out onto a boundary anywhere. Borena still in that wide-brimmed hat.
I didn't think there was an edge on that, but obviously fell short of the keeper anyway. Whether it's just Nottinghamshire looking to pile the pressure on, suggests there was.
Well, there are some teams that can be quite noisy in the field. This Notts side doesn't strike me as being overly like that. James to Borman. Take one. And a lot of the runs today have been a lot of the singles have been square, haven't they? Whether it's deep point or square leg.
I suppose any team seems quiet when you've had 50 overs of Marchant in the field.
He was on form today, unquestionably. James. Nothing that Phillips could do about that. One or two supporters nervously wandering in front of the members.
So I can see some nails being worked on down there. Is that leaning forward from those in the first row if they stand in front of us? Yes. Edge of the seat, leaning on the railing.
Yeah, bucket hat. James. Tempted to play that same shot from Phillips, that cut away to deep point, but he got too much on it. It just didn't quite dribble out, but bounced harmlessly out into the offside, fielded by Hasif Hamid. So a quiet James over to get us underway again for these last 16 overs. So you need 88 off 15.
Almost up to a run a ball.
But that's roughly where they were then when they started. So,
oh yes, yes.
In a sense,
and there shouldn't be anything these days. There shouldn't be anything alarming about a required rate of a run a ball.
To come back to your point from earlier about whether Notts would need to bowl Gloucestershire out, because they've had that 3-wicket burst, do you think there is a possibility that they could contain and still win?
I always felt there was a slight possibility, but it's hard to see Gloucestershire being, 6 down and not getting there. That strikes me as very unlikely, but especially if a couple more were to fall, the rate is inevitably going to build then, and then you've got bowlers in. Admittedly, one of those is DeLanger, who may play one way. That's a lovely shot from Borman. Just over-pitched from Ahmed. Borman stepping into it, slamming it through extra.
I suppose it's inevitable, Bristolians like Bristol-born players to play for Gloucestershire, and those in the north of the county like it when a player has learned his cricket up this way. Trying to make an impact as well.
Oh, Phillips does like to go back against the spin. He's playing with fire on a slightly low surface. Gets well forward there. It's a good end to the over, but the damage had been done at the start of it.
And we talk about, Borman being a relatively young player in first-class terms, but if you've not seen a lot of him before, you're following us on the stream today, or you're from the East Midlands as well, he has played in a Lord's final for his village team in the village knockout. He made 71. So if you can go and do that at that venue,
as a 17-year-old,
something
I think
like
it was.
that, yeah, that says that temperament isn't an issue.
No, he's been around.
Or let's say
England
confidence isn't an
under-19
issue.
squads.
Say confidence isn't an issue. James to Borman. And he's whipped that away between two fielders on the leg side for 4. It wasn't the best ball from Lyndon James.
Well, as you say, it was a ball that was ripe for the picking, but Borman clearly in a frame of mind where he's out there, as you say, confident.
200 up. 280 the target. And that was a tight single from Borman, running to the danger end.
I'm not exactly sure how mid-wicket could have affected the run out there. Almost would have had to have deflected it, tipped it onto the stumps, but from that sharp an angle, that's asking a lot. I think it was a very well judged run. So there's 5 of your 6 required from the over in 2 balls.
James' long stride comes in once more to Phillips, who defends.
Phillips shouldn't be getting frustrated here.
Last wicket fell at 172, so 32 these two have added.
You know, Phillips can play the Price role if Borman is playing the Bracey role, and that's how it's been divvied up so far.
Phillips on 11. Get at least one here. He might get a couple actually, because that's a stop from Hutton, but he didn't know where the ball had gone, and they able to come back for a second on the throw. Well, that hurt a bit on that right elbow, and he might need to go off and have it checked by the physio. It's his bowling arm as well, so that might be a bit sore.
And to still have 2 overs to bowl that might be very important ones.
Phillips works that finer. James Hayes, who we haven't seen for a while, does the fielding, and Gloucestershire rotate the squad once again.
Also those 2 overs of Stone, which I think in an ideal world they'd have liked to have left for almost right at the end, but it's looking increasingly as though they may have to use those overs to break this partnership.
Borman, off the bottom edge. Fortune favours the brave there, and he's going to get 4 more. James can't believe he hasn't got a reward for that. A very, very narrow Harrow drive.
I think it's the French cut, isn't it? He does like that shot, Tommy Borman. He gets low and then tries to almost chop cut it, but on a surface as low as this, it's a shot that brings some risk. But in that instance, a slice of luck for 4.
He's in the 20s again. And not persevering with Ahmed.
Was a nice delivery. Phillips to receive first up. He's a bowler of immense promise, Farhan Ahmed, but he's so far struggled in terms of his length especially. That's a bit too short again. With a comfortable single. That's not quite the cry of, we'll get him in ones, but as long as enough balls are scored off, a rate of 5.3. And slow, but Phillips able to play relatively comfortably off the back foot. It's so narrow, isn't it? I mean, it's only a matter of inches fuller that I think particularly price bowled from that end. Swept. Fielder gets away from him. And an awkward landing for, I think that is Martindale, who's had a bit of an adventure out in the field today. Never looked like he felt he could take that, but then all of a sudden it was actually pretty much within his grasp.
It looked quite close to him, didn't it?
Just looked like he struggled to judge the angle of it.
Now, it's on the far side of the wicket from us, so that's probably 120 yards away. But the way it was drifting, I felt like he was going to get under it.
Again, Bournemouth can play off the back foot. So an over full of singles. Supporters don't mind that much because you can see the runs ticking down and some of the sting of that 3-wicket burst from Ollie Stone in 7 balls sent down by him. Been very much taken out of it by this partnership. Phillips hasn't raced along, but he's done enough with the boundaries that Bournemouth has found one way or another.
Elsewhere in Group A, the leaders Leicestershire, who play their last game today, 261 for 7 against Kent, are 189 for 3, so they need 73 off 13 overs. Northant's already beaten Somerset by 7 wickets. Lyndon James to continue, and chopped away by Bournemouth, who gets to 30 for the first time in the format this season. Warwickshire making a very good fist of chasing 311 to beat Lancashire, 224 for 3 with 16 overs to go. So they need 88 off those 16 overs.
So it's very possible that the top 3 will all lose.
It is possible the top 3 would all lose at the moment. James into Phillips, who's found a gap down through where Gully would be. They want 2, and that's well run. We've not seen James Hayes for a while. I wonder how Notts feel they can get him back into the attacking board. 3 overs for 21. But they can't afford to go at 7s from here.
No, then they're going to have to bowl. Someone's going to have to bowl somebody. They've only got 7 overs out of the combination of Hayes and Martindale. Inside edge again.
Yeah, it sounded like 2 sounds.
That's assuming that Lyndon James bowls is 10. I thought 2 overs of Hutton and Stone, absolute certainty if Hutton's fit, which it looks as if he is, he's still out there. But beyond that, doesn't really feel like a certainty of any bowler completing their allocation.
Clipped pleasantly by Phillips. They'll think about 2, but that's McCann out there who gets his throwing quickly, keeps them down to a single. That 5th bowler option is proving a tad awkward for Notts at the moment. They need to find 3, at least 3 overs from somewhere. And that assumes that
exactly
Farhan Ahmed bowls out.
Yeah, somebody's bowled 8 overs for 59, and Lyndon James, who's going at over a run a ball as well.
Foreman. Put the inside edge onto the pad there, but it just dribbled into the leg side so they can take a single. Stone's taking his cap off. I wonder if that's a indication that he is going to be risked. There's the 50 partnership between these two.
Between Phillips and Gorman on 55 balls.
Again, all 50 runs off the bat, 31 of them to Gorman and 19 to Phillips.
Yeah,
Here's the gamble moment by Notts, I think.
yes, they had to, didn't they? Really. They have to hope that wickets can be taken by others, and then, oh sorry, the wickets can be taken by Stone, and then others can restrict more easily from then on.
Change of bowling, returning from the college lawn end, Ollie Stone.
We've only seen 2 wides today. One wide when Rao slipped down the leg side, and one when Ollie Stone did the same. That's it. Especially on a ground where in the past we have seen a number of bowlers struggle a little bit, particularly from the end that Stone's bowling from that college lawn end, struggle a bit with no balls. It can be tricky sometimes in terms of some of the peculiarities in terms of undulation.
I wonder if, pardon me, I wonder if this pitch is just on the flatter side of the square.
Mid-wicket in a bit closer.
The green strip is the championship one, I'm sure. And the one beyond that will be the one for the match, the Worcestershire match on the Northampton match on Tuesday.
Hutton bouncing around as well. Would obviously not ideally like it to be a maiden over, but it would still be under a runner ball for the back 10, and Ollie Stone would only have 1 over left. And he does feel, at the moment, can change, does feel like the one Gloucestershire really have to see off.
They've heard the cry of wait on from that was Borman's call.
Yeah.
But
I think it was a slight amount of frustration in that as well. Actually timed it up pretty well. Went through the ball in attacking fashion, and
it clearly should have been Borman's call.
yeah. It's gone straight, but not straight enough of Farhan Ahmed. It's the gentlest of buzzers from the crowd, but for the most part it's reached the stage where it's only a certain number of overs to go. Eyes fixed on the middle now. Very few people milling about the periphery. Whipped away.
Almost as if he waited for the right ball in that over.
I think he had made up his mind he was going to play straight and hope to try and hit it so firmly using the pace of Stone that eventually he'd get one past the short mid-wicket and the short extra cover, because Nottinghamshire bringing those fielders in, needing dot
We
balls,
now enter the final
and the
power
danger
play
then
of
is
the innings.
that one gets by for 4, and whilst it's not the requirement, it really does negate one of those overs of Stone. Pretty sure they would take 4 off
Bowling and returning
his
from the
last one if
chapel
it
end,
meant
Brett
no
Hutton.
wickets.
Well, this is going for the jugular here by Hasif Hamid, because Hutton's coming back as well. As a comparison, this stage Notts were 208 for 3, so Gloucestershire fractionally ahead on the score, but they have lost an extra wicket. So Hutton, 2 overs left. And pulled loftily by Phillips, 2 bounces forward to mid-wicket.
That was a real loosener from Hutton. Doesn't bowl many halfway down. And when you get them, they've got to go.
Tyndale is in on the single at mid-wicket, so there's a Sam Sishran is got a lot of ground to cover on this leg side boundary, chopped into the ground this time by Phillips.
Tie up Tahir, who's been stationed at backward point, I think, for almost the entirety of this innings. Pakistani. His last List A match, by the way, before he joined Nottinghamshire, was for Garni Glass against the Oil and Gas Development Company Limited.
And when was that?
In December.
Tip and run by Phillips. So here does have the first direct hit of the day, but Phillips is home at the non-striker's end, just as well his bat was down.
So you need the call of your end from your colleague. They're a sharp lot at Garni Glass.
How many did he get?
Don't know. Previous matches before that against Khan Research Laboratories, State Bank of Pakistan, and my personal favourite, Sui Northern Gas Pipelines Limited.
Cut away by Borman. This is now his highest List A score. And it would mean something if he could get to a milestone off it as well.
He's finally got the opportunity, I suppose, to play a slightly longer innings in 50-over cricket. You never know how many you might have got in some of those previous not outs. He's been not out in a third of his innings so far, and I hope it'll be 40% by the end of this one.
Sishran asking Hutton where he wants him to go. The answer is about 2 yards to his left on the boundary at mid-wicket. Hutton again chopped into the ground by Joe Phillips. Yes, the bottom half of Group A could make a mess of things for the top. And today, it's worked away by Phillips. There should be only one there. James Hayes is patrolling the boundary in front of the temporary club office, ticket office, storage office. It's everything here
isn't it?
in the pavilion buildings.
Giving away trade secrets. That's where they keep Ian Randall in the winter as well.
In a dark room for a lie down.
Get the feather duster out and he's good to go for another season.
So this is the over to block.
Yeah, well,
Ollie Stone's last.
Again, a maiden, and it's still under a runner ball for the remaining 8. But yeah, certainly has shifted about this group today and may continue to do so again. And I don't know if there's quite the potential that a team might get in with 4 wins and 4 defeats, but certainly looking as though it's possible that those teams are still mathematically in it come the final round of matches. Northamptonshire might still have something very much to play for come Tuesday. Played late. Oh, that's another poor piece of fielding from Martindale. Nearly conceding 2.
Don't forget Surrey play Notts, so they couldn't both lose.
Surrey play Notts. Yeah, okay. And then who've Lancashire got? Lancashire have got Somerset. So Somerset could go to 4 and 4, move Lancashire to 4 and 4. And then 3rd place may be guaranteed. Kent. Who's Kent got? Kent have got Warwickshire. So again, that could mean a team at 4 and 4. So I think, just trying to work it out in the moment, it's possible that that's enough. And it could come down to net run rate. Somerset's, of course, has taken an absolute hammering today. It was quite good, and now it's actually slightly worse than Northamptonshire's.
Notts haven't given this up. They experienced the clatter themselves.
Banged in, and that, I think, was back onto body. Stone not able to get there. It's canny stuff from Stone, isn't it? Because I think he's worked out that Borman is happy enough off the front foot and trying to play him straight and not really trying to take a risk. So he's said to him, okay, you can pull me if you want, but you'll be doing so with 3 fielders out in the deep, waiting for a top edge. Tried the Yorker, but Borman has split the gap out there, and again, needs to be a smart piece of fielding.
And is.
Only did he keep the Yorker out, but takes a couple off the requirement, and Stone just 2 deliveries left. Well played. Got on top of it. Again, the crowd get to that stage where they're right into it. Singles applauded, but also intelligent cricket like that. The trap was set, and Borman determined not to fall into it. Bumper or Yorker, Ian?
Last ball, Yorker.
Well, won't be his last ball. He tried the bumper, and it costs him a run. You can't turn wides down. That's not how it works. Oh dear. Oh, short ball again, which I must say I'm a little surprised by, but well bowled Ollie Stone. Has been the pick in terms of wicket taking by some distance here. Brett Hutton very tidy up front, but Stone felt like the bowler who might just produce a breakthrough at any moment, but he's done at 3 for 52.
And Hutton to bowl his last over.
And even just from a cricket fan's point of view, it's always great to see Ollie Stone bowling after just knowing what he's been through, and he certainly has that reputation of being one of the nicest men in cricket as well. Having a good summer.
Getting a good hand from those on the boundary down at third man. I wasn't going to reach him here because Phillips has again played that off the back foot to Hasib Hamid. So what do Notts do? They've got 7 overs left and they've bowled out arguably their 2 main threats. Can Hutton find a sting in the tail here?
I think if it were me, I'd be going to Hayes from one end, because I think you need wickets, don't you? That's the only thing that's gonna help now, surely. So Hayes is your more wicket-taking bowler, isn't he? Above James and Martindale.
Hutton squeezed away by Joe Phillips. Another single.
And maybe you do have to go back to Farhan Ahmed and say to Gloucestershire, okay, you can go over the top if you want to.
Only 2 boundaries to Phillips today, but he has dug in, really.
I was going to say blunted.
Yep. 4 toss and missed out on by Bourne. He's played it into his foot. Did it actually go into the top of his foot?
That would have been the inside of his knee, was it?
Into the top of the pad, in behind the pad. I thought it is his foot initially.
Yeah,
No,
well, it's the right knee. Some part of it, anyway.
In that bit which doesn't have any protection.
Yeah. It gets exposed as your leg is slightly bent. But he wishes he'd just stayed there after getting that full toss.
2 balls left for Hutton. And he's taken a wicket. Gorman caught and bowled by Hutton. Perhaps unnerved by the ball before. But he has to go for 39. And Notts chisel out 1 more. And Foreman's made his highest scoring list day. And he's put together a very useful stand here with Joe Phillips. But he can caught and bowl for 39. The stand was worth 68. And that means Daz Ahmed is out at number 7.
Yeah, just spoon back, really. He again shimmied and I think wanted to try and flick it more onside than that.
Dariush Ahmed is sponsored by Digby Associates.
Not supposed just
Foreman called ball
emphasising
by Hutton for 39.
what they want to try and do. Joe Phillips just, his hands have got certainly not dry inside those gloves, but just felt they needed freshening up.
Did I not say to you last night at one stage tomorrow we're going to watch Brett Hutton bowl 10 overs, 2 for 25.
I think I think something like that.
It's not quite.
He's not far off. He's 2 for 30 with 1 ball left. Now an opportunity for Daz Ahmed here. Again, he's got some useful runs down the order, generally in matches where Gloucestershire batted first. Well, that might be close, and he's gone LBW. And Hutton has finished bang, bang. And Notts right back in this. Ahmed caught in the crease. Oh, not a difficult decision for Ian Blackwell. And Hutton finishes with 3 for 30. And Gloucestershire still need 40 to win.
Hutton, 10 overs, 3 wickets for 30.
So 40 off 7 overs, but, and this is the but, Stone and Hutton have both bowled out. Ed Middleton is the new batter.
Ed Middleton.
Yep. So you feel
They might
much
go.
rests on
Derek
Phillips.
Ahmed, LBW to the bowling of Hutton without scoring.
New pair of gloves for Joe Phillips at this point.
He does very much need his hands to be dry, Joe Phillips, when he's out there. You'll often see him with his gloves
Bowling
off at the
from
non-strikers
lawn
end.
Farhan Ahmed.
So Ahmed's got 2 overs left.
It's a good time to bowl them, though, isn't it? You've just taken 2 wickets. Phillips, even as the more established batter, can't just run at him. And Middleton, as the new batter, is unlikely to do that as well. But what he's got to make sure is that he doesn't just leak a sort of comfortable 5 or 6 from this over, just really to reduce the requirement.
Yeah, he will have to get most of the remaining 40, you would think.
Not ultra attacking for Phillips. There is a shortish extra and a shortish mid-wicket. Otherwise, everybody else on the boundary or on the edge of the circle. They seem to kind of allow Phillips that. Just thought they'd have to move one more single saving fielder in. It looks as though that is square leg.
Ed Middleton's barely batted in white ball cricket. Batted a little bit in the Championship, but that's a while ago.
Always gone for the reverse first ball. And if you got that away, you just get the ball rolling, so to speak, and there's no way Hutton's catching up with that. He's the only fielder behind square on the offside. It's a good single found.
Again, he's in red ball cricket, he's looked like somebody who might get you a 20. And of course, in this situation, that would be most useful.
He sort of hung on the crease there, Phillips, but watched it onto the middle of the bat. Would it really be a Cheltenham game if it didn't come down to the wire?
Well, you had a storming finish here yesterday for the women's game.
A game where it looked as though Sussex had to start with from nowhere with that 199-run partnership might walk home, and Gloucestershire 5 wickets from Emily Geach pulling it back at the death and securing the win. Nottinghamshire looking for something similar in terms of wickets at the end. Again, they pretty much allowed Middleton to take that single and keep the strike. So it is a runner ball for 6 overs. It's that sort of drill that is practiced, isn't it? In the winter, in various situations, you stick a couple of batters in and you say, right, you've got whatever it is. In this case, 6 overs to score 36. You practice these scenarios, but it's another thing to execute it in the middle in front of a sellout crowd.
So if Hayes was to bowl 3 from that end, that would mean
from the
you could, in theory,
Have Ahmed and James from the
different-
other.
Yeah, correct.
So as Jack Taylor mentioned in his T20 stint anyway with Gloucestershire, he had 2 games where he bowled with real pace, accuracy and potency. There's a couple of games where he really did get taken down. He's got the potential to produce the wickets that the Outlaws need.
6 overs to go. I don't see anybody leaving. Why would you? Middleton wants to tip and run here, and he's sharply got the single. With Taib Tahir on the edge of the circle. And that wasn't a shot of somebody desperately trying to get down the other end, but wanting to get the more senior, more established batter on strike.
And they have played a lot of second team cricket together, these two, shared in a massive stand for the twos a few years ago.
Hayes into Phillips, nothing there. Reed is in absolutely on the single.
Joe Phillips got a double ton, and Middleton, sorry, got a big 100 as well. So they have batted together plenty before.
So still the boundary riders square of the wicket, a point and a deep square. There is a backward square, probably only 30 yards to Seasharon's right. That's pleasantly played by Phillips into the gap. That might be 4. It certainly will be 2. It will be 4. That just releases the requirement for this over a little.
It's a wonderful shot from Phillips, because the temptation is to start trying to hit big and hit in the air, but strong shots along the ground, that's what's worked all day.
Hayes, chopper behind him, comes in, and Phillips just does what a lot of professionals say, boundary, single, will take the strike. 250 up. And these sort of 270, 280, 290 games so often provide this kind of finish.
It's the equivalent of the 160 in T20, I guess, somewhere around there. 150, 160.
Yeah, both sides in the game. Hayes has got long on back, mid-off is up. Oh, Middleton pushes at that, doesn't get a touch.
I suppose more in terms of, in a T20, I guess it's more about pitch conditions and actually low-scoring thrillers on a tricky surface. But in 50 over cricket, it's more about that definite balance between bat and ball, isn't it?
There's always that feeling that there is a bit in the pitch here at Cheltenham as an outground. Hayes into Middleton. Right, sort of a single. It's gone straight to Taib to here, and Phillips says no. I'll have the strike, thanks. We've had the boundary out of that over. 30 off 5.
Ahmed.
I think if it was 30 off 5 and Stone and
Yes,
Hutton were still left to bowl,
that would be very different.
that might be a different equation. But
Again,
Notts had to do that,
yes.
and they've taken 5 wickets doing it.
Yep.
By bringing them back.
Yeah, Hutton
5
taking
of the
those
6.
2 at the end of his spell.
5 of the 6 have fallen when Notts effectively were gambling to stay in the game.
Last over for Fine Ahmed. Then it will be all seam for the remaining 4.
This kind of finish will create a bit of interest for people who maybe have only bought a ticket for today. Maybe they can't come on other days because of work commitments, but if others in the area look at, oh, what about the festival today? Decent finish, perhaps I ought to go. Certainly for the championship game.
Yeah.
Oh, indeed, for their women's game against Kent next week.
Week today, indeed, 10:30 start against Kent.
Who they beat on finals day in the semi-final of the T20.
Shorter ball. Sure-handed fielding from Seasharan. Ahmed dust himself off each ball that's just sneaking by. Magnified here.
The marquees have been quite quiet today. We had a little bit of a Gloucestershire la 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 there, but that's almost the first time that they've been very attentive.
So they get the dot. Now, are they happy enough to let Middleton have 1? Mid-wicket drops back. More space on the leg side for Middleton to work with the turn. Hayes going to backward point. So they pretty much give Middleton the single. He will take it, as he should. That will work as far as just taking this a little deeper with 4 runs off Ahmed's last over. He has pulled his figures back after really taking some tap in his first few overs. He was never quite that wicket-taking threat that perhaps Nottinghamshire needed him to be today, but still hung in there with his spell, and now 6.5 and over for the remaining 4. So James has the Chapel end where he's bowled from. And presumably Hayes to change.
You would think. You would think.
The James
Change of
Hayes
bowling from the
bowling
Chapel end,
partnership.
Lyndon James.
So Middleton looking for the early single. Get it there. 4 straight to Hamid, and remember behind these 2, probably in this order, Rao, De Lange and Alfie Johnson.
Yeah, there would certainly have been days when you would have very much expected to see De Lange padded up to come in next with the possibility of a couple of meaty blows to take all the sting out of it, but probably not now.
James, LBW appeal against Middleton. They're going to try and throw the stumps down. They miss, and there's going to be an overthrow. So they're going to run anyway. A leg by. There was nothing off the bat. Ian Blackwell wasn't interested.
Did look to be just angling down.
Down the leg side. Middleton almost ran too. He's got Phillips on strike. Hasib Hamid really thinking about this, as he's got to do, but equally he's not been slack in making changes during the innings. He's tried to create something where nothing was happening, and you knew he had to gamble with Stone and Hutton, and by doing so he's given his team a chance at this late point. Phillips, the key man on strike for Gloucestershire to Lyndon James. Slower ball, he's hit it in the air and it's gone for 6 into the members. On some grounds he might not have got enough of that, but here, just enough.
He knew he just had to help it, didn't he? Heart would probably have been in his mouth as he was watching it, but we had a very good view and it always looked as if he'd got enough.
19 needed, 3 overs after this. Phillips wants a single. First missed field from Hamid allows Phillips to get down the other end.
So again, we mentioned it many times before, but those all or nothing bits of fielding here, when it gets into this situation where it is all or nothing, that's where you almost bank on the piece of fielding not being able to be done cleanly.
Middleton, tall man waits. Thinks about calling for that as a wide, but umpire Blackwell not interested. Barona takes. So now it's probably a question of a dot ball. He was stretching for it, but
it's impossible to see the wide line at this stage, but he has moved a little bit across his crease anyway.
So it will be 18 off 3 if Middleton survives the last ball of this James over. He'll do more than that. He'll take 1. They want to try and go for 2. The answer is no. 17 off 3 overs. Proper Cheltenham finish.
Yeah, and a proper 50 over finish as well. If this had, so many times, if this were a T20, even 6 down and you got it to 17 off 3, the body language would be so different in the field. Not that you don't see games won in T20 from this situation, but because it's 50 over cricket, you've worked all day for it. You aren't just moving, I guess, onto the next game of 12 or 14. Nottinghamshire especially, this is a win where, especially if other results go the way it looks.
So I'll just check those, Ed. So Warwickshire need 42 off 8 overs, but they're 6 wickets down to beat Lancashire.
Lancashire have fought back there.
Kent only need 8 to beat Leicestershire, and they've got 3 overs and 6 wickets to do it. Northants have beaten Somerset already.
This is a chance for Nottinghamshire to equal Leicestershire at the top of the table. You wouldn't say all the pressure is on Nottinghamshire, though, because Gloucestershire are playing at home and at Cheltenham. Here's Hayes. with a swing and a miss. So back to a runner ball. The work.
All the members stand below our commentary position wanted. Middleton to find a single from somewhere and get Phillips on strike. Almost for the first time today, the sun isn't shining on the scoreboard. Actually, most of the ground can see it a little more easily.
Run hard's the call. And a good pickup from Farhan Ahmed. Should mention already, if we didn't do so, Joe Phillips's highest List A score on the ground where he scored his maiden championship 100 last year. Powerfully, but straight to Hutton. And another sizable barrier put in there. Remains a run a ball.
He's only made 8, Middleton, but he's just hung about, which is exactly what Phillips would have wanted.
Push. Middleton running to the danger end. He'll come. The throw will go to Phillips's end. He'll get there. That is real cricketing nous from Joe Phillips. As really was the 6 in the previous over. Realised how he needed to play the shot, rather than trying to knock the cover off it and hit it onto the Thurston Road. Now, 1 ball to keep the strike with a single. He'll do it.
It's a reasonable over from a Gloucestershire point of view. 11 off 2.
So funny, isn't it, on a smallish ground, an outfield which just takes everything away, and yet at the end it's come down to finding as many singles as possible. 3,062 the attendance. Obviously we have had more in Cheltenham's gone by, but with the exceptional circumstances this year of it having to be in this position in the calendar, it's great that it is as well supported as it can be.
And it will be full again on Tuesday for the visit of Northants, who had a thumping win today over Somerset. So 2 overs to go, 11 to win. Phillips on strike on 49. Lyndon James to bowl the last over from the Chapel end, and that will go for 1. They'll want 2, but they won't get it. But Joe Phillips reaches 50 for the first time in a one-day cup fixture. First time this day.
56 balls, 3 fours, 1 6.
Ben Feasey announced the numbers of 6 and 3 fours, 56 balls, He knows that won't count for anything if he can't get Gloucestershire over the line. He wants to be there at the end. What can Middleton do to get him back on strike? James. It's a bit of a ugly pull, but he's got a single out of it to Seashore, and I think he was trying to hit that into the members, if we're honest.
Yeah, it's just that low bounce, isn't it, off the shorter length, skiddy short ball from James, and Middleton's very tall as well.
9 off 10. We're down to runs needed and balls remaining. Pardon me.
Sort of day the scribblers despise. Can't tell which way it's going late.
Right about 3 introductions. Phillips, he used his feet to try and get right down to that, hit that on the full. Didn't get anything on it, and Lorraine did well to stop it. It could easily have gone for 4 byes.
Yeah, and Middleton was halfway down as well. I'm sure he'd have been tempted to try and come through.
When he was fired in by James, coming down the leg side. Phillips waits for James. Almost a full toss, and he's worked it away. That will run for 4. That was probably the ball he was trying for the ball before. But Phillips got into the right position and worked it down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
That's what they say about the Yorker, isn't it? It's a great ball as the previous ball when you execute it, but it is hard to execute. And a full toss like that at this stage,
And now Notts
costly.
have got almost nothing to play with. Fine leg is up. If this was the last over, it would be very tense, but there's an over left. 5 to win it. Phillips goes off the bottom of the bat. He'll want 2. Middleton will run hard, and Martindale's return goes to the striker's end. And Joe Phillips takes Gloucestershire to the cusp of what will be only their 2nd win in this competition. Other win was against Kent, when the bowlers really did the hard work that day.
Hamid's got to bring men in here because he's got to trap Middleton at the striker's end for the next over.
3 needed. And over after this, Phillips chops it down to 3rd man. They won't risk 2. You wouldn't think there's no need to. And Phillips has managed that over almost perfectly.
2 required.
And 3 off the last, and James Hayes has the unenviable task of trying to defend 2. It's been done. It can be done.
Well, there's been a tie on this ground not that long ago when 2 was required off the final over. A few different circumstances then. It was a red ball for 1.
I think you had Jamie McElroy was in with
Mason Crane.
Yeah, so with respect to those 2,
Not exactly a top order bat, 57 not out
no.
and on strike. Lots of space on the onside. To at least ensure Gloucestershire will not lose the game. Phillips will not be thinking in those terms.
No, he's played very calmly today. And that's how he needs to react to this situation. Last over of this one-day cup fixture. Gloucestershire need 2 to win. They're 6 wickets down. That's in the air from Phillips. And it's dropped on the rope. Has it gone for 4? It has. And Gloucestershire win with a boundary from Joe Phillips. Tie up to here, running round on the boundary.
Congratulations to Gloucestershire.
Didn't gather the catch, which might have extended the game further into the last over. But Phillips wins it with the boundary, and Gloucestershire win by 4 wickets and upset the form book here at Cheltenham against the Notts side, who were trying to go top. And it's been a strong all-round performance with a depleted team, particularly among the bowlers. But the batters, chiefly Bracey, Price and Phillips, have done their team proud here today. 4 wickets for Aman Rao, 3 for the pressed into service Marchant de Lange, and a thunderous reaction from the crowd at the end.
Joe Phillips, 61 not out. Egg Milder's not 9 not out.
Well, 100% record for Gloucestershire at this year's festival, as Joe Phillips, I'm sure, will receive another roar, especially as he makes his way off career best and walking off a winner.
It's a big high five from his skipper as he makes his way off. That half century for Bedminster about 3 Saturdays ago will not feel quite the same as this one.
And once again,
3,000 here at Cheltenham.
Last over drama in the Pink for Sid game, as we had with David Payne's last ball 6 in the T20 fixture last year, and this year it's Joe Phillips who's been the last over hero. They wanted to play in pink a little more often. But a victory, yeah, very much set up by the bowlers, and actually not entirely just the bowlers who took the wickets as well. And it was that spell of Rao and Price in tandem that really prevented Nottinghamshire from attacking into those middle overs and took those 3 quick wickets. And despite Hamid and Varena's well-compiled partnership,
A reminder that we do have
I think
our
Nottinghamshire
Big
will
quiz
regret potentially not going just that little bit harder earlier. And they really did fall away, apart from Lyndon James's 25 off 14. Gloucestershire, for the most part, doing a good job of managing things in the field. And with the bat, Bracey and Price, whilst they were there, it looked as if it might be a real walk home. Nottinghamshire, to their credit, did not allow that to happen. Stone and Hutton especially superb. But Phillips and Borman's partnership have set the table for somebody to go on, and Phillips was that one, and has shown again that he's perfectly capable against white ball as well as red.
Whether you've got the stream up, Ed, just to look at that last ball and see if there was a genuine chance of that being caught. It was time to hear was away on the boundary, but the camera I don't think will allow us to see how close he was to the rope. Those who are in the stand on the Sanford Road side will know, but I think he was certainly conscious of how close he was to the rope and not getting into a position where he could actually stand and try and take the ball cleanly without being on the run. But as it happened, that was too little for Nottinghamshire to defend on the last over. So they will now be looking at results elsewhere. Kent have beaten Leicestershire by 6 wickets. Warwickshire need only 11 from 4.4 overs to beat Lancashire, so it could well be that the top 3 in the table today all lose, and Leicestershire on 20 points would not be absolutely certain of finishing in the top 2. They ought to be in the top 3 because Notts play Surrey last, but it's going to take things down to the last day. Gloucestershire welcome the T20 holders, Northamptonshire, here on Tuesday. Thanks to Holly for her work with the roving camera today, and for James Healy for his work, sterling as it is, downstairs with the feed to you at home. I hope you've enjoyed your Sunday with us, however large or small a part you've played, or we've played in it for you. But do join us on Tuesday for the Northamptonshire match here, 11 o'clock start, and we'll be on the stream at about 10 minutes to 11. The forecast is set fair for the week. If you are coming to Cheltenham, remember, members only, plus ticket holders for Tuesday. And the Lashings game on the 13th and the women's game on the 16th still, I believe, have tickets available. But from Cheltenham, where Gloucestershire have won today in the One Day Cup with a win over Notts by 6 wickets from Ed and from me. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Good night.